This one works. This one works. That's good.
Thank you.
Fall off the edge of that.
Yeah. Or you can just say inventor, science enthusiast, artist. Yeah. Test, test. Oh, hello. Test, test.
I believe I have to stop you 2 minutes before, so
2 minutes before? How long?
it's like 10 minutes before the hour.
Yeah.
You guys can make some time for questions.
Yeah. We'll make time for questions. Yeah. Hey Liz, could you set up the where can we set these up?
Without a tripod,
Actually.
I may or may not have time to set it.
That's okay. Hold on. Here, can you stand behind the table? Can you stand behind?
This is my first time considering we have to stop this 10 minutes before the hour.
Yeah, that's great. That's to my knowledge.
No, I'm not good with it. No, I mean, it's not.
So we can put this up on the screen. Yeah. And, let me pop this out. Here. And do you have yeah. It's not plugged in yet, so.
Yeah, it's this.
Is it oh, okay. There we go. Okay, external headphones. Yeah, it's set to external headphones. Can we test it? Yeah. Okay, no. says we need a dongle. Let's see. We just need a USB-C in. It can be. Yeah. Let's see. Do I need a dongle to get the video in, or do you have a USB-C dongle? I have a dongle in my bag if you need. I think. But yeah, for HDMI to USB-C. Yeah. Is that? Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so where does this get plugged in?
So this is for you.
Right.
I guess you can swap.
Okay. Let's see. Perfect. Let's see.
Whenever you're ready, press that button.
Press the button on the box.
Alrighty, we'll be starting here just in a second. Woo, packed house. Whew, man. See everybody jacked up on Club Mate? Maybe not. Maybe not. Red Bulls? Red Bulls, anyone? Coffee. Old school. I got it. All right. Give it a second. You almost ready? Just, what do you got? Any jokes? Jokes, anyone? Jokes? You? Joke? No? Okay. You joke? You got a joke? Let's hear a joke.
Here's a joke. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Quantum tunneling.
Quantum tunneling.
I'm already there.
That was stringy. You're asking the wrong person. Hey, Sam, are we good with the video?
Yeah, I think so. And
Think we're just waiting for Elizabeth? All right, thank you. Welcome, everybody, to day 2 of Hope. This is my first time emceeing. I have no star. Apparently, the star is somewhat important. I also don't have any access to the Matrix chat, so if anybody does, let me know, because that means I can't really take questions from the crowd. But anyway, I'd like to introduce, so here we have Scott and Elizabeth from Off-World Voyage. They are here doing their presentation. They started this a little over a year ago. They're alumni of the Mars Desert Research Station, sorry. So please give everybody a warm Hope welcome.
thank you, Andrew. Hi, I'm Scott Bybin, and
I'm Elizabeth Jane Cole.
oh, what is happening here? Wait, did it just quit? Oops. Hold on a second. Keynote just crashed. Oops. Oh,
As they say in Spaceballs, even in the future, nothing works.
here we go. Hi, everyone. Welcome. I'm Scott Bybin.
And I'm Elizabeth Jane Cole.
Yes, and we're the co-founders of Off-World Voyage, which is an analog astronaut training facility. And the title of our talk is Designing a Plant-Based Mars Base, or
Can training for Mars exploration also solve for adaptation to climate biodevastation on Earth? Question mark.
yes, and hopefully we'll be answering these questions in this talk. Okay, so one of our favorite inventors of all times, a futurist, mathematician, general genius, is Buckminster Fuller, who said, "You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete." It is the ultimate DIY ethic. There we go. Yes, hi, I'm Scott Bybin. I'm an inventor, a self-taught engineer. I do a lot of stuff at the intersection of science and art, play around a lot with consciousness, and I'm really into preserving the environment of Earth and beyond. I do a lot of stuff in creativity. I'm really like helping people get to their creative selves, and I like exploring that myself. A big fan of governance systems that develop for autonomy. Also collaboration. I'm very into collectivism and other kinds of alternative economic experiments. Yeah, so I've been living off-grid in Philadelphia for the past 4 years almost. So I'm off the electric grid and the water grid, and that's been a pretty big adventure. I'm only generating electricity using 800 watts of solar and 10,000 watt hours of battery. So I'm trying to prepare for future of space exploration where resources are very scarce. I do a bunch of other projects, Off-World Voyage, Ancient Scan, Mandelbot Ecotech, Groucho Fractal, Telepathique, Music on Mars, and Anahata Metaverse, and with Liz I do the Evil Twin Booking Agency. And my space projects, I've been really into this whole analog astronaut community. We did a mission at the Mars Desert Research Station with Liz a few years ago, and we're going to be doing more missions in the future. We founded Off-World Voyage, which is what we'll be talking about today, and Music on Mars is a project I've been working on where I designed an audio process prototype to simulate the acoustic properties of Mars, and I composed a piece of music to go with that. Also with Liz, I'm on the core committee of the Journal of Space Analog Research, which is an academic journal studying analog space missions, or space analog research. Here we go.
And hey, I'm Elizabeth Jane Cole, also an analog astronaut, alum of the Mars Desert Research Station, Crew 286. I was the crew journalist, and I reported on our crew's efforts to produce sustainable, nutrient-rich vegan food for Mars exploration. Also very useful on Earth, and covered a lot of other interesting projects that our crew did, which Scott will also get into further in the talk. Student pilot in training, co-founder of Evil Twin Booking Agency. We represent a lot of scientists, activists, journalists, and help them reach broader audiences. Many of the people we work with have spoken at Hope. And yeah, also core committee member of the Journal of Space Analog Research.
Okay, maybe you want to talk a little bit about the overview effect and what that is?
Sure. The overview effect, it's a cognitive shift that's been reported by many astronauts who have flown and viewed the Earth from above. The term was coined by author Frank White. And this particular cognitive shift has been shown to affect in the long term how astronauts sort of see ourselves in relation to Earth, and especially with respect to like long-term environmental behaviors and habits. And it's long been a joke among astronauts that if you weren't an environmentalist before going to space, you will be one by the time you get back to Earth. And this was brought up in an academic study that interviewed many astronauts who had flown multiple missions, and it looked at some of the different changes in like attitude and also like behavior, especially with respect to like diet, resource conservation, et cetera, that different astronauts who had flown reported upon coming back to Earth.
Okay, so the term generally used in the aerospace world for these types of trainings is space analog research. So analog is in analogous. And what are analog astronauts? Well, one of the things that we do is train for exploration off-world, like on other planets, Moon, Mars, asteroid belt, wherever. There are different types of facilities that are out there. You have ones that are just designed to simulate the surface of other places. We have ones that are pressurized, ones that simulate weightlessness. The ones that we actually focus on are facilities that are similar to, that have a similarity to the geology of other planets. And some people will say that what we are doing is Mars LARPing. Yes. But that's actually not what we're doing, because we are actually conducting science and research while we're in our missions. Okay. One of the things to keep in mind is that Mars is one of the most hostile environments to humans that one might imagine. So Mars's atmosphere is 170 times less dense than on Earth. The atmosphere, what there is of it, is mostly carbon dioxide, so 97% carbon dioxide, and temperatures can range between -250 degrees Fahrenheit to 70 degrees Fahrenheit over the course of a day. If we can figure out how to survive on Mars, we can really do anything. And considering the impact that humans have had on Earth, these are things that we might want to start solving for, so that we can actually preserve our planet here. And yeah, the best way to do something is to start doing it. Then practice, practice, practice. Okay. Analog astronaut, or space analog research is a growing field for future of space exploration. There are varying degrees of fidelity in these habitats, as I was mentioning. Fidelity being how accurate it is to the conditions that one might experience elsewhere. And okay, and
so some of the active space analog research facilities, some are sort of government-based. There's Luna in Cologne, Germany, which is operated by the European Space Agency. NASA, of course, runs a variety of different habitats, including Chapea and Hera, both of which are in Houston, Texas, in enclosed areas, and they do a lot of sort of like missions that test out the effects of isolation on crew members. The independently run and academically run programs, some of which are the Mars Desert Research Station in Utah, in a desert that is a geologic analog to Mars. That is where Scott and I did our first mission. And some of the research done at Mars Desert Research Station includes growing different kinds of food, also research on crew dynamics. And next habitat would be Mars Flashline, which is also run by the Mars Society. Flashline is in Nunavut, Canada, which is a polar desert. And it also has, it's at an angle where it has a similar level of solar radiance as Mars does. So it could be a very useful habitat for like experiments with growing crops. It's a pretty extreme environment. Another example would be SAM, which is a space analog for Moon and Mars. And SAM is pressurized and hermetically sealed. And so everything, carbon dioxide, humidity, oxygen levels, et cetera, are regulated. It has a fully functioning airlock, pretty high fidelity, as close as you could get to Mars without like dropping the temperature to -6 degrees Celsius or reducing gravity. Cool kind of research you could do at SAM would be testing the capacity for going from like a fully plant-based carbon dioxide sequestration, you know, to supplant or fully replace physiochemical carbon dioxide sequestration. And Lunaris in Poland is built inside an old military base. It is totally isolated from the outside world. And another example would be, the Austrian Space Forum run missions in all different parts of the world, including some really interesting environments that are Mars analogs. They also have some reduced gravity simulators, such as this reduced gravity treadmill that a human is experimenting on right now. And Chapea at the Johnson Space Center is a 3D printed habitat, and they recently hosted, I think, a year-long mission with a crew of 6 or 8 people. And they studied crew dynamics, isolation, and lots of other factors and challenges that humans would experience on the voyage to Mars.
Okay, so side quests can lead to things. It's always good to take non-traditional pathways. It's a kind of crazy story how we found ourselves in this whole community of analog astronauts, but strange things happen, and it's often good to listen to these very seemingly random things that happen around us and think, is this a pathway that we want to take? So how we got into all this in the first place. So Liz and I had been going around trying to visit some of these facilities. We were in Hawaii, we tried to visit high seas, and while there I was doing some recordings of volcanoes. I'm on Fissure 8 right over here on Big Island, and I'm using a geophone, which is a very sensitive microphone that is usually used to detect seismic activity. So I'm listening to the bubbling and ticking and clicking of the earth on top of a steaming volcano. But while we were there, we were trying to visit, as I mentioned, high seas. We got up to the gate, and we'd been trying to get in touch with the university contacts that were managing the space. And we finally got in touch with one of the people running the program, and we asked, can we just go up and take some photographs? And they said to us, absolutely not. Do not go up there, please. So we're like, phooey, okay, we're thwarted. And we thought, well, maybe we'll make some other phone calls and figure out how to actually get up there. But while we were making some phone calls, the volcano erupted. Yes, here we are at Mauna Loa, and it became very dangerous, and so we did not want to go up there. Yes. And you can see where we are in relation to high seas. Okay, so there's that arrow of high seas, and there we are, not very far. Yeah, it's not as scary as it looks, or was it? Okay. So anyway, how did it come to be that we were able to get onto one of these missions? And Liz can tell the story.
One morning I was woken up by a call from our dear friend Roger Gilbertson. Roger produced a film called Who Killed the Electric Car? And we met while working on that film. Roger's also a polymath, and he was one of the first hires at SpaceX. And I ended up being their first communications person. Anyway, Roger calls me and says, Liz, Scott, I am going to be the crew commander for an upcoming mission at the Mars Desert Research Station later this year. Would you like to apply to join the crew? And we said, yes, absolutely, yes, yes.
Yes, we said yes. And then he said, wait, don't you want to hear any details? And we said, no, we know exactly what it is. Yes, please. So he was like, okay. So we wound up applying and pitching a few research projects. I wound up pitching the 3 different things. One is LiDAR scanning the campus of the Mars Desert Research Station. The second one is using the regolith around the base to do 3D printing. So I've designed several different open source 3D printers, and I wanted to test it out there. And then the final one was to test out my audio process prototype, the Music on Mars filter that simulates the acoustic properties of Mars. And yeah, anyway, several months later, we were part of mission 286. And this is the mission patch. Some of the artifacts on the mission patch include a film strip. That one is to signify the documentary film that is being made about space analog missions and other things by Hugo Saugier. Above that is the Metalbot Surfa 2, which is one of the 3D printers that I've designed. It's designed originally as a bike-powered 3D food printer, but it can be used for other things as well. And there's a telescope up top, upside down. I was supposed to be the crew astronomer, but I wound up getting too busy with other stuff. And the bioreactor over here.
Those bioreactors are designed by our crew scientist, Guillaume Guégaud, and in those he grew billions of new friends, edible purple bacteria, which sadly we did not get to eat.
Yes. And below that is one of the LiDAR scanners that I have. It's an industrial LiDAR scanner that I travel around with. And yeah. At the bottom is the Mars Desert Research Station. And here is the campus map. It's a pretty big area. It is geologically similar to Mars. It is a Jurassic era I guess, area. Yeah, and it's also super high elevation, but at one point it was under the ocean, so it's a kind of testament to how geology changes over time. And smack dab kind of in the middle is the Mars Desert Research Station. It's really in the middle of nowhere. Okay, and this is the campus map that I put together. So I wound up LiDAR scanning the entire facility over the course of the few weeks that we were immersed. There we go. So first, we're kind of zipping around, and we can see that it is powered by solar panels, and off in the distance you see a telescope. There are two giant telescopes. You can see one over there, and there is the science dome in which we conduct science, yes, and research. Between the different parts, you wind up seeing these tubes. They're supposed to simulate the pathways in between parts. That's the RAM, which is our workshop. Right next to it, you see some electric carts, and that is the Mars Desert Research Station living hab, which we lived in for 2 weeks. And next to it is a greenhouse. You can kind of see the scale of this place. It's pretty amazing. It's a low fidelity facility, so it is not pressurized. However, as part of the simulation training program, we cannot exit unless we're wearing a spacesuit. or an EVA swimsuit. And off here in the distance was the first of 2 EVA concerts. Liz did the LiDAR scanning of all these folks, these astronauts. Here I am, kind of in a glitchy mess a little bit, playing my synthesizer, so you can kind of get an idea of the scale. Okay, this is us and the crew inside of the Science Dome. I wound up actually performing the first concert in the Science Dome in its 20-some-odd year history. I was allowed to do it because I was not just doing art, I was also doing research. They're very serious about research in here. Usually the facility is open to astronauts in training, to academics, engineers, and you guys can apply as well if you're interested in conducting research there. Here we are practicing donning and doffing, which is putting on and taking off our sim spacesuits. Here we are in the airlock. And this is a little sample of what the Music on Mars filter sounds like. So basically I did a concert during an EVA at sunset. And I don't have a reference to it, but you can kind of hear the muffled sound. So one of the things about the acoustic properties of Mars, because of the carbon dioxide atmosphere and the thinness of the atmosphere, sound travels differently. Here we go. Just let you hear a sample of this and I'll explain it. So sound on Earth travels at 343 meters per second at sea level. On Mars, there are 2 different speeds of sound. So we know this because there are 2 sets of microphones that are on the Perseverance rover. One has a range between 20 hertz and 20 kilohertz. The other one has a range between 20 hertz and 50 kilohertz. And so with these microphones, the SuperCam team from the Perseverance rover recorded the sounds of lasers zapping rocks and the sound of the Opportunity copter whooshing. And so with those sound samples, they were able to do impulse response recordings that allow them to discover that sound travels on Mars between at 2 different speeds. So between 20 hertz to 240 hertz, sound travels at 240 meters per second. However, the pitch increases from 240 hertz and up. Sound travels at 250 meters per second. And then another interesting thing that happens is that it completely attenuates at 5 kilohertz, meaning that we only hear the low end of the audio spectrum. And here we go. And so I was testing this out with my thing. And in the future, you'll be able to hear the comparisons between between the Mars version and the Earth version when I release this. Here I am collecting Regulus samples for 3D printing. I have a space bucket. No, it's actually just a regular bucket. I'm outside of the Science Dome, and I'm struggling to adjust my headset. Oops. Oh, wait. There we go. Okay, and Liz is drone mapping the terrain. And here's some LiDAR scanning I was doing with my homemade LiDAR scanner. And yes, this is Hugo Saugier, who is making a documentary film about his grandfather, who was one of the founders of the European Space Agency. And so he was including our adventure at the Mars Desert Research Station in this. Okay, so after we did this mission, we felt like we wanted to continue doing more missions, but we wanted to go deeper. And part of that was that we wanted to have an ecologically sustainable, all vegan mission. So we actually did bring our own food with us, but a lot of the food that's provided at the Mars Desert Research Station is, typical space agency kind of fare. It was like a lot of dehydrated food and other stuff like that, but nothing incredibly nutritious. So I thought to myself, like, well, what if we were to have an all-vegan diet in space or on Mars, and the base were to be ecologically sustainable, and that it would also feature all the different weird governance exercises and other types of things that we're into. And we thought, well, let's just create it ourselves. Okay. And here we go. Introducing Off-World Voyage, which is dedicated to the development of space analog research habitats that also address climate biodevastation on Earth. They are science-based, all vegan, zero waste, intermediate fidelity, and all other kinds of stuff. And here we go. Well, why do people become vegan? It's one of the questions that people ask. Respect for sentient beings, care for the environment, better health, everyday life of boycott of animal agriculture, and some people believe that it is for karma-free telepathic communication with interdimensional entities and its extraterrestrials, which may or may not be the case. Anyway, why does it make sense to do an all-vegan, plant-based space analog research mission? Well, one is that it is the least impactful diet that we can have. It consumes a lot less electricity, uses a lot less energy, a lot less water. It's much better in terms of dealing with resource scarcity. And here we go. I'm going to show you the base. And this is the Mars, this is the Off-World Voyage Mars Tesseract Habitat 1. Mars stands for Mars Analog Research Station, which is a fractal. Okay, check it out. So Michael Flood and I spent a month and a half working on the designs of these habitats. We did everything in Blender. In terms of actually like doing the base design, and then we did all the engineering inside of it as well, and a few other programs. So you can kind of get some idea of the scale in a moment. You see some of the astronauts on the berm. So the giant domes of the Tesseract 1. Are 13 meters in diameter. Like right behind you, you see the green hab, which is where we grow food and all that other stuff. And the other domes are both 6 meters in diameter and 5 meters, respectively. Okay. Actually, I'll talk a little bit about the green hab. So inside of the green hab, we're going to be doing hydroponics, aeroponics. We'll be growing algae. We're also going to do experiments in gray water purification, and other stuff. And we will also be growing fungi. Okay. So this is just a simulation as to what it will look like when we build these out. Our plan at this point is to do the first inaugural mission sometime next year. We're currently looking at locations in Australia, in the middle of nowhere, in the outback, and there are some other locations we're looking at in Portugal, and possibly we'll do something in the United States in the near future as well. And this is the interior of the donning and doffing dome. This is where we will put spacesuits on and take them off as well. And here's a little tour of the interior that I designed with Michael. Okay, here we are inside of the green hab. You can see all of the bioreactors for algae on the walls, and there are some electricity generators, some pedal generators up top. You see the aquaponic hydroponic towers. Sorry, it's going by so quickly. And this is the laboratory and makerspace slash fab lab. So it's a dome dedicated to all those types of activities. There's definitely some storage space. We'll be recycling absolutely everything. And here's the donning and doffing facility where you see all of our EVA sim suits. And this is the living quarters. There's a kitchen and a flow space, kind of exercise space. And up top, we will be sleeping in these hexa-yurts. And I think that's it. Let's see, more storage. And the sick bay. Okay, do you want to talk a little bit about the space medicine sick bay that you'll be heading up?
Yeah, so we will be doing a few different sort of biology and human physiology related experiments and projects with the inaugural mission. The suits we will have will be pressurized suits, pressurized simulated spacesuits, and they will be embedded with biosensors for measuring, obviously, carbon dioxide levels in the suit, but also different kinds of motion sensors, skin response, measuring different kinds of stress markers while we're outside trying to figure out how to operate tools and move around appropriately in pressurized suits, which is its own skill to acquire. And we'll also be running different kinds of simulated issues and problems throughout the mission, including simulations of like viral infections among the crew, possible different sorts of psychological stress, simulations and how to deal with those with the crew, as well as experiments with, losing contact with mission support. And that will be, an exercise, I guess, in sort of autonomy with the crew, learning how to make difficult decisions and solve complex problems, without an outside entity instructing you on what to do.
And if any of you are interested in plugging into this project, we're enthusiasts of open source hardware, open source software, free and libre open source software and hardware. So if you have any ideas for biosensors or any other things, please get in touch with us. Here we go. Okay. So some of the features, we have a very strong focus on ecotech. We're going to be doing pressurized EVAs. However, our facilities will be non-pressurized as of now. And we will be looking for locations that have a geology similar to Mars. And as you could see from the domes and the platform, we focus on modular and scalable design patterns. So the base actually is going to be on top of a space frame platform. And okay, mentioned the problem solving. Okay, so we've gone over this already. Okay, so in order to make this a little bit more accurate, we decided to get pressurized spacesuits made. So here we are with Cameron Smith, who is the founder of Smith Exploration Garments. We went out to Portland, Oregon, to his workshop to get fitted for spacesuits. You can kind of see him on the bottom over there using my LiDAR scanner to scan my body so that we could get very accurate fittings. And then on the bottom right, you can kind of see one of the spacesuits that he inflated in order for me to be able to scan it. We'll be doing pressurized missions in these suits, probably up to 3 bar, but I believe that the suits can do either 10 or 15 bar. Yeah. So Cameron's been actually taking some of these prototypes up into high altitude and in balloons and actually trying them out while he's up there. And yeah, these are the EVA sim suits that we just had made. These are the off-world Voyage suits. The arms are pretty unique in that we can put on and remove the gloves very quickly. And it's a couple of new innovations that we collaborated on. So I'm pretty excited for this. Okay. So given the current attack by these kind of like right-wing populist forces, these kind of anti-rational forces that are doing things like defunding NASA and defunding the National Science Foundation and trying to crash satellites that are gathering climate data into the Earth's atmosphere. How do we treat this given this current attack? Well, one thing is that we need to go harder because we need a world in which we have good data, in which everybody has access to information and an equal opportunity for education. So we're pretty uncompromising about science. Thank you. Appreciate that, guys. Okay. Very important things that have emerged in terms of innovations from space programs. Of course, GPS is one of them. Various types of spectrometry, mapping of weather, Velcro, and some people would even say Tang, but like the drink, yes. But there are lots of innovations that are constantly coming out. One of the things that's been on my radar for a while is the Sherlock, which is a spectrometer that's on the Mars Perseverance rover that is able to do high-resolution photospectrometry. It's super interesting tools, but Sherlock, SHERLOC, if you want to check it out. Yes. Also, most of the work of NASA is actually Earth science. That we're looking at weather patterns. We're looking at geological changes. We're looking at agricultural patterns. All these different types of things, and it's very important to have an awareness of what's going on in our world, and for everybody to have access to that so that we can all analyze it and collaborate on understanding it. Okay. Yes. Okay. So one of the things is Liz mentioned, is real-life simulation role play. So we're going to have a lot of different types of simulations of things that can happen in these missions. For example, solar storms, astronauts getting sick. We're going to also look at time-delayed networking, so look at latency and different ways of coordinating actions that happen in a certain timeline but are uncoordinated due to the reality of the distance that that it takes for information to travel from Earth to Mars, either via line of sight or via a whole network of satellites. So we're going to be looking at that, looking at dealing with latency. And yeah, here we go. Some of the other activities that we're going to have. And yeah, okay. So one of the other things too is we're going to be trying to manage human waste and compost our foods. We're planning to convert a lot of the biogases into usable things, like for example bioplastics and cooking fuel. We're also going to be playing around a lot with mesh networking. I don't know if you guys are aware of Meshtastic, which is an absolutely fantastic project that we really love. And yeah, okay. Okay, we only have a couple of moments, so I'm gonna have to rush through this. Okay, and this is one of your quotes.
Well, I mean, to build on what you said earlier, a lot of what we've gotten out of space programs, things like GPS, different communications technologies, these are also absolutely public goods. And we may be in a time when some of these public goods like communications technologies and also like access to free scientific data and information become sort of another arena for artificial scarcification. And it's just so urgently important to make all of this information available to everyone for free, and to keep access to this publishing open. And
yeah, and yeah. So as we zip through to the end, because we're running out of time, you guys can check out some of these slides later in the recording. You can see some of the things that we're focusing on, especially the mutual aid aspect. And one of the things also that we're predicting is that in the future, the way to get to space will not only be via military or government, but we'll have other types of economic configurations like DAOs and things that we haven't even imagined yet that will enable us to get out of the Earth's atmosphere and allow us to explore. One thing we're focusing on are lighter-than-air vehicles and airship-to-orbit technology. So rather than having a rocket bring us up to space in 6 minutes, it is possible to get up to the upper atmosphere over time using lighter-than-air vehicles. That's something we're really thinking about and pushing forward in. Okay. Yeah, so a lot of the work that we're doing will be contributed to peer-reviewed journals. We are part of the Journal for Space Analog Research, which is a Mars Society initiative, which is also in conjunction with the Purdue University's journal.
we're partnered with the Journal of Human Performance in Extreme Environments from Purdue University. So if any of you are doing research on various aspects of how humans perform, act, et cetera, in extreme environments in Earth and in simulated space environments, submissions are open.
Yes. And here are some of the other models for support. Currently we're self-funded, but we're going for grants, and we have a few other ideas as to how to fund this. And we're doing everything at this point on a kind of like scrappy, bootstrapped way, but we hope to grow it in the future. And Here we go. So far, what we've done is the CAD and systems design, the internal systems engineering. We have the EVA pressure suits, and now we're deciding on where we're going to do our missions. And we're also starting to open up crew submission applications. So if any of you are interested in participating, please reach out. And here are some of the ways that people can plug in and participate in our project. And yeah, we've already announced, let's see, the world's biggest analog in fall 2025 is a thing we may participate in. It is a coordinated mission between all the space analog research facilities around the world. You're writing a piece right now on the Mars Desert Research Station mission.
We're short on time, so we can skip
Yeah,
that.
yeah, and yeah, we have the call papers from Journal for Space Analog Research and the Analog Astronaut Research Journal. And a huge Hackerly thank you to the organizers. This is, I've been to many Hopes. My first Hope was in 2000, and I've been coming back every year, and very happy to give talks on my projects and make all kinds of contributions. I love this conference. I love 2600 magazine. I have since I'm a teenager, and yeah, big thanks. And this is how you get in touch with us. Okay, do we have time for one question?
We'll make time. One question. So anybody here want to ask a question real quick? Otherwise, I'll go to the chat room. I'm going to take one here that says, what are some things from training that you adopted into your home or life?
Sorry, say that one more time.
What are some things that you've learned through this training that you've adapted into your home and home life?
Do you want me to go first, or you go first?
I would say that the biggest thing I've taken away from the Mars Desert Research Station mission is how important it is to care for your fellow crew members.
Absolutely. I think that's a great answer. All right, thank you again. Give a big round of applause. Really appreciate it.
And I'll just say the thing that I learned is just to go deeper. If you're interested in something, go as deep as you possibly can and live your life into your ideas. Incorporate them as deeply as you possibly can. And don't worry about the naysayers. Just go for it as deeply as you can. Thank you guys so much for coming. Okay. Huge thanks to Andrew as well for being our herald. Yeah. Thanks, guys.
That was great. What I wanted to ask the question, wish we had more time, was what would be the first concert that you would see happen
Mine.
on the Mars station?
Mine.
What kind of music?
Mine. It's spectral melodic.
I was
Yeah,
thinking the same
that's-
thing. And why?
yeah.
Like, why? Not other than it just being Hey, also over. Oh, there we go. I'm going to start in a minute here. We're just getting set up. Another packed house. Ah, love it. Day 2 of Hope. I don't know if any of you have ever presented before, but it's like riding a bike, except the bike is on fire, I'm on fire, and we're in hell.
Actually, there we go. Cool. I'd like to do something else first.
Anybody got any jokes? Jokes, anyone? No jokes? A lot of cables plugging in. I'm excited about this demo. I want to know what's going on with that torso over there. Sip? Sid, huh? It's funny, I also used to have a torso. When I was in high school, I used to put it in my car and drive around with it. I called it Kate. A buddy of mine still has it, actually. Yeah. Kate's lonely these days. She really is. She's up on a shelf, like way up high in a buddy of mine's studio in Philadelphia. But the fact that he still has her is just makes me feel good. I'm also glad that Kate exists in the form that I got her in. She's just a torso, though. All right, how we doing? We're getting close. We're getting close.
Sid's really good for like getting into the carpool lane.
He's talking about, breaking the law, using Sid for carpool lanes. Yep, it's a really important law there. Public transportation. Yep. So, anyone else here been to every single Hope? I have not. I've missed one, the very first one. I started at the second one. I've been to every one since. Anybody else meet or beat that? Hands? Anyone? Yeah. Hey, back. There we go. Right on. Oh, love it. Yep, so I'm just going to awkwardly chat here for a minute while we allow our presenters. Oh, I got another hand over there, yes? Does it say again? Kate is my torso that I had since high school. Similar to Sid, I acquired Kate in 1992 from a costume shop that was closing. And she was sitting there on a table, and I was like, "You're coming home with me." So I purchased her for $5. Yep, put her in my car, got a lot of funny looks, and then realized that it was kind of fun to get funny looks. Fun fact, it was a 1978 Ford Pinto. It's green, had smiley faces all over it because that's a thing I did when I was in high school. Yep. How we doing? We're 5 minutes over. Just want to make sure, cognizant of time, we're doing well. Okay, that's right. Just it's your time. It'll be worth it. Got it. Another fun fact, this is my first time being an MC here, and I didn't check in, so basically anybody can walk up and be an MC. So if you're looking to volunteer, these opportunities are there. Thank you. I appreciate that. Really appreciate that. Say again? My tight five. So I already used my joke. The joke is on fire, and I was like, let me get on the internet and be like, hey, fun one-liners and jokes. So that was one of the top ones that hit me. I got no other ones, to be honest. This is it. This is my tight five. This is it. Another fun fact about me is I'm just blabbering on and wasting time while these great presenters get ready is I am the son of a traveling magician and his beautiful assistant. Absolute fact. That marriage did not work. Did not work. I am the result of that unworked marriage. Failed magician, too, let's be honest, because it's a tough job, real tough job. So my best trick was the question. So to be honest, I have no tricks. I have a collection of tricks. I've collected all of them because in my opinion, there's nothing worse than a bad magician because it just ruins it for everyone else. So I know a few coin tricks. I've traumatized my daughter by pulling coins out of her ear because she firmly believes that that's where they come from. And it's both hilarious and terrifying. Yep. So that's my best trick is really coins out of the ear to make my poor daughter cry. My son, on the other hand, finds it hilarious because I get them out of his nose and I make him sneeze it out, and now he'll just go, achoo! And then wait for a coin to come out. That's the difference between boys and girls right there. Are we doing good? We think we're good? Maybe. She's honestly, she really doesn't like it. She's asked me not to make coins come out of her ear because she believes that they're coming out of her ear. Yeah. That's point made, and we're not supposed to put things in our ear other than sound and knowledge. All right, we're doing. Oh, we got more. We're doing good. All right. I mean, the build up to this is amazing. Like, I'm really waiting to see what Sid's gonna say. You ready for the introduction? Okay, I'll wait till I'm given the sign. I'm all out of material, to be honest. Yep. All ready? I like the music. I feel like it really lends to the excitement here. It's just the build up. So I'm actually excited for this presentation. I saw their sign over in the Villages area, and I was like, can't wait to see what this is. So I'm actually kind of happy to be the one that's presenting them. All right. Okay, all right, everyone, thank you. Welcome to day 2 of Hope. My name is Andrew. I'm your MC, and I would like to present Jaguar and Dana from RIM.
All right. presenting? The presentation. To show? To show. Oh, photos? Yeah. Okay. Is that what's happening now? Yeah. Okay. Oh, yes. There you go. All right, so that was demo 1 of 3 demos. And the demo there was trying to show off how we can use tactile haptic technologies to increase collaboration. So what we were doing there was Dana and I were co-working in different locations, and when Dana was ready to close the laptop, was ready to take a break, he started to close the laptop. But I was not ready to end our co-working session yet. So I stopped the closing of the laptop, and Dana could feel that because they're haptically force feedback connected. And through that, we were able to communicate without words. Now we're going to show you a second demo to So the reason why this is cool, why the first demo is cool, is because we think there's a lot of possibilities for wearable devices and haptic wearable devices, but we don't want to develop these technologies, and we don't want them to exist in a world where companies develop products so that they can get more data from you and sell it. So in order to support this kind of awesome technology in the future, we've designed these jewelry pieces with SD cards on them so that we can store our data locally on our body and not in the cloud. And the idea here is that we have multiple jewelry pieces, like a ring, a watch, a necklace, an earring, that all has SD cards on them. And the data is dissolved across all of these different devices so that if you lose one, or if someone tries to take it from you, then they won't get access to all your data, and you won't lose all your data because it's kind of like a RAID structure. Dana will elaborate more on this later in the presentation. And it's also encrypted. So this demo is going to be an example of plugging in multiple SD cards until we get enough of them to unlock the data that's on all of it, spread across all the SD cards. We call it dissolution, and if you wanted to pull it back from all of the SD cards, it would be called crystallization. So these pieces of jewelry have a little SD card embedded in them, and you can pop them out and use them as you would a normal SD card. It's hard to see, I'm sorry. I'll show you on the camera in a second. But it also has a little strip of magnetic, of ferrous steel on it, so we can attach it to our computer with an adapter that has a magnet inside of it. I think I'm going to show the camera while you do this. You guys look great. Let's see, video, Logitech. All right. So, see, okay, cool. So this is the jewelry. We're selling these rims, by the way, if you want to come by our booth later. SD card on jewelry, magnetic adapter. Ooh. Then the next cool trick is it actually mounts. It's not just a magnet.
That's running. So
Oh, cool, yeah.
I couldn't do it. It's okay.
So,
We should do the presentation and we'll call back to these.
okay. All right, so live demos are hard.
Thank you for bearing with us, everybody, while we attempt to do some live demos.
Make sure you speak into the mic as well, so they can hear you on the other side.
You got it.
Thank you for bearing with us, everybody, while we tried to get some live demos working, and now we'll proceed with the rest of the presentation. Thanks.
So we wanted to start by saying we didn't think of these ideas ourselves. These ideas are not new, and we're grateful for all of the people who came before us who've imagined and inspired us to try playing with these things.
Yeah, so in particular, our project explores a lot of connection between people as a means of achieving better decision-making power or unity or other novel characteristics, which is something that shows up in like the fusion mechanics in Steven Universe or Octavia Butler's hyper-empathy. The three-body problem explores collectivism in virtual worlds, actually in a bad way, but it does cover that idea. Ancillary Justice starts off with a main character who is entirely immersed in a hive mind, and that's treated as a keystone part of the universe. And so these are very well embedded ideas into sci-fi culture, so our objective is to take a lot of them all at the same time and advance them simultaneously.
And we're inspired by projects that have come before us, particularly Gov0 in Taiwan. Audrey Tong was the digital minister of Taiwan and implemented a lot of really unique solutions to digital democracy. And Nora Bateson has a program exploring warm data, which is contextualized data that takes into account all the data that was around it, not just pulling out and analyzing that on itself. And there's also this cool tool called Polis. You can look it up, pol.is, which is a platform that helps pull perspectives together. Like Audrey Tong and Taiwan used Polis to be able to draft legislation, whether or not Uber should go to Taiwan, and they had the taxi drivers and all the different relevant stakeholders together to draft that policy using Polis. And so it's an example of an algorithm that pulls for cohesion rather than diversion. And we're really excited about some of these projects. This Colmy ring up here, this ring hackable hackaday, is a demo that we're going to show today that is possible because of this person doing all this work. You can find more information here.
Yeah, great.
And then also the wiggling demo, laptop demo, is made possible by Ayan Musa.
Yeah, special thanks to him for making the design files available for these capstan drives, which are extremely difficult to design. So huge shout out, and if you want to support him, please search him up if you do mechanical design like this.
So another thing, we made up a lot of names for this project to try to explain how you can, to try to explain connection, new types of human connection. And so being able to transmit haptic data, haptic feeling, force feedback across distance, we're calling tacking, because the telegram and phones allowed for sharing of audio sensing across distance, and then the internet allowed for sharing of visual senses across distance. And we think that we're on the beginning of a new era of wearables that are going to allow for tactile communication across distance. And so tactile, tacking. We also think that SD cards they've come to a point where they're cheap and they're 1.5 terabytes. They're insane capacities. And so there's a sweet spot that they're unique, they're everywhere, they're standard, they're everywhere, all of our devices, you can use them. And so building this data sharing storage method around SD cards is one of the core ideas. And so SD, self-data, soul data, the name of the data protocol is Sorodyne.
Yeah, the project is also called Sorodyne, so this is just the word dinosaur reversed so that it spells SD. The point is not just to do everything SD, but also to point out that what we're building here is kind of a proof of concept intentionally. It is not supposed to be used as security software, even though it is envisioned as a future private interface. So we're hoping that it goes out of date very quickly, but I'd love to show you how it works.
We also made some icons that we're going to reference throughout the presentation. You came to this talk because you like the abstract. So what does this even mean? Well, it's actually getting at a bigger vision. We assume that collective decision-making will be the best solution for navigating us through these hard times, through these complex crises. And it's become apparent that as long as there's a group of organizations that are surveilling the people, that collective governance is not possible. And so first we need to take our data, reclaim our data back from these platforms, and then that will enable us to build these kind of cool technologies, which we believe through sharing haptic feedback, through sharing our touch sensations, we can develop the connections to collaborate across nations, across borders, to get to digital governance around the world. So the goal, digital governance without borders. We're at a time when we need new tools to be able to tackle these problems. In order to get there, we believe that we need to have these, we believe that through these technologies we can do projects together, like RIM, like Pacific Rim, where you have two humans to operate this massive robot. You can't do it alone. And so through these connection technologies, we can learn more about ourselves if we have our data, if we have the right to bear data. We can learn about our health and our choices. We can share that data with our friends and our community. And ultimately, learn more, get more personally tailored insights into how we live our lives with connections with our health coaches.
Right, but we're not going to be able to reach for those heights without some ability to have really reliable, accessible bedrock authentication that's based on peer-to-peer architectures. This is not, of course, new to anybody here, but we're hoping to offer kind of a fresh take. But once we have those in place, then we can hope to build these technologies that will let us coordinate and cross borders like this. So there's another step before that, though.
So in order to, I want to use these cool tools. I'm super excited about it. But I don't want to live in a world where we're using these tools that are capturing all of our 3D pose data of my body movements and being monetized by companies. So first, we need to make an ecosystem of trusted tools, both hardware and software. And so the idea of SD cards in a business card, we can have 10 terabytes in our business card, in our wallets, around our necks. And because it's stored on my person, no one else can manipulate it. Another key insight into how this will lead to collaboration platforms and digital governance and not just get taken over by the Apples and Googles of the world is innovation at the edge of taboo.
The hope is that by introducing some technologies that are not possible to be touched by the big corporations because they just fall just outside of what's considered acceptable, Like, for example, I read a really wonderful research paper very recently about putting haptic ears on people for virtual reality. Something like 40% of all virtual reality avatars have ears. And to embody them, you could absolutely run a physics simulation that puts the correct forces on your scalp as if you had ears. I think that is just incredibly fascinating, and also probably Google will not be coming out with that product. So that's just one example of ways that it's possible to maybe seek adoption or enter a market or get people involved where it won't immediately be subsumed and taken over. So all of that leads us to what we're actually going to talk about in our talk. Everything up to this point, this is like why we're doing this. We're hoping to communicate what is motivating us to go down this sort of convoluted path. But at the end of the day, what we're really talking about is this RIM self-data protocol that we've been developing. It's built on free and open source values, open source software values, with what we're calling grassroots. It's like a grassroots movement. Yeah. So, yeah, go.
One quick reason why now is important. We believe that we're at the brink of a Cambrian explosion of wearables because storage is so cheap, and it's a new opportunity for FOSS to really get embedded in this new era of technology and devices, like Linux was for servers. FOSS didn't quite get into the phones, but I think we can get into the wearables. Also, sorry, it's important that we do this before PCIs are predominant, because if we have those in the world that exists as it is now, I don't believe that the data extraction business models will change.
That's a brain-computer interface, by the way, just for people.
So we're going to talk about this. SD core. What is SD core?
SD core is an aesthetic. Basically, we're trying to communicate. So we've just talked about SD cards and how incredibly high capacity they are. They're almost magically high capacity. Like the one in my ear, we have some that are 1.5 terabytes in scale. So that's 3 times the capacity of my entire laptop in one ear. It's actually, it kind of flies in the face of this idea that you have to have big data corporations to host your own personal data. So you could just take advantage of that fact and have all your data on your body and do it quietly. But we actually think that it's even better to be loud about it. So to put your SD cards on your ear or on your person, there's more of them here, and it basically just says to the world, like, you have no idea what's on this, and Google doesn't know what's on this. I have chosen to intentionally opt out of the data vampiricism norms of our age, and just have all of my data just for me. Yeah, that's the next section, sure. We'll be skipping the demo this time, but I'm going to talk about the Sordine Live data model, yeah. So just to get into the technical details, at least briefly, so the self-data object is like the basic unit of the RIM self-data protocol. They actually are asynchronous data flows between peers. They are not like an object that you would have in an object-oriented programming language. They exist entirely as a synchronization procedure between peers. The original data is stored locally via what we're calling dissolution. And when it needs to be sent elsewhere, it's compressed over networks. So dissolution, I'll tell you about that in a moment, but it basically just means that the data has been taken apart into component pieces and spread across multiple places to store it, such that no single one of them has any of the data on it. So if I have like important data or financial data or whatever on my ear, someone finds my earring, they don't get any important information about me until they get more of my things. Ideally, never. Right, so you receive your data flows, you store them to local storage, and then if you want to view them later, you decompress them or crystallize them. That is like the opposite of dissolution. And then peers will use lightweight replicated data types, CRDTs, to track the location of the data within the constellation of trusted devices. So that's kind of like the overview. So your body can be your storage and also your identity. So your physical devices become your storage and your cryptographic identity through this dissolution protocol. The data is dissolved redundantly across all of your personal devices, and along the bottom you can see some examples of places you might put an SD card that you may have thought of or maybe not have thought of. And attackers would need physical access to multiple items at the same time that you own, and each key and data piece is encrypted on different sets of devices. So Sorodyne is the software package that is a proof of concept for this dissolution, crystallization, networking, CRDTs, all of that. And you can find it on GitHub. It's available if you want to check it out. Of course, not for production use at the moment, but it's hopefully interesting to you. Yeah, so, that's it, yeah. Yeah, so overall, you're having multiple storage-capable devices. You might say, like, okay, how do you get it off of the ear? Even with the mag adapter that Jaguar showed earlier, it might not be super straightforward to get data on and off of your ears. But that's not quite the vision we're trying to articulate. What we're showing is that it's possible, it's actually easy, it's trivial to put this much storage just on your person, and you become the server, the data center, you become the host of everything. So all we have to do is add one small layer of connectivity to your body. For example, Bluetooth low energy, if you are okay with radiating encrypted data from your body, or other ideas about how you might be able to contain that communication locally. There's many options, but we're within a hair's breadth of being able to actually use this type of body networking. I just wanted to talk briefly about the way that the dissolution is actually implemented. So it uses a cascaded encryption model. The top layer is Shamir secret sharing, and the bottom layer is read solemn and erasure coded blocks. This is just for the people who know what this stuff means. I wanted to at least put it in there. So the reason that both are at play is I want it to be the case that you have to collect a certain amount, say 3 of 5 different pieces of data before you can read it. And I also want you to be able to lose any 2 of them and still reconstruct it. So that's those 2 closely related ideas that are not accomplished by any one cryptographic entity. So that's why we do Shamir secret sharing to share a small cryptographic key, which is reconstructed locally, and then we use read solemn and erasure coding to reconstruct data and then decrypt it locally. And you can actually store the shares and the read solemn and erasure coded blocks at the same place, like the same locations around your data storage, or you can store them with different values for how many different values. Instead of 5 and 3, you can do 7 and 4 for more or less redundancy and security. So yeah, ideas for where you could put it: earrings, watch, belly chain, phone, ring, your tailbone, an anklet. Not to mention like cat ears from earlier. You could stuff them full of a petabyte of data. Could it get that high? Probably not. Hundreds of terabytes. You could put it in your heels of your shoes, or you could wear wings, whatever your height might drive you to do. So what are the types of data that we were actually talking about here? Well, you've seen the tactile demo that we made. That's what's pictured in the top left-hand corner here. But we also think of other types of data as self-data, live self-data, like videos, video calls, or just telephone data. This is also your message history. It could be your email. Any amount of things that are very personal to you that you want to be even more secure and even more personal to you than they are in the current ecosystems, especially if you use cloud providers, which I think is many of us in the room, then you could consider these to be elements of self-data that you'd want to control and distribute and make available off of your own body using Sorodyne and the RIM protocol. However, what is received is not what's sent. You get back this pixelated stuff, or you get a noisy output, or you get kind of reconstructed audio from a minimal data stream. This is an echo of that idea of like all data is derived. There's no such thing as the actual, even if you open your phone and look at phone images that are literally stored on your hard drive, you're not looking at the actual pixel data, you're looking at a resampling of that data for your screen at multiple resolution levels if it's stored remotely. So this is a general concept, we think, and you don't want to do file sharing where you like copy literal data around and then display it. You want to be sending just the actual derived pieces that are relevant for the use case that you're trying to serve in that moment. So this is the overall architecture. Live self-data gets teed into dissolved local storage and compressed, sent over network. It's also dissolved to local storage wherever it arrives. It's decompressed and shown. So at both steps, it's possible to save to all of your connected devices. And just putting it all together, this is all of the things on one slide. It's just kind of overwhelming by itself. So you can see the structure and the elements. But that's the overall live self-data model.
That's so cool. Oh my god. So,
right, sorry. Yeah, okay, sorry, right, continuing. So moving beyond cloud dependency for things that we usually think of as cloud-provided things, such as, if you lose your password, you have a password reset. This is, you may or may not think of that as a cloud service, but it's still a remote service. We're hoping to do that entirely locally. So the traditional approach would be do identity and storage from data giants and cloud providers, and you recover or you have your data loss provisions covered by remote things. But the RIM approach would be to actively rebalance all of the degrees of freedom of redundancy for your ecosystem of data so that you're unlikely to lose it. And we have a background process, not developed yet, but it will be next, that moves data around to rebalance it to minimize the probability that you lose anything. So I'll skip that, that's okay. The point is that we can be our own servers, and because we have phones in our pockets, we're basically multiple 9s uptime servers. So whatever you may have thought you needed a cloud provider for, you can probably serve that need yourself. We're also connected now. So serving a remote request from direct dissolved storage involves querying the CRDT, finding the shards, reconstructing the blocks, and sending them back.
So this enables building tools, and this enables basically having all your data on your person so that you can, when you have a wearable, ideally the wearable buys into this way of sharing data so that it's not hidden from you, and you can then download it, extract it, view it, play with it. And so we've actually got a workshop later today where we're going to build our own jewelry with these SD cards, and then extract signal message history from Signal Desktop if you have it. And then Chongbai has awesomely made this visualization script to be able to play around with all your data. So this is like one example of something that we can do much more of. Imagine like a goodness index where you craft your own algorithm based on what brings you happiness and joy in your life, and you compare that, get kind of a sum aggregate metric of the data that you feed into it. So this sets us up for a future where we can trust our digital tools and
Yeah, and this may have implications for a lot of different aspects of society. I just wanted to call back to a talk that we gave in 2020. So it's possible that you could be collecting information that is relevant for proving your own learning all the time, which sounds kind of creepy, and you wouldn't want to be like storing that up and backing it up. Say the data about your child and what they learned in school today, you don't necessarily want that like in Google's servers and then used later in life to manipulate them and advertise to them and things like that. I don't want that either. However, it would be extremely nice if you could actually trust that and you could accumulate that, because then you could just derive your credentials from the actual data of what you experienced, and you could also go to your teacher and say, this is not here's a test and my results, but here's the data that just shows my actual understanding of that thing, and extracts of it, summaries of it, like the signal message history. Instead of a message history, it's a transcript, that kind of idea.
And building off of the signal message history, you can imagine having so many sensors on your body that you're collecting that you get an accurate picture of your entire 3D pose throughout all time. And so if you go to a massage therapist and they're feeling where there's tension in your body, they can actually relieve that tension completely around your body, but then that would hurt you. You would get injured because you've built up certain habits because of how you live your life, and those habits are your livelihood. So if the therapist had access to seeing at what points in your life, or at what points in your daily routine you're building up this tension, they can then differentiate based on your speaking with them and your sharing the data that you have access to, and you're consenting to share. they can piece out which parts are because you're like a construction worker or you're sitting at a desk and you need those kinds of muscles to be activated versus a tweak in a soccer game or other forms that you'd like to change. So there's this kind of like slow and fast changing habits through having access to your real-time data and being able to share that with health professionals that can help you heal. And so ultimately the goal is to be able to outpace the rate of trauma by accelerating and strengthening and sharpening healers' abilities to heal the people they are healing.
Like when you show up in a doctor's office and you would like to provide your medical data, like what's your immunizations, even before, like the basics that we're familiar with everyday life. Many may have been to massage therapy, I'm not sure, but many of us will certainly have had vaccinations. To have your allergies, your vaccinations just available to you, not because there was a medical sharing server that it somehow made it its way to your doctor, but because it's literally stored on your body exactly where it's relevant. That would be part of the vision.
And so all of this leading up to being able to have more mutual connection across people around the world, like imagine holding someone's hand in a different country. As we grow more and more connected with physical sensation, war becomes unthinkable. And that's one of the goals of RIM. And another thing is that, like, brain-computer interfaces, 20 years from now, maybe everyone has one. And so being able to draft relevant humane policy for that future, starting now is really important. And being able to build these tools that give us a sense for what telepathy is going to feel like can give enough context and build up enough experience for policymakers that make those decisions to make the relevant policy before it happens. Thanks for coming to the talk. We'd like to give some special thanks to the people that helped support us in making this, and also invite Chongbai and Nora up onto stage. They will be helping us with our workshop at 1 p.m. in Tobin.
So that's just approximately 1 short hour from now. You can come and join us and work with these fine folks to make your own jewelry if you like. We will have SD cards that you can just have. They're very small capacity and very cheap, so feel free to, while supplies last, you can just have one. If you do want a bigger capacity card or nicer materials, we have that too, at cost. Yeah, so please come on by, and even if you just hang out with us and tell us how this resonated with you and how we can potentially change our trajectory to match your ideals, that would be amazing.
Thank you. All right, we have some time for questions. Any questions in the room? If you have any questions, please come up to the mic. While they're coming up, I do have one question from the chat. Question, if widely adopted, don't these become a target for law enforcement, particularly at border crossings or for other ne'er-do-wells?
I think that is a phenomenal point. I also think that you need to weigh the positives of having all of that data stored elsewhere and then potentially accessible to law enforcement when you might not want that to happen via means that you cannot control, versus having any kinds of physical ownership or containment over it. Like, you can just destroy what's on your body if you absolutely need to. You can just take your earrings off and crush them, or eat them, or whatever. And I think giving people that level of autonomy is a really amazing gift that just can't be matched by trying to do this other ways.
Like one example, might be that we make these forms of data storage swallowable.
Hi, I just wanted to thank you for your talk. I think it's really inspiring, the sort of moving beyond sort of a corporate capitalist kind of like metaphor for a lot of these things, and the I think it's really great, like looking to science fiction and other things for inspiration. I did just want to ask, like, I realize it's super early days and things like connectivity and things like that aren't by any means solidified or anything like that. But if you did have any early thoughts, I was wondering if you could expand on your thoughts on things like authentication and authorization. Like, how am I, if I am exchanging information with somebody, how do I basically either verify or even like permit that I'm sharing that information with this person I intend to, and not someone who's brushing past me in a crowd or something like that. If you have any early ideas about that, I'd be interested to hear.
Sure, yeah. So I think the first thing I would say there is that you'd want your thresholds to be set differently for your authentication versus your data reconstruction. So you might want to have like 4 things of yours nearby, or 1 thing with particular importance plus 2 other things, that kind of distribution. So basically prepare yourself to have the security guarantees that you want. What you're actually unlocking when you go and pull that data, hopefully that addresses the first concern, which is just you don't want someone making off with it and being able to impersonate you. That was part of it?
Yeah, I think so. That's part of it.
Okay, that's part of it, right. So at that point, you reconstruct from the things that are relevant, or the blocks that store that data, ideally in a way only you can do, and you just pull out very normal encryption information. Like you just get a normal private key that you would use to decrypt a key that could be used to secure a third-party channel, or like fully off-device channel. So I think we really just do an authentication layer, like a challenge sign type of thing, and we use established tools. The only difference is just where you choose to store your secret. And I think the model that many of us prefer, which is that you have to keep a secret perfectly secret forever and you can never lose it, and if you do, your life is over, is probably part of why it's very, very difficult to penetrate this community we have of people who are very security minded. That is basically our defense, right? Like, you have to keep your private key safe. So imagine if you basically had to keep your private key safe, but you could mess up twice. I think that would be a much more flexible framework, but still basically use all the tools we use today.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for this presentation. It was really interesting. While y'all were talking, I was thinking about how on this, when considering how this project functions as a form of bodily and digital autonomy, and how we can build a life outside of the strangleholds of oppressive regimes and capitalism. I was thinking about how this could be applied to bodily and autonomous infrastructures and collective organizing mechanisms of itself. And so one of the things I was thinking of is how something that's been happening increasingly, especially in red states, is DIY HRT networks. I have friends and comrades that are doing that right now. Obviously, it's pretty high stakes for a lot of reasons, but one of the things that they have been coming up with is that doing for hormone replacement therapy for trans people, for people who don't know, sorry, and the idea is that there's states that are increasingly not allowing HRT, and there is a war on trans people, as we're all very familiar with, and figuring out how we can provide healthcare services and gender-affirming care for people who are trans and on the trans spectrum. But one of the things that is tricky about that is that there's HRT and other types of more medical-related affirming care. There's a lot at stake. I, for instance, have a friend who passed away from getting HRT off the black market, unfortunately, and out of not keeping up with her blood pressure levels and like other levels. And so in that, people have been thinking of like, well, how, if we want to try and build these like DIY HRT like networks to provide this like life-saving care, the care doesn't come just from providing providing the hormones. There has to be something that is prolonged. And yet, if we're not doctors, how do we save that healthcare data? And so I was like, oh, this would be so interesting to see how that could, this functions as a form of trans bodily autonomy collective organizing that could be coalesced with that type of work, if you guys are following me at all. And so,
yes.
One, I think I just was like, what are your thoughts? But like, do you see that as something that could be mobilized? And like, obviously, I think that one dilemma is that like we're clearly have to. Something that all of us need to do is be more aware of like tech literacy. That like the knowledge that we all have on technology and digital media, we need to translate that. Yeah. Okay. Yes. I'm sorry. I should have just talked to you guys afterwards, but just talk. Yeah.
I am so glad that you've joined us as a co-presenter.
No, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry.
That is meant extremely sweetly. Like, thank you so much for providing all of that amazing context. And I wanted to say, thank you for being so direct and open, and for sharing your friend's story. I know that's very, very close to your heart, I'm sure. It's also close to mine. I have partners who require therapy of exactly that kind. It's a deeply personal question, of course, and I also don't think one answer will work for everybody, normal caveats, right? That said, I do think that showing up into a medical system that is designed to serve you based on the data that just shows up with your body is already a big step in the right direction, and almost like completely antithetical to the current things that could deny you standards of care, which are basically at emergency levels of necessity, right? Like, you cannot skip that stuff. You must have monitoring along with your HRT, or you may face the horrible consequences that your friend faced, right? So I hope that what technology we've developed will be able to assist that, and I would love to talk with you more about it.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Watt. Let's give a nice round of applause. I have to wrap it up.
Hello.
You ready?
Yeah, let's see. Can that gentleman in the middle with the black cap, can you hear me well? Yeah, all good. Great. All right. So, and then
All right, everyone, thank you. Welcome once again to Hope. I guess we've getting ready to move past morning into afternoon. Once again, another packed house. I really love it. So I'd like to introduce here on presenting on aging cyber safely, which, let's be honest, ultimately we're all going to need to come to terms with. Laura and Josephina.
thank you for the introduction. So, just waiting for our slides to, is it connecting? This is the not so little theater. It is, right? All right, cool. Yeah, it's working. So, all right, so hey everybody, thanks for joining us. This is going to be the most exciting talk today. So you chose well, yeah. So, and I'm Laura. We're going to introduce ourselves next. So I'm Laura. I'm a designer and author who researches tech ethics. I just finished my 4th book, Future of Hacking, and I do a lot of different research on tech ethics topics, cybersecurity awareness, AI invention, and more recently I've been researching scam compounds in Southeast Asia. And yeah, I do a good deal of presentations since I work as a director and lecturer at Columbia University, and I work very closely with Josephina. And hey everyone, this is Josephina's very first conference presentation, so yeah. Bear with me. So you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
I am Josefina. I'm from Chile. I'm a journalist, communication specialist, and now policy specialist, hopefully. I'm doing my MIA at Columbia University, where I met Laura. And I'm currently working at the UN Office of Digital and Emerging Technologies.
Excellent. So let's see first. So why are we doing this? This woman is very much a part of our research because she's not real. She's generative AI, and deepfakes and audio are quickly becoming more realistic. And so when we think about today's older adults, they are faced with not only cyber threats, AI threats, but also soon, quantum threats as well. So there's a lot to be worried about these days. And so while I was working on research for my new book for the last 3 years, I interviewed a lot of people, and one of the gaps that came up was the gap to really help the everyday victim, and we'll get more into everyday victim and some of the policies. My book included a lot of different study participants and experts, everything from people working in federal government, different types of organizations, to podcasts, museums, Yes We Hack, FINRA, so lots of different people. And I think that was a common thread. A lot of times we would just come back to the issue of, how do you help people who are having just everyday problems and really need support?
Yeah, and Professor Sherling's book is actually interwoven into our project Cybercare Institute, because basically at its core, the book centers around people, not only victims, but also ethical hackers, everyone who's worked to make the cyberspace safer. And our mission in Cybercare Institute is to make cybersecurity public information public and to extend it to the broader community. So the people and organizations that are directly quoted in this presentation have either signed a release form or consented to participate in the surveys we ran. And our research limitation first is the policies are mainly centered in North America, and for our community programming and the extent of Cybercare Institute is based mainly in New York City.
And so that leads us to the research question: how do we better care for older adults and vulnerable populations by improving cybersecurity awareness training and policy, really keeping their needs in mind? When we think of the older adult group, we are thinking of people generally who are around at least 60 years of age, and vulnerable people are those living with disabilities, health conditions, also maybe low income or disadvantaged, or any sort of mix of what's here. But as a research boundary, we are thinking less about some of the more elite victims, nation state, political. So, we are definitely thinking about someone in your neighborhood, which leads us to this awareness and policy gap that we'd like to address first. Stories like Barry Heighton's have become pretty standard. We'll look at a little bit of data here that you might already be familiar with, but these are pretty new reports. So this is the July 2025 report from Pew. So right now, where are we at? 73% of US adults report experiencing a scam, 79% view this as a problem, and 74% have not reported it to law enforcement, which is consistent of what we see when we run our workshops and we meet with people. Most people do view that if you are 65 or older, there's a good chance that you might be more likely to fall victim to a scam. Of course, though, we know that there are other factors at play, such as the fact that, as you age, you also might become, more stable, and you have more income. So it isn't just about really, maybe not having all the knowledge, although we do need to have more knowledge sharing. 2024, in terms of FBI statistics, those losses for 2023 are about $3.4 billion. Average loss, although, of course, this doesn't take into account, different medians and so forth, but 33,000. And this is actually the way that the FBI organizes their data sets is ages 20 to 59 and then 60 and above. So this is just a small aggregate of the two data sets. And so we see a lot of information that might be consistent with what you suspect anyways. We continue to see a lot of crimes in social engineering, confidence, identity theft, tech support, government impersonation. So pretty consistent in terms of numbers and what we might suspect. Let's see any sort of anomalies or interesting numbers that really pop here. Tech support scams continue to be very high, so we see 17,696 here, although you'll see investment scams across the board, even in the 20 to 29 through the 60 plus category is also fairly high. But among groups who were surveyed in 2023, only about 11% found themselves to be really knowledgeable in the group that we're working with, where the 18 to 29 group is 30% knowledgeable on cybersecurity and data privacy, which these numbers to us still, they fall short of what we would like to see.
And as we know, the US is a patchwork, but also when it comes to legislation and cybersecurity for elders. The states usually approach it in an independent way, but we're going to do an overview. But before we do that, I have a question for the audience. So thinking about the mid-20th century, post-World War II, what are the main things that were happening in the US that impacted older adults, if any of you?
We know you're all going to line up to give an answer to this, but yeah, anyone want to yell something out? So it's after World War II, you're an older adult, what are some things that are changing? Yep, so we have civil rights movement, Social Security, and other sorts of legislation changes. Improvements in transportation technology that make it possible to move from your hometown, leaving the family farm. Obviously, there's a boom in terms of babies after World War II. People are also starting to live longer. By 1965, this was pretty progressive legislation, the Older Americans Act, or the OAA. They established the Administration on Aging. They established community services, nutrition programs, abuse detection, and prevention. And one thing that I was really impressed by was that they also, at the time, were thinking about service provisions for caregivers and people with disabilities, where a lot of this has stalled over time, but that, this was on the table a long time ago. But it really wasn't until the 1960s and 70s that elder law existed as a field, or really a descriptive term, or a recognized area of practice. And it continues to be stigmatized as welfare. Still, legislation for older adults is not thoroughly addressed as it should be. There have been, legislation moves. So we have had the Elder Abuse and Prosecution Act. This also helped with data collection. Senior Safe Act, which can also help those professionals here in the room, especially if you're in finance, because this helped protect some of the professionals when they report financial exploitation. And Fraud and Scams Reduction Act also included definitions to include not only mail and telephone, internet fraud, but thinking more specifically about older adults. Quiet is more recent, that's 2025. This really takes into account robocalls, AI-generated voices that are a widespread concern. This went to House February 5th, 2025. And in today's climate has bipartisan support among adults, older adults. AARP, ARP has been very active with lobbying for this. And so among their survey participants of about 1,888, 85% are really in favor of this act. And 4 and 5, are concerned about scammers using AI to create fake voices. This would, of course, help to address this more aggressively. But again, I think keep in mind that, in a lot of this legislation, you look at, some might be about data collection. A lot of it doesn't necessarily, and, some might be about, having more resources, but a lot of this is not necessarily on the ground education. This is also the case with stalled legislation like the Protecting Seniors Act.
Yeah. The Protecting Seniors Act, basically what it does is it places responsibility for the FTC to inform, report, and increase awareness regarding scams that are targeting older adults. And then any unfinished business goes to the Committee of Science and Transportation. And then if we go to, for example, international legislation, we can see that there has been some very few efforts internationally. One that I want to highlight is the Estatuto do Idoso de Brazil, which basically increases and criminalizes and increases penalties for people that commit fraud and that target specifically older adults. And then there has been some general national plans in Australia, in Japan as well, that have been tried to increase educational services, but not necessarily implemented in direct legislation. And for international agreements, one that I would like to highlight is the OAS Inter-American Convention on Protecting the Human Rights of Older Persons, which does addresses in introducing ICT technologies, not specifically cybersecurity, but it has been adopted in the legislation of 7 Latin American countries so far. So if we analyze these cases, we see a clear cybersecurity law gap with very low cross-border enforcement, and even the legislation today is not necessarily adapted to the current technologies. So there is a cybersecurity awareness education gap, where the policies and statistics keep increasing and impacting older adults in the US and beyond, but the policies are not following up, and there's an urgency for cybersecurity awareness right now that needs to be addressed. And this doesn't really only impact elderly people. Cybersecurity awareness and education audiences are everywhere. It's every single one of us, workforce educators, youth, community members, but we are specifically in this presentation focusing on older adults and vulnerable populations. And we are defining public awareness here our efforts designed to increase the public understanding and of threats and supporting the public and older adults in particular.
And this education gap is often not integrated into like our common understanding of community emergency management, hurricanes, medical emergencies, workplace violence, power outages, drug use prevention. You know, we don't really have a mantra like stop, drop, and roll. So, and also too, there's a gap in terms of education strategies and that, you know, appear within communication strategies. And so, let's see if this plays. This is pretty classic. Play.
Okay, last time. This is drugs. This is your brain on drugs. Any questions?
Just do not have a commercial like that for passwords, you know.
Match can be a deadly missile. Remember, only you can prevent forest fires.
And so we know awareness lacks the memorable public messaging that can shift perceptions. That really can help us change social norms. Only you can prevent wildfires, although we're still fighting wildfires, is the longest running public service announcement campaign in US history. So, and we know also there are a lot of great resources to kind of enact these sorts of public preparedness changes, change theory, nudging, tiny habits. You know, while of course all this sometimes sounds pretty theoretical, it's very much taken up by politicians and other people who integrate this in a very kind of effective way. And we want to do this to help people and not necessarily to, you know, manipulate people. But we're going to quickly go over a couple of the different available resources out there. We define some of these resources as public being 100% free, semi-public is free with limitations, semi-private sliding scale or limited time basis, and private would be a paid service. So ITRC is actually one of our preferred partners. So when we teach classes to older adults, we send them to the Identity Theft Resource Center. They do a lot of hand-holding, which is great. So they'll work with somebody who has come under some sort of attack, or they've had identity theft, or they've been a victim of some sort of issue from beginning to end. They use multi-channel communication to support people. They have frequent hours, and they've been doing this for a long time. So we've been working with them pretty closely. Obviously, AARP has a hotline, and they have fraud specialists who are there to help. They've been really good about aggregating data to within their scam tracking map. So I've tested their map a bunch of times. So I'm not totally like accustomed with like every data set, but it does give you like a good overview of what's going on in the eyes of their community. And you know, this is an important organization. So in terms of like what's going on, FINRA has their securities helpline. I've met with them before too, and they've been great about creating some different educational resources as well. You know, report fraud FTC. This is where it can get a little bit more confusing for people, although this portal, FBI, local, you know, police, I think a lot of times still local DA, you know, this is where when I'm working with students, when we're working with students, you know, we'll show you later, we will, of course, send them to emergency services if they're in any danger, but we actually do maintain Identity Theft Resource Center is one of our preferred partners since they do start to finish hand-holding. So
then other public efforts outside of the US, the EU has recently implemented a CyberSafe senior platform that basically introduces content not only for students but also for educators and how to address and teach cybersecurity to seniors. Then if we go to Africa, there's a few NGOs that have been working on the topic, specifically CyberSafe, which delivers content not only in English, French, but also in Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, Swahili, and Pidgin. Sorry, I hope I got that right. And then the National Council on Aging basically delivers reports and articles directly to your email. So for elders that want to subscribe and get a few updated resources. And then we go into semi-private. There's a few new apps that have been coming up about that are mainly call blockers, SMS filters, fake video detection, etc., that are free, but then they have a paying scale if you want the premium version. And then for paid resources, password managers are a resource that not only are popular among generally older adults, but also people in our classes ask about them, and they currently use them. So we know that based on perspective.
Yeah, so we know people are using them, which brings us to us. So, so we start Cybercare Institute, and it's been great working with different communities. This is volunteer-led, and as mentioned, throughout, we're working with older adults. We use information that is cited from a lot of pretty popular sources, from NIST to FBI, different FINRA and so forth. So, and we make sure all those resources are available to everybody after the class. And so we've had 4 different organization partners that we've taught with multiple times. We do data collection and look for data-driven results. Workshops are free. In fact, like in terms of time, we actually tend to run out of time, but we've done different formats of like 1 hour, 1.5, but easily these creep into about 2-hour sessions. And we've had well over 100 students in a very small class environment. So here are some of our students. They've been great to work with. I think, and then notes on the program design. We do offer it on Zoom if a person wants to do that. The course is free and it's pretty low budget to run. There is our time, of course, but this is something meaningful. We, as mentioned, are geared towards older adults. We have an optional survey that we say is required, but it seems like most people perceive this as being pretty optional, but we're working on that. And we know that a lot of people don't necessarily want to log into email, so we have been bringing paper surveys, and we have been hand coding them, which has been good. We've also been adding new modules for AI and also industrial control systems, which have been really popular and on demand. We have a high attendance rate. Community members really want to mobilize around these emergencies. They want to help out. They want to understand attacks. They want to understand ICS. Many people have lived through emergencies, tragedies, war, and have already survived fraud. So it's already built into their lived experiences.
I also want to highlight that normally they ask for more time. Even though we keep extending the time of our sessions, they ask, oh, can we stick around for 10 minutes? I have more questions. Can we keep it going?
Yeah, so it's almost like we could probably do like a full day and then offer this, do the cybersecurity basics, move into hygiene, create their plan, but then also we've added the AI module. I tested the ICS OT module, and then after that, they want to do the session where they talk about their experiences. So that brings us to a solid half day, actually. So. Flexible curriculum, so we have a core curriculum, core plus AI safety, and core plus ICS safety. So, these have been flexible in the sense that when they actually request, AI would be the most popular request, but they are fitting us into a schedule. And depending on, some of the organizations we work with are really community organizations for independent older adults, but we have worked with a couple where we're competing with the bingo session, and so we have to make sure that we take that into account. So we have to sometimes be a little bit more popular sections to talk about: romance scams, pig butchering, and how to do a credit freeze. So these are really popular topics that we end up on. Mention the curriculum, and then also I don't know if the audio will play here, but oh no, maybe not. Also, we've started, integrating generative AI, audio examples, images of deep fakes, and we'll kind of explain, why this is like a kind of a key outcome. ICS has been really fascinating. So I only just recently started testing this, and we'll do an ICS section this fall. But everyone cares about critical infrastructure, and people care about supply chains and different services and your water and your sewer. So actually, people have a strong connection to ICS and OT. And as compared with sometimes where AI takes a long time to talk about, when I did kind of a small test of ICS for some of the curriculum modules, critical infrastructure gets 2 thumbs up. So, so a selection of some of these key learning outcomes. So if you start.
It's very important. We all know cybersecurity around here, but some of the things that are specifically targeted to older adults that we lean on is that the staying calm part. It takes a lot of our efforts to tell them to stop, to trust their gut, to identify how are they feeling, how is this communication making them feel, if it's urging them time-wise to make a decision, if they cannot really stop and ask someone else because they feel like their computers are going to shut down, etc. So there is a focus also about the feeling of experiencing a cyber attack.
Data management, of course, is, obviously core to all this, but just a couple of notes on what we talk about. We definitely talk about data minimization as a practice. Less is more in this world, yes. Running updates, backing up their data, and then we end up spending a lot of time on strong passwords, passphrases. We sometimes play games where we think about, passphrases like, only you know where you were, on that date in that year. And, so this is a good gamified approach to thinking about that. But that said, there's a lot of shared trauma here if you want to expand on that.
Well, we don't really consider it normally if you see main resources about how to protect yourself, but getting hacked is traumatic, and especially for people who feel like they're excluded from the digital world at certain times, or they feel like they have abilities and then they suffer scams, and it's hard to talk about. So many of our students have been able to talk about it. They feel like it's a safe space to explore those memorable or traumatic experiences with us.
Yeah, and that we're not licensed therapists. Yeah. I teach in tech policy. I do tech research and analytics, and I think we're very well informed to offer this. Think about the policies. Think about what to do, how to create the curriculum. But it also brings it to another level. In some of my discussions with organizations too, it's such an interesting problem, a sad problem too, about where do we find the time to even, or the time, the therapeutic practice that can additionally support people who might not really make that link. So we try to make that link when we tell people that maybe this is something you should speak to a professional about. So.
Oh, and we also offer specific resources leaning into the communication aspect and how to make it clear and memorable for them. We print flyers. We try to give it a 1, 2, 3 step-by-step basis of what to do when you get hacked. And the interesting thing is that it's customizable depending on their neighborhood, because we do offer information about where your local precinct is, how to go from where we're at, and general information about your relevant to the community.
Yeah, I mean, we realized quickly too that it's okay to pare this down to the absolute basics, and that people don't even really necessarily know if they should call 911, or if they should be working with a caseworker, or if they should just call the service provider and talk it out. So so we go through these steps and kind of meanwhile talking about don't panic, right? And we had mentioned we have this strong relationship with ITRC. So if they're not in immediate danger and they've already called their service provider or filed a report with their local precinct, then we do suggest, if they really need help for free at no cost, to be working with a caseworker until they're absolutely finished with what they need to do.
For data collection, we also offer printed, as we said, printed surveys.
Printed.
Yeah, it's very important because if you do it online, we haven't gotten many responses as compared to the printed versions. And the comment that they have comments and additions to our research. So if we look at the data we have so far, from 100, the number that we have right now is 30. So the
It's a
optionality.
very baby data set, but
It's
we'll
baby
analyze it
data.
anyway, sorry.
So the average age of our classes is normally 77.5, 77.4. 4 out of 5 students are usually female, which is very interesting. The knowledge average, they put 3.7 out of 5. And then after, this is the part they have to complete before, and then after, once they're rating their awareness, 64.27 report feeling confident about their knowledge, but also how to apply it, and then 20% report feeling more knowledgeable after this, but not necessarily sure on how to apply all of this information in their day-to-day lives.
Right, and so, we are going to make some adjustments to the way that we collect data. Like, for example, we'll have a lot more just from using paper since we were doing digital at first. And also, we're going to maybe adjust, like if we're using like a Likert scale or like how we're collecting data. We know that people kind of like have like central tendency biases and so forth. So we're thinking about that. And then there's always a non-response. So in fact, like we get a pretty good response with the paper because we like put it on their chair and we're like, here, you have to fill this out. So, this is all this is free. So, just do that. So, but further researching, obviously we'll continue to collect data, continue to expand partnerships, add additional curricular modules. I'm really excited about ICSOT, and we're in the process of applying for some funding as well, which leads us to some of the emergent research themes. We're actually doing really well on time. Yeah. So cybersecurity as a lingo problem. I think obviously we know this, but we know this from particularly too from working with these students that. Although hacking is so incredibly common and the data speaks for itself, lingo is hard for the average person, and demystifying cybersecurity is a good thing, not a bad thing. So.
And also it goes back to if the lingo is too complicated, how do you talk amongst your community members? How do you explain it to a friend? So how do you make the information as easy to understand that people want to talk about it with someone else?
Absolutely. So silos. So for example, like and I just put critical infrastructure here as like a example. But you might have a silo between sort of different parts of cybersecurity. Or for like we're saying, so we bring together these modules, at least for the public. But in general, we all experience different silos. So how do we strive for community integrated security excellence despite silos, and how to really leverage these and kind of break down this mentality between some of these different areas. That it's okay to talk to someone about AI and then jump to ICS, and that's okay. So, and also in terms of like actual physical silos, like, is there a way that you can get involved with your local community? And, so this is important too. So, theme 3, so this has been a really important, point for me, not just through this project, but throughout my career, which is, if we kind of build and deploy different products, how do we really like increase this mindset, not only for, professionals, but also just for like our people who we're talking to, have them really understand, secure by design policies and practices, and just to even start to understand what all this is really helpful. That yes, you deserve digital rights, and you deserve really kind of fundamental SBD, PBD, policies that can help with the products, services, and ecosystems that you're functioning within. So we definitely want people to feel empowered. And as mentioned, like after we conclude the workshop, everyone comes up with their individual apps, and then we go through all the settings. So, and we're like, no, you should strengthen the settings. So
it's interesting as well when we talk about the fact that normally even browsers and applications, they don't have all of the privacy settings turned on. They asked why, and we have to explain as well that it's an active effort and it takes awareness to protect yourself, even when from your day-to-day usage of different services.
So theme 4, it's boring. This is from some of Julia Mahaney's papers. She has a whole series of papers that she also did with Wayne G. Lutters. One of my favorite is it's scary, it's confusing, it's dull. I think that one thing that's been really fun is we really try to integrate, some of these activities or try to be a little more hands-on. We don't have a lot of content, but trying to think of in terms of pedagogical design, that we're not just like recreating some sort of like lackluster programming or some sort of generic content. So we try to make this very like fun and somewhat personalized. Obviously, in terms of resources, sometimes it can be hard to do that. But I think what was really important that Julia Mahaney says is, we suggest that the goal of security awareness training should never just be a check the box, but rather to move employees toward intrinsic motivation. And so we completely agree that that you have to really build a strategy in terms of like how you build engagement as well. So, and we don't really want to go around Manhattan why would we even do all this? I mean, I guess we could anyways, but why go around everywhere and just being like, I have the most boring class ever for you to take, and here I am, and let's do this. So, I think we're trying to make it a little bit more fun. And then just to go back to that earlier communication point that I said is that these sorts of like visual analogies, and we were talking about how, memorable public service announcements can really play a role in your life, is that these sorts of like memorable, gamified ways of explaining things do help a lot. I know when we teach, you always talk about like, would you just go walk around a dark street at night? Do you just go talk to strangers in a dark street in the middle of the night?
Yeah. The fact that like we've been growing up conditioned to, if you go out at night, there's certain security protections in the physical world, but we have never been taught from the get-go how to protect yourself in the online world, and it helps them kind of understand that this is a knowledge that they don't have at first, but also it's unjust, right? And we need to build it up, and it's like the other analogy, it's like a muscle. You're not gonna get everything right the first time. You just have to build it up, like building your abs and quads. Same with cybersecurity awareness and knowledge.
Yeah, vulnerable populations. So, I think, with a lot of, different academic papers and articles out there, like who's helping victims. So I think, just being sensitive to like these vulnerable populations outside of the kind of elite category. So ultimately, I mean, that's more than like a theme. I think that's like really been the goal of this research, is to think about older adults as one of the most vulnerable groups. And I think, again, the data speaks for itself. And also speaks to this issue with underreporting, right? So we see the Pew data earlier in this presentation, where about still 70% or more of people are not reporting, and this issue and practice of victim blaming, where if I am a victim of a mugging or somebody attacks me in broad daylight somewhere where I live, well, thankfully this hasn't happened, and I'm bruised, I'm physically battered, and of course I go to get help, then I'm more likely to get a lot of sympathy from my friends and family, versus when you tell somebody that you've been a victim of fraud, or you've been pulled into some sort of scam. So victim blaming culture does need to shift, and so what are we actively doing to really address victim blaming and reduce fraud shame? There are a lot of great articles on this, and this was one of my conversations that I've had with some of the people at FINRA and with some of the research that they do. And so final thoughts. We mentioned we're going to be teaching workshops this fall. We've been working on some of our funding applications. We get a lot of outreach from volunteers who are interested to work with us, and we're just always very interested to meet with like-minded people and organizations, and that's what we've been doing for the project so far. And yeah, I mean, you've been also thinking a little bit about different types of funding streams and so forth, so that's been good. Yeah, that we're like kind of early, I guess, or like wow.
If you have any questions.
Yeah, exactly. So
We'd
thanks
love
for
to.
listening to us. You can come visit. I'll be signing my book at 2 to 4 p.m. today near the info desk. So that's my new book, Future of Hacking. So if you want to come say hi, it'd be great to see you between 2 to 4 p.m. And then other than that, it's been a real pleasure speaking with you all today. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will start off with a question from the chat room. Loneliness can play a role in scams on the elderly. Does loneliness awareness play a role in your work?
So I think loneliness awareness is something that, because we work with community organizations who actively engage with them, they do some outreach to keep in contact with the people who get services. But that said, I think one thing that would, based on that comment, would be interesting to do is to, also add a slide or a module that kind of very directly addresses that. But we're working in partnership with organizations who are also addressing making sure that if you're older, you get out, you do activities, you have friends. So we are exposed in a we're exposed to a group of people who have made the step to have friends in a community center.
Also, I would add that when we touch on romance scams, for example, or the topic of big butchering, we explain it to them, and we kind of address the fact that maybe it's a Facebook friend that you think you haven't seen in a long time, but your mind can try to justify this relationship. It's not necessarily true. So, the other topic is relying on your community and asking questions and trying to talk about what is happening. If you think something is weird or strange, reaching out to someone in person to show the text message, show the communication, and try to like more networks of support in that regard.
And just to add to that, that's important. One thing we do encourage in every workshop too, as Josephine was saying, is that we ask them to please find a buddy, so a friend who maybe won't want to come to this workshop, and to kind of spread the word or give them a hand, or offer to proofread like a text message or something coming in that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So, thanks.
What does ICS and OT mean in this context?
Oh, so this means industrial control system. So if we think about like the attack on Alpharetta, for example, or like Colonial Pipeline, any critical services that you receive in your neighborhood as like an everyday citizen are things that people have a pretty good sense of who supplies your water, who supplies your sewage systems. And so teaching about industrial control system attacks, is a way to be safe, but also to understand, say for example, your water supply, like as in Oldsmar, Florida, someone has threatened to poison it or hack it or change it. How do you coordinate with your community members? How do you send a message to safely know to stop using the water system? And I think that's good training. And I think what's good about that too is people kind of already have a sense of this, but they might not be thinking of it in terms of a cyber threat, especially within the older age demographic. But we all have a sense of our community infrastructure and our reliance on these systems that allow us to live in safe neighborhoods.
Yeah, and so that is like synonymous with OT?
Well, I mean, also, in terms of operational, it's pretty common.
Oh, operational,
yeah,
cool.
Exactly.
It's great to learn like the other definitions, because I interpret ICS as a calendar file type.
Oh, that's
and OT as in overtime.
Sorry.
So
Yeah.
very educational. Thank you.
I mean the other industrial control systems, but yes, it's true. So thank you for asking.
Okay. Thank you for the very useful information. So I do cryptocurrency. So when I think my work and your topic together, okay, here's my question. Did you do any research about a scam which come from the crypto industry? for example, connected, related to Web3 or blockchain, and toward the adult population. If you did, do they have any common shared features, and do they have any difference from the older style scammers? Can you share with us? Thank you.
Well, for the pig butchering and romance scams, a lot of these are built on pretty realistic looking crypto apps. So, you know, whoever is building the fraudulent app is imitating an actual valid app. So it's very hard for people who are being caught up, you know, after they've been victim to engineering, once they've actually received this app that they're actively making investments into. So I don't know if that answers your question, but definitely it comes up a lot in terms of romance scams, in terms of pig butchering and so forth. So, you know, that's where we see it a lot. So you want to add to that?
No, we see it a lot in that, and the message we kind of base it on is like, again, stopping, checking with your service provider, if it's even either financial provider, but then checking with your community. Does this seem true to you? Is it missing some key information? Do I know this person? More than specifically towards this cryptocurrency or the medium of financial.
I would definitely take a look at some of the FINRA white papers in terms of what they've come up with this for as well, since this will be in terms of their financial specialty. So it's a really important area. And actually, in terms of data points too, if you compare the FBI data sets from last year and this year in the 20 to 50 range and the 60 and above, crypto's pretty high across the board. So I didn't have that data in the data set for today, but it's a really important topic. So and it weaves back into like a lot of this, right? So and I think it's pretty sad too, because I think it detracts from like the importance of what decentralized systems can do for people, and instead, you know, it's, you know, how can we manipulate people with a decentralized system versus how can we help them find alternatives within larger systems. So,
Right. Another question from the chat room. In your opinion, what's the most effective way to teach cybersecurity habits to people who aren't very tech savvy, especially older adults?
well, I'll just start by saying that throughout this presentation, like, and I know it may sound a bit silly, but using games and analogies is very useful. You know, acronyms, games. So we really try to tap into that and using really simple analogies, like you know, about walking down the street at night, you know, and like trying to kind of compare the difference between like a, you know, an online environment and a real world, you know, environment where there might be crime, helps to kind of clarify things. So I think wherever you're willing, if you're in charge of doing the curriculum within your corporation, or you have to do some of this on your own, and I know a lot of people feel very burdened. A lot of people I talk to at different companies, I've met people where it's like there's this one person who does all of this, that if there is time to think of a way to like gamify their curriculum or make it pedagogically interesting or fun, this for sure helps commit it to your long-term memory.
I would add also reassurance. Many people feel like, oh, it's too hard for me. Why should I try? Why should I give the first step, right? Admitting that it is hard. Admitting that it is hard. We're starting from zero here. You have to build it up. You don't have to know everything in 1 hour. We don't expect you to know everything in 1 hour. One key message that we always say is, you don't have to, like, if you can get one thing from this workshop, is to first like stop and like think critically, but also like rely on your community, have that curiosity, talk to your friends, talk to more people about this topic, introduce it. But if we notice even a switch from the first set of workshop where we only deliver the information, and then when we started kind of pausing and saying, this is hard, these people are trained to target you. They are like, they work, this is their 9 to 5, and you're not expected to be like 100% prepared, but it's just the first step.
And then we have time, it looks like, for just one or two more questions, if that's okay. I'm sorry. But thank you all for the questions.
First of all, thank you so much. This is probably my favorite discussion so far.
Really? Thank you.
It really touches home for me because I've been trying to build a framework for my own community to present this to all demographics, but specifically aging populations. So I saw that the Cyber Care Institute, when you showed it up there, it seemed like it was something that could be disseminated to other communities. Yep. Do you have a plan to do that, and how can I get this in my community?
Well, I think with our funding initiative, one thing you could do too is just talk to us afterwards, and we'd be happy to share some of the curriculum frameworks that we've come up so far. This is by no means like a proprietary piece of software inside some sort of company somewhere. So feel free to email us, and we can send you some different guidelines and ideas that could help get started, or notes about what worked well and what didn't. And also this presentation, we're happy to share with you as well.
Thank you so much for this very important work. I'll definitely sync up with you later when you're signing. But just a couple of things in terms of the equating things to physical crime, like mugging, I think you talked about. One of the difficulties is the fraudsters are generally much more sophisticated, and they literally have psychologists working with them sometimes at some of these scam centers. So it's a little bit difficult sometimes to equate to that. One of the things I found in working with people is telling them about some of the stories. Like I did a lot of research on dark web, and telling them what happens afterwards. Like, why is their data important? What happens? And so if you put in context for them, I think a lot of times that helps them understand how what they're seeing is just like a small part of what happens as a whole. But the question I had was, it's great, education is fantastic, but I think what's frustrating, and I don't know what your opinion is on this, but this is the kind of stuff that should be showing up on the places where they're being targeted. These are like you showed some of the public service commercials. I don't see any anti-pig butchering things on Facebook. I don't see any of those things. I see a ton of commercials and stupid video scrolls. Sorry, videos, but you don't see these public service announcements that really should be coming up and seeing people where they're being targeted. And also, even for some of these people who are actually doing this, who are also victims and being trafficked, et cetera. So, I mean, I think there's so much more responsibility from both the financial institutions and the social media institutions.
Yeah, and I don't mean to digress, but another part of the research I do is been working with some of these organizations in Southeast Asia to understand a lot of the cyber-enabled trafficking that's going on, and I've been writing about it. And yeah, I think the way that we're categorizing and thinking about a lot of these issues is just very underwhelming in terms of what is happening. So I 100% agree. And also thank you for the feedback too about other ways to kind of like deal with some of these analogies. We're always looking for ways to work with the people we're working with. So we'll let the next group get set up. So
thank you very much.
Yeah,
round of applause.
Thank you.
we'll get started.
Say so? Oh, yeah. Hello. For my kids who are watching this on the live stream, love you.
Friends, if we could make sure we remember to silence our phones, all that fun stuff. We've got our friend Vladimir here to speak to us about hacking search. For those who are online, for the Q&A period, go into the Matrix channel and ask your questions there, please, @tagmanchicken so that I notice them and I get notified. And when it's Q&A time, I will read your questions for you. Without any further delay, Vladimir.
Hello, everybody. My name is Vladimir Prelovec. I'm the CEO of Kagi, a little search startup. I guess not so little anymore, but I'm here to talk about search and how we, I think, solved search. And first of all, I want to thank the organizers for inviting me. This is a very big honor to be a part of this 30-year tradition. So thank you for that. Before I begin, how many people have heard about Kagi? Oh, okay. I was hoping to convert some of you to Kagi, but it seems like to pay for the trip. That's great. Well, yeah, this will be sort of a story. How did we do what we? How did we get started with this, and how do we do some of the things we do? Just trying to approach it from a hacker's mindset. And to do that, I wanted to establish some credentials first with this community, since this is my first time here. This is how I got started. This is the literally first thing I saw on a computer screen. Raise your hand if you share a similar experience. Okay, a couple of hands there. Yeah, this is 83. I was literally mind blown, and from that moment on, I knew I'm gonna be in computers. And then some 30 years later, I had the honor to have a dinner with David Braben, who's one of the guys signed here. And he continued to blow my mind by discussing how to drive a comet into Mars to terraform it. So fun stuff. 10 years after that, I was in college, and I got drawn into the world of MUDs. MUD is a multi-user dungeon. It's an internet text adventure game. And this is the reason I dropped out of college. I played insane amounts of MUDs, and then I created one. The screenshot on the right is actual my own MUD, which is still up and running. And very interesting quote here: text is the highest bandwidth medium we have to the imagination. I think resonates pretty well across all things that I do, especially nowadays, but I thought it is pretty remarkable. And this is a quote by Richard Bartle, who's one of the co-founders or the co-creators of MUD. And he talks about reading text on the screen, and that there is nothing else as powerful in terms of activating your imagination. And I also find it interesting that we sort of went full circle from text to 2D to 3D to AR and VR, and now, thanks to AI, we are kind of back to text again. So I find it just interesting that this is happening. And I also happen to be part of the generation that was promised jetpacks and flying cars. And we have this little itch, like, why is that not happening? And so we are doing these crazy things, I guess. And, you know, I was always annoyed by hundreds of thousands of smart engineers working on things like optimizing ad clicks and whatnot, and not delivering on this promise. So today we are here to talk about search mostly, and the fact that it's broken, and especially recently, if you are in this field, and it's almost like every week there's a publication that's talking about how Google is getting worse, and that it's dying, and it's useless, and things like that. And there is a pretty good reason for that, and the founders of Google knew about that all the way back in 1998. And these are the quotes from the seminal white paper that basically defined Google, that Brin and Page wrote at Stanford in '98. So they clearly here recognized that adding advertising into a search engine will lead to bad outcomes. You will have worse search results. There will be a conflict of interest. There's actual incentive to provide poor quality search results because you want the user to keep searching and keep clicking. And this is normally where my presentation would end, or should end, because these guys figured it out at the beginning, right? But that's not how it played out. 6 years from that moment, Google was already pretty big, and they adopted the ad-based business model, and roughly 10 years from that moment, the ads were just everywhere. And it was not more a search engine, and the original mission to organize the world's information become organize the world's ads, basically. What is also revealing is that, after many years of such kind of practice and shareholder pressure and things like that, it was revealed recently in the DOJ antitrust case against Google, some internal documents, when they replaced the head of search with the guy who basically ran ads. So head of ads became head of search. And the reason they did it was they wanted to increase the advertising revenue. And what the guy did is basically ordered search to become worse, because their internal testing has shown that people largely didn't care, and there was no other replacement on the market. So they just made search worse, which made people stay and spend more time on Google searching for stuff. And every interaction with Google is obviously an opportunity to have more ads shown to them. My own journey with sort of waking from the matrix began in 2018, and this was the exact search query that I typed in one day in 2018, and I woke up from the matrix. And this is, a typical Google query. I was searching for GitLab, which is a GitHub alternative, and Google presented me with a sponsor link for the site, and then exactly the same organic link for the site. And for the first time, after using Google for probably 20 years, I realized that something's wrong with this. And the thing that was wrong is that I realized it insulted my intelligence. I realized that, nobody would do this if my best interest was their goal, right? It was pretty profound. It took me 20 years. But after that, I couldn't look at Google results the same way anymore. The other thing that I realized also was that my kid was just starting the elementary school in California. They all get Chromebooks. And I was pretty terrified of her being profiled for the next 12 years and, targeted with ads, attempting to change her behavior and things like that. So these sort of things happened at the same time. And the third one, I read this quote from Ian Bremmer, as a political scientist, just about that time. And he said the idea that we get our information as citizens through algorithms determined by the world's largest advertising companies, by definition of dystopia. So all these came together, and it became apparent that something's wrong. And not only that something's wrong, but something's fundamentally wrong with one of the most important tools that I and many of us in society use every single day. We are basically depending on a search engine that is run by one of the largest private companies in the world, whose incentives are not aligned with our own. And it has profound impact on us as users, as people, but also on a society. And so, this is a quote that came out last night as I was having a couple of beers with my buddy here. And I thought I could reuse it because it's an interesting quote. And Robert Heinlein may or may not have said this exact thing, but yeah, there's this question, why do this? Like, why would anyone be crazy enough to attempt to create a paid search engine? Well, that's the reason, right? Somebody has to. And so we did. The easy thing was trying to figure out, so how do you change search? How do you do this? And the formula is pretty simple, right? There's a thing that user wants, and you should be giving that thing to the user, avoiding all the crap that we see in search every day. So the formula is pretty simple. Treat search as a user-centric thing. So put the user in the driving seat, optimize the product for them. Every other almost product in the world is optimized for the user. Search was not. Remove intermediaries between the user and the provider, and this is especially important in the context of information consumption. And those intermediaries are obviously advertisers, so you do not want to have an intermediary when you're searching for information for yourself, for your family, for scientific, educational, health, whatever reasons. You do not want to have intermediaries. You want to have direct communication. You need to build a business model that aligns incentives, and that business model is pretty simple. It's called paid subscription model. It's used by many, many other products. And what it does is directly aligns incentives because when you do that, the user becomes the customer, and if your search sucks, they go away. So you are directly aligned with them. And a nice thing you get for free with such business model, you get privacy basically being a byproduct of the business model. You don't have to specially optimize for it, because at that stage, user data becomes a liability, and you want to have as little as possible of it. You have no value in having user data. The only thing you want from the user is $5 a month or $10 a month. So removes or makes your product privacy respecting almost by default. And so we started with a fairly small team. We bootstrapped this whole thing. This is a picture just from the COVID years. 4 of us from the early team, just taken near here in Met, actually. And very small sort of, let's leverage things that we can leverage, and let's try to build this thing. And I want to show you a couple of things that once you start thinking about putting user in the center of everything, what does that user experience start to look like? So I want to show you a couple of Kagi features, and we will later talk about how we do them behind the scenes. One of the most used features in Kagi, and this is, by the way, how Kagi search results look like. We like this black and white newspapery theme. So one of the basic features and one of the most popular ones is that you can basically block or raise any result in your search results. And it's, once you do that, for example, here I'm blocking medium, it's gone forever. And why is this powerful? Well, it gives you, the user, the agency to moderate your search feed. We don't have to do that for you. And as a matter of fact, in Kagi, we're trying to do as little as possible in terms of intervening with results and giving users the tools and agency to do that themselves. So there's a particular site you don't like, or a group of sites, a couple of clicks, and they're gone forever. We actually even publish a neat a public page where you can see the most blocked and most promoted sites in Kage. So there's a bunch of Pinterest and some political sites. It's pretty interesting, and as a new user, you can quickly sort of add them to your own block list. Another thing we do is we have this feature called lenses, which basically allow you to get a subset of results from a web. So in this case, it was small web, which are personal blogs. These are academic results for Claude Code. And you can create your own lenses. So we have a bunch of pre-built ones, the forums, programming. So it just searches a subset of the web, and it's very, very useful when you want to find something specific. Just showing a couple of examples here, PDFs, Fediverse, and I think one more cybersecurity. Be interesting for this crowd. Yeah, so that's lenses. Let me show you another one. We, for example, show you when we believe the content is behind a paywall, and we surface direct links to comments on Hacker News and Reddit for some results that are being discussed on these things. These are just small things that you don't see in any other search engine, but why not? People love them. We also group listicles together. So the listicles are those, top 5 best something 2025 blog posts, and the algorithm for this is like super simple. We are not doing anything fancy. Like the algorithm says, if top 5 or top numbers, something best, something year, group them together. Like it's nothing fancy, pretty hacky way, but it works like charm. Allows you to skip all this, if you're searching for something like this. There are other areas for innovation once you start thinking about what the user wants. So here's video search. You can block channels. So you can block domains in web search, but in video search, you can, for example, block channels. You can also search different providers. We even built a feature where we would hide you can switch the clickbait thumbnails to the non-clickbait ones when you're looking for video results. Because why not? We have a feature where you can create basically regular expressions to change the URL of results to different URL. Here, example, redirecting anything ready.com to oldready.com, which is what I use, but you can do that for programming documentation if you want to always go to the latest version or something like that. We have this nifty thing, if you add a question mark at the end of the search query, we show you an AI result. So all AI in Kage is on demand only, and invoked by the user. So this is a quick way to just get an AI answer to a question. And we do have our own full assistant, which is basically shown here is the interface to that assistant. We have access to all the world's top LLMs, and they're all grounded in Kage Search. We're pretty proud of this product. So I want to also show a few things how we do this behind the scenes, because although a lot of work, none of this is rocket science, and with a relatively small effort, a small team, we have been able to do all this and continue to do all this. So one of the things that we started doing from the beginning is removing SEO garbage or low quality sites, and it's a pretty sort of low tech effort. We have a crawler that goes around the web. It uses a headless browser with uBlock origin loaded. And then when we read how many ads and trackers uBlock origin blocks on that site, and that's our signal how crappy the site is. So the more ads and trackers there are on the site, the crappier it is, and this actually correlates. This actually correlates really nicely with the quality of the content in any testing that we did. And if this is above certain threshold, we just kick it out. We don't index the site. And opposite to that, for example, if we know that something is a really good link, for example, it was top of Hacker News 10 years ago, but it's not on the web, we will try extra hard to crawl it and go to Internet Archive. So those will also be surfaced in Kage search results, and these are two examples of this. Yeah, we show how many trackers we detected on this site, and blast from the past is this section in Kage. So pretty simple thing that you can do, and we do, and it works like charm. And basically how Kage works, we have a number of external APIs that we use because we don't have the money to build the index of the entire web. We are talking billions of dollars there. So we use external indexes. Then we process them through things that I just described. We try to remove the crap. Then we plug in the results from our own index. Then there's user personalization. That's the most important part. So user deciding what they want in their search feed. They're personalizing their search feed using lenses and other features. And finally, you get the search results. So this is full end-to-end flow of how Kage works. We have something called the Kage Small Web, which basically is an initiative to surface human web. Anyone can add a website, and we surface them very high in our results. So here's an example of the UI of the small web, which you can access. But also this link, if you are looking for base64 encoding, surfaces number 3 in our search results. So anything that's in small web, we basically surface very high, usually position 2 or 3. And this is a conscious choice because we do want to platform personal blogs and basically humans. Our mission is to humanize the web. And people react to this very well too, because this is often a way to find hidden knowledge, hidden gems, actual people writing on the web that does not exist in any other search engine. They just don't have the incentive to show these kind of results. Kage Small Web is open source, and we also open source the fast feed parser, which we use to parse 1,000 of RSS feeds. One other thing we do are the crowdsourced block lists. Like GitHub is full of these. So you have a block list for crappy, spammy websites. We just use them out of the box most of the time. I'm not sure if we are using these actual ones. I'm just giving them as an example. There's one to block AI-generated images or domains with AI-generated images, which we use in our image search. But we are now working on a model that will be detecting actual images. But this I'm just showing as a shortcut how you can achieve superior search quality. Like the information is out there. You just need to get it and implement it in your search engine. We built something called Kage Privacy Pass, and one of the questions we get is, how can you guarantee my privacy when I need to log in? And you need to log in because you need to pay for Kage. You cannot use Kage for free. And that's the whole point. And so we built this technology, which is pretty cool. It uses state-of-the-art cryptography. And what it basically does is guarantees from a technological perspective that we cannot know who the user using Kage is. So first you generate some tokens, and then you can query Kage using the token, and we don't know who the user generated the token is. And we have a pretty good blog post if you're interested in this. It's a pretty novel use of this technology for this use case. And we open source most of this work as well. You can find the extension in the backend libraries. And when you pair this with Tor, you basically have full anonymity on Kage. We built a couple of other things. So we're not just a search company. We are thinking of Kage as an ecosystem company trying to replace the whole big tech ecosystem, not just the search part. So we're building a web browser called Orion, which is WebKit based, zero telemetry, with a business model of pay to own your browser. Again, and browser is even, I guess, more important than search, because we do spend 10 hours a day in a browser and maybe an hour a day in the search. And yet we somehow allowed that most of our browsers are being paid for by somebody else, basically. There was this time maybe 20 years ago when you could pay for your browser, and that's gone. And with Orion, we are bringing that back. There's a free version, and then you can basically just opt to support the project. There are no new features you get if you pay for it, but you pay, and it's $150 for a lifetime license, and then you own your browser, and that's it. That's the business model. We have Mac OS and iOS, and the Linux is coming in March 26. It's in works right now. We have another thing called Kagi Translate, very cool, super high quality translation, tons of features, Kagi style. So we took a look at translation and did what we think translation needs. So I'm inviting you to check that out. Just want to show you relatively where we are. These numbers are not 100% accurate. It was a slide from 6 months ago or so, and I was just too lazy to update the numbers, but it gives you sort of the relative standing of things. And we are about 1 million searches per day today. These other guys maybe increased a little bit as well. So it may look small, but I'm pretty proud of what we have built, to be honest. And every single one of the 1 million searches done at Kagi today are paid for and delivered by the user. All that other stuff is free stuff, free searches. So we are about 9 seconds of Google searches a day right now. Not bad. And that's all for me. Thank you so much. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Vladimir. Again, everybody, we're opening up for questions. If you'd like, you can come get in line for questions. We've got 2 mics. I will be watching the Matrix channel. Please @tag manchicken if you'd like to ask a question. I'll try and pull it out if you forget to do that, but I can't promise.
Thank you. Can you tell about international results, Russian, Chinese? How well does it work?
The coverage is pretty good. The best way to, I'm inviting you to check it out and see for yourself, but we don't have any problems with international results because we do surface results from other indexes that cover them pretty well. So.
A question from Matrix real quick. DuckDuckGo similarly promised an alternative to Google, but seems to have been shitified as well. Where do you see them as fitting into the broader Kagi versus Google narrative?
I respect what DuckDuckGo did, and they started in 2008 when we didn't even think about alternatives to Google. And I think they did a lot of very important work. But I think at the end of the day, they are also sort of the victim of the ad-based business model, which prevents innovation in search, just because the incentives do not align. And once you have a user that pays $10 a month for search like we do, you better have all these things or they're gone because there are so many free options. So I think they have been the victims of the ad-based business model, although maybe not, the intention was definitely to do something different than Google. So I wish them luck. I think they have a place in the ecosystem, but we are doing something different.
Thank you for the talk. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on how your browser, Orion, positions itself versus Mozilla Firefox and other privacy-oriented browsers.
Well, Mozilla Firefox is not a privacy-oriented browser. Let's just get that out of the way. When you start Mozilla Firefox, it would send a ton of telemetry back, And you cannot call yourself privacy respecting if you're sending users' personal information, and when you do telemetry, you send at least the IP address. So let's get that out of the way. The second thing, Mozilla is financed directly by their biggest competitor. So that doesn't work long-term either. So I'm really not trying to position, we are just trying to do our own thing. So I believe browser is the most intimate tool you have on your computer. You should be owning your browser. With Kagi, you can do that. And then it's also fast, it's zero telemetry, it supports extensions. So we're just trying to build a very, very good, common sense, no BS browser. That's it.
Another question from Matrix. Economics dictates the cheapest product always attracts the largest user base. Quality is not a factor. Facebook, Google, and many others have proven this. Is a large user base not a factor in your business?
Luckily, it isn't. Thank you for the question. We are not here to kill Google or, be in any sort of way Google killer. We are just here to do the right thing for our users, for my own kids. This is the reason I started the company. It is a private company, so obviously there is, growth concerns. There are people working there, but ultimately, if you ask me whether we are successful, I would say we already are. We're profitable. People love what we do, and so the world domination was never a factor. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, so obviously the big selling point for this would be, at least like for me, the quality of the search results and like how all those are curated. I just wanted to ask, I know there's a blog post by Dan Liu where he compares like a lot of the major and also some of the smaller search engines, and like specifically like puts them through like different like real world tests of different search cases to see like how quickly they could find results. And what he found was, I know that, and this, just in case, like, I don't know if you've read this or not, but what he found was that, like, Kagi yields, like, similar results to, like, DuckDuckGo to Google. Just on the off chance, have you read this, and would you know, like, if you have any response to that?
Yeah, that blog post, I think, happened a year or two ago. Okay. I don't think that was accurate back then, certainly isn't now, and I know he received a throng of emails from Kagi customers, basically fixing things in his blog post. We invite independent testing, and at the end of the day, every single customer of Kagi would not be paying if the results were not better. So yeah, I just invite anyone to try and see for themselves. That's the best, best way to do that.
Hi.
Hi.
Big fan, coming on 2 years of membership.
Thank you.
Enjoy it. And I have also recently started getting a lot of use out of the assistant feature. It's my primary LM interface at this point. It's also a loss leader for a lot of companies in this space. I'm sure Perplexity and all these other companies are losing buckets of money providing these services. Are you in a similar state with Assistant, or is it in isolation, a profitable product for you as something that's included in your subscription?
Yeah. So the reason it's loss leader for all these companies is because they offer it for free. They offer it for free because of the growth or the imperative to grow. We don't have that. And the only way to access Assistant is if you are a Kagi customer. So you pay for your use. So there are no... it's not a loss leader. I think it's something that makes a product stickier. Now, when you have search and then you have AI and you can merge the two, you can merge access to all LLMs with the best search around, I think it produces superior results. So for us, it's a value add.
And is it a direct pass-through usage cap that you have as part of the subscription to keep that in check? Because you've got these cases with people racking up the equivalent of thousands of dollars on Cloud Code.
Yeah, you cannot do that in Kagi because we limit you by what you pay for your subscription in tokens. You can buy more, but most people never hit those limits anyway. But we did not have those limits before we found about abuse, so we had to put them in place, obviously, and so.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Mud. Thanks for the talk. You guys clearly have some very talented people on the team, developers. I'm really impressed how simple and effective these features are, the regex site swap and then uBlock origin. Those are really elegant ways to solve the problem. What's your how do you attract those kind of people that think that way? Because that's I think that's a different way of approaching software than a lot of developers are used to. So what's your pitch?
That's, can you guys stand up? We have 3 of them here. That's a pretty good question. Well, you certainly had to be crazy to come work at Kagi in the beginning, which is how the guy with the cap came on board. Was, hey, we're going to make this paid search engine. Okay, let's do it. So there's certainly an element of that, and we do look for people who are just naturally curious. But we also put them through a lot of, our interviews are not the easiest, let's put it that way, and we make people work for it, because we really want to end up only with those who are really persistent, really want to come and work at Kagi. And by that, I mean really, really, because we don't pay much too. Because we are funded from user subscriptions, that's it. The salaries grow as subscriptions go. But so I think this is what produces the talent, and just being frugal and have to think outside the box, I would say. But yeah, mostly thanks to that hiring process, which is, a lot of engineers are, I would say, it's not what they expect. We are definitely not like Silicon Valley type companies. And everything is, honey and milk. No, it's super hard to work at Kagi. But yeah, 50 of them do that. So I'm thankful for that.
Hey, Vlad, thanks for the talk. I'm a Kagi customer. Love the product.
Thank you.
Going back to AI a little bit, one thing that, and maybe this is something I missed, but I couldn't really find on the site, is when we look at all those different AI models, how is Kagi kind of, I guess, influencing privacy behind them, right? Are you guys using dedicated tenants? Are you, when you make agreements with these companies, are you opting out of those questions that Kagi customers are asking to be training data in the future, things like that? And can you speak to that a little bit more?
Yes. So most of the API providers have in their terms of service, when you use them through the API, that they will not use the queries to train data or to store them. So we do that. And we work with providers who have that. And when they have an option to, opt out and things like that, we like to do that. We actually have a page in the documentation that details every LLM that we work. What is the actual provider, what are the terms of service, and how is privacy preserved. So we tend to work only with those that preserve the privacy.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
I have 2 questions. The first is, I know you're not trying to conquer the world, but how big do you think the market is for privacy-conscious products, and can it sustain a whole ecosystem of similar privacy-conscious products? And the second question is, just curious, how much are people on Kagi Assistant? How much are people using open source models versus closed source?
Well, we don't pitch Kagi as a privacy product. As I said, privacy is basically a side effect of the business
Or let's
model.
say non-enshittified.
For that, I think it's pretty big. 700 million, I think, is the latest data. People use an ad blocker in their browser. They call it the largest protest against the business model in history.
But that's not paid, right?
No, but I'm saying that there's a protest against the business model now, whether they pay or not. There are, I think, 35 million people paying for YouTube Premium, which is to avoid ads most of the time. So, when I think about Kagi, I think there are 5 million people out there who would use it today if they knew about it. But we don't run, a lot of marketing. It's mostly word of mouth and things like that. So I think the number is growing, and it takes time for these kind of things. I often compare it to organic food. And 40 years ago, we used to eat crap, and at least I did. And then there were some crazy people saying, you need to, grow organic food and do this. And now I'm paying like $3 for my avocado at Whole Foods. And a lot of people are. So it took like 40 years for that. So I don't think this will take as long because these big tech companies are really shooting themselves in the foot every single day at an accelerating rate. It's just the crazy stuff they're doing. So I think more and more people will wake up from the matrix, as I call it, and just start to value the information they're getting. Like we put very little value on information. We just took it for granted. But we are discovering as a society, information is super valuable, not just at a society level because it dictates elections and our medical and science and education, but also at a personal level. If I have access to better quality results, I'm going to be more competitive at what I do, at my work, and things like that. So I think that society is waking up to this fact, and I do expect to see Kage competitors in the future. Yeah. And about the open source versus closed source models, I don't have that data with me, unfortunately. I don't know if we even track, but you can ask some of the people from the team, maybe they would have access to that. Thank you.
Excuse me. So you mentioned how it's obviously quite problematic for Mozilla that they're funded by their largest competitor. And so that got me thinking about how, so you have your own small index of the web, or you have an index of the web, which seems like maybe it's not the main thing. Then you also have all these other indexes that you're relying on, which are provided by your competitors. Yes. So how does that work? How do those agreements work? And is it feasible for you to build something as big as that? I think there were some claims during the Google antitrust case that it's just really hard to do that for some reason. It's like, it used to be that anyone could just go make a web crawler, but I guess is that harder now?
Great question. So yes, we are basically using indexes of our competitors. The way we mitigate some of that risk is that we use a lot of them, 5 or 6, so for business continuity reasons and also for enhancing search results. We pay for a lot of that. The users don't see that. It all happens in a split second. But that is what increases our cost, and we do that both for search quality and also business continuity. So if we get cut off from one, we lost 15%, not, in case of DuckDuckGo, I think they're mostly using Bing, for example. So if they get cut off there, it's like somebody says submarine tied to a boat. Submarine dives, that's it. So there is that. The second part of your question about, is it feasible to create a index that's the entire web today? And it's a pretty deep topic. We are doing a lot on that stuff, although we are focusing on non-commercial web. I think largely that train has left the station in early 2000s. And the way to do that is exactly the antitrust, because Google did build that by being a monopoly. And I don't think it's feasible to achieve the same level of quality, or at least level of quality the users would pay for. I cannot imagine anyone paying for Bing, for example. Right? So there's a level of quality that's needed, and we have expressed our opinion on this in a pretty long blog post discussing remedies for the antitrust, which I believe, divesting Chrome and things like that are useless remedies. What is really needed is for free access to Google Index and data, so any startup in the world can build on top of it. So then you would have thousands of startups. You could have your search engine for your own town, or search engine for cats, and things like that. That would proliferate the creation of search startups, which is the goal of the Sherman Act and the whole antitrust. And so we deeply believe that is the way to go. And we'll see. The verdict should come soon, so we'll see what happens. Or the remedies will come soon. So.
From Matrix, we have how much accessibility of Kage's, how much is accessibility of Kagi considered? Have you done user testing with disabled users specifically? Do you plan to publish an accessibility statement? Do you have a roadmap for accessibility improvements?
Thank you very much for that question, and I'm proud to say we are super big on accessibility. When I used to run our product roadmap, anything regarding accessibility would be pushed to the top of the queue no matter what. And we do have a lot of blind users. They participate in discussions in our forums, and they are first to tell us if there is something off. So we do pay a lot of attention. We haven't published any official documentation on that or things like that, which I think is a great idea, and we'll do that. And we are also thinking about expanding accessibility, not in a typical sense, but for example, you should be able to access search results through email. Nobody did this. Like, why wouldn't you be able to email search@kagi.com and get search results, or ask your assistant something, or translate something? So we are also thinking about accessibility in terms of, how do you access the product, not necessarily how do you use it. So accessibility pretty high on our list, and I invite the person asking this to get in touch directly, and happy to chat about that and work on opportunities to improve.
Hi again. What are like some existential risks, perhaps, to Kagi or the business? Because like earlier you kind of talked about there's like a kind of a tap at the top of external APIs. Is there a concern that they could, if you guys get big enough, they might shut off the tap? Or this is kind of an open-ended question, like technical entrepreneur.
I mean, for most of them, we are a distribution channel, so they get. So for a typical search engine, our typical user is somebody who uses an ad blocker. I would say 95% of Kagi customers probably have an ad blocker one way or the other. And so the search engines are not making any money of the typical ones. At least they get something through us. So in a way, they're monetizing those users they wouldn't otherwise never would. So I don't think there's an incentive. And again, I respect Google's people and technology. I think they have wonderful people and technology. It's just that their business model is profoundly bad for society and users. That's my only complaint. But I don't have intentions to kill Google or dominate the world in that sense. So I don't think of us really as a threat. And we have actually approached them and said, we are happy to share some of our insights. You guys should launch a paid version of Google. We would love that. Because that would educate the market that there's such thing as a paid search. Like, we are right now #1 on Google for paid search engine, but nobody's searching for that. So we don't have a lot of use for it. Anyway, so those are just my thoughts about how I think about those things. So in terms of existential threats, it's mostly us screwing up in a big time. This is what I tell my team all the time. We have everything laid for us, a lot of tailwind. It's only us who can screw this up now. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
The paid model may be financially prohibitive for people around the world. Is there any plan to have paying customers pay a bit more to help subsidize the cost of users that may find it financially prohibitive to use it?
Wonderful question. So there are two ways that we are thinking about this. One is there is a gift feature right now in Kagi where you can just gift subscription to friends and family. The other most scalable one is the initiative we just launched called Kagi for Libraries, where we are basically giving free access to library patrons and participating libraries, hopefully around the world we have. We just launched this last month, I believe, and we have already a queue of about 50 libraries. So anyone who cannot afford search but still wants to use premium search, wants to use Kagi, will be able to go to their local library and access it for free. So yeah, this is our way to solve this problem.
Hello. all across the web, sites, especially some of the small websites that you're looking at, are getting increasingly aggressive about blocking crawlers, which obviously has an impact on the search business as well, even though, of course, you try not to block a search crawler, but an AI crawler. Eventually, this ends up getting merged. Do you see this as a concern, and do you have any ideas around tactics for search engines in like a sort of post-crawler world? Not really, or at least crawlers as we have now.
Yeah, so I'm not worried about small web. Most of small web or the human web are people who are doing that in addition to their career. So they're just creating content, do not expect anything in return, and they see a lot of value in our initiative because we surface them and bring them readers. But I think on, if you zoom out, you have this concept now of AI, basically crawling websites, synthesizing answers, giving them to users. And this is something that may become unsustainable for the most of the web. And there will be changes for sure. The small web will not change, but those websites that counted on search engine traffic to monetize their users, usually through ads, unfortunately, or affiliate marketing and things like that, will have a big problem, and they are already a big problem. So they will, in my view, many of them will either have to switch to a subscription model and really stand behind the content that they're creating, because if it's not valuable enough, then nobody will pay for, or they will cease to exist. There is another model that we are thinking about, and we started thinking about even before LLMs. The model is profit sharing. Basically, we want to profit share with anyone appearing in our search results. That was the idea from day one. And nowadays, it's a profit share with anyone that our AI assistant takes content from. And it will work automatically. There will be no fancy publishing deals to sign. If you are a website and you show up in Kagi Answers, we just attribute you proportionally to, say, the text that was used. And then you can sign up at Kagi Webmaster Tools, and there's a check waiting for you at the end of the year. So we want to automate all of that. Obviously, this starts to make sense once we are bigger. Because if the check is for 2 cents, then it doesn't solve the problem. So there's a lot of considerations. We are thinking deeply about this, and happy to connect after to go into more detail.
Sorry, I apologize, friend. I'm going to take the last question from Matrix. Without doxing yourself, I'm adding that part. How do I get in touch directly to follow up with Vladimir?
Yeah, here's the Vlad@kagi.com is the easiest.
Thank you very much, Vladimir. Let's give a round of applause to Vladimir. And,
Thank you.
Thank you. That's our friends Victoria and Vinicius. They're here to talk to us about badges. no badge, no problem. If you are on Matrix, please make sure that you ask your questions in there. Please try and @tag manchicken so that I get notified, so that I notice your question. Thank you very much, and let's welcome our friends.
Okay, yeah, so welcome to this Hope Badge Talk, No Badge, No Problem. I'm Victoria, this is Vinicius, also known as Jellyfish around Discord socials, the Signal Badge chat, and we're here to share a little bit more about the Hope Badge project, some of our challenges, and then also do some demo as well of its capabilities. So me personally, this year, my role with the Hope Badge project really started out more as an observational role and then kind of grew into contributing for some of the admin stuff, what with sponsor follow-ups, and then, well, this talk here. So my day job, a little bit about me, cybersecurity engineer working in the OT space, which is why I love, devices so much, because the physical form factor. They help you see what's happening in software and the firmware, and connecting those dots is just really fun. And thank you for being here today. I know there's so many great talks you could also be at. Hope has got some great content this year, so we really appreciate you showing up. We're going to do this in 2 parts. So first I'll be starting with some general info about the electronic badges, recent work for the Hope Badge volunteer team, and then the struggles we had with production. And Vinicius is going to pick up with part 2, demonstrating his work this year with developing the badge capabilities, such as hosting some Wi-Fi and a web server using ESP Home. And if you find yourself wanting to know more, he has a workshop later. It's called Getting Started with ESP Home from Zero to Cool, and that'll be over in workshop room A, Tobin 219 at 5 o'clock today. So yeah, check that out. Sadly, as you've probably already heard, there is no new badge, new electronic badge for Hope this year. And we don't have any boxes stashed away either, I already checked. So we won't be doing, unfortunately won't be doing any releases. That aside, I'm hoping that some of you might have brought last year's badge. We will be in the Badge Village if you want to come. Yeah, I talked to some of y'all yesterday and you were like, I gotta go home and get it. I'll bring it back. We'll be in Marillac Terrace rest of today, tomorrow. If you have questions, you want to get involved with the project, and then also if you just need some help getting started with badge hacking. So before we dive in, I'd also like to recognize our volunteers who really helped contribute developing some new pathways for use of the current badge design. That is MSVB. He unfortunately couldn't be here with us this weekend in person. Pedro as well. Mitch and Vinicius, and if I missed anyone, I do apologize, but just want you to realize that your contributions are crucial, and to my knowledge, this is of course a fully volunteer-supported effort, so we appreciate all the help we can get. And if you're virtual or you wanted to stay connected, you might be interested in, I think I forgot my slides. Yeah, just some details, Marillac Terrace, and then the structure of the talk. Badge workshop. The Signal Badge chat. Please join if you're curious what's going on in there. And I've also got a link tree that has it included, and that'll be at the end of my slides. Okay, so let's talk about electronic badges and some fast facts. I've got some examples as well. So if you're new to information security or the hacker conferences, then you might not be very familiar with the electronic badges or badge life, but that's okay because we are about to get into it. They're usually made of PCBs or printed circuit boards, and they may or may not have chips for advanced functionality, but they do usually have at least a few LEDs and a power source, of course. A chip or integrated circuit, of course, is a collection of electronic components. You've got resistors, transistors, some capacitors, and all that's stuffed into a tiny little case to work its magic. They are the heart and brains of most advanced electronic badges today. And once you know the chip, you can find documentation to start hacking it. You can flash new firmware. So really, just knowing who produced the chip, you can find the documentation and get started playing around with it. So for example, the Hope Badge has an ESP32C3, which is highly powered capable. It's got Wi-Fi and Bluetooth built in, and then of course, you can use ESP Home. So it's it's structured for use with IoT devices. Overall, depending on the complexity, electronic conference badges, they really serve us by they deepen the immersive conference experience, and they allow for a greater level of interaction as we try and hack them at the conferences. So, and they're also one of the original ways to really gamify hacking electronics outside of projects like Arduino, Raspberry Pi, Adafruit, and then like the Make Electronics sets. The majority of badges I have seen or received are capable of being held like in one hand, and they're usually wearable by way of a lanyard. They may or may not be interactive. The simplest I've seen is just has a graphic like these and then some strategic LED circuits, and they may or may not have like a on-off switch. These are some from the B-side series, it's pretty common with just the graphic and then the LEDs on the back. They might have some puzzles or some hashes printed on the silk screen to decipher. Sometimes I've seen them part of a larger conference CTF, and you might even have to assemble them yourselves when you show up, but that's all part of the fun. So if you know, you know. They increasingly, they increasingly have something called an SAO port. It's a simple add-on, 6-pin standard documented by Hackaday. So you can basically add a badge on your badge. And this port on a badge enables you, or like anyone, to make an additional PCB that you can attach to that SAO capable device, because you really want the power, especially if you've got LEDs. And so all you have to do is make sure that you have the 6-pin male connector on the back, and you're good to go. So speaking of SAOs, I made one for myself this year. It was a little jellyfish just to share with friends or trade around at conferences. And that, it's just a personal challenge I set for myself to learn more about what it takes to make small electronics last year and to kind of dip my toes into this space. And of course, the same issues with making SAOs apply to badges. It's just the same issues, time, money, and design challenges. But they, of course, scale for the larger badges. So this SAO took about 3 months for production from design to full completion of the 15 I had planned, tentacles and all. I hand soldered them, probably not the best idea. They were very small 0805 components, and then of course all the tentacles were unique. They were about $13 to $15 each. A lot of that was cost of shipping, and the real fun and creativity was in creating all the different tentacles. It's very hard to find like very clear hot glue, so I had to order some stuff. It's called Glax from Perlagon, if you're curious. But then we all ended up making it to DEF CON, so that was the real win. And speaking of DEF CON badges, let's go into a little bit of their history. I found this cool write-up by Henry Dalziel called DEF CON Hacker Badges, which offers a bit of history, not just about DEF CON badges really, but electronic badges in general. As according to this article, the first electronic badge was designed by for DEF CON 14 by Joe Grand Kingpin. And I've included some photos here from Grand's write-up on the badge and the challenges it contained, so be sure to check that out. They produced 6,000 of these badges, and of course, it sold out within minutes. The system was based around a microchip called the PIC-10 F202. It was a 6-pin microprocessor, which controlled the output state of the blue LEDs on the Jolly Roger. A single push-button switch was used to cycle through the 5 operating states. So you could turn both LEDs on steady, you could make them blink, or you could do an alternative blinking. So it definitely wouldn't be a good badge without some design challenges. They had wanted to keep the cost down to about $5 per unit between the total badge cost, assembly, testing, and all that. Of course, ensuring the battery life would last for the 3 days, and then creating the artistic design elements of the printed circuit board. So all in all, it looks just what I would imagine a first electronic badge for DEF CON should look, so I think they really accomplished that mission. Props to Kingpin. Okay, so some more recent badges from DEF CON. I've brought 2 of them, and I'll have them at the Badge Village or hanging on my backpack if you want to play around with those. But on the left, we have the DC32 badge, which most of you, if you're around in the con circuit, you probably heard the issues surrounding the entropic engineering, like the Easter egg issue. And again, it's all related to the design challenges. So I didn't update the firmware because I wanted to keep that on there. Another special thing, though, about this badge was it contained the pre-release Raspberry Pi of the RP2350 microcontroller. And apparently, I didn't know this, but as of today, there's still a $10,000 bug bounty program open for it. As of their press release, September of last year. So there's I don't believe it's closed yet. So if you're into the hardware hacking scene, you might want to check that out. And then lastly, of course, it's got a fun Game Boy emulator that's a map of the Las Vegas Convention Center floor, including the villages, the CTFs, the talk tracks, and then there's some other little challenges built in there. Okay, so yeah, that's that. And then on the right, we have the DC26 badge, which was really cool. And it's kind of special to me because it was for my first DEF CON, first hacker conference I ever attended. And I had no idea I was supposed to like do with it. So in all my research, I don't think I realized we were getting electronic badges. It was very confusing when I showed up and people were like, oh, I've got to do all the things. But anyways, Hackaday does have a write-up which explains it pretty well. And it just really enforced the fact that it probably is one of the best DEF CON badges ever done. I might be a little biased, but from the puzzles to the firmware to the fact that you had to like desolder the chip and then flip it around just to play like the other half of the game, it was pretty wild. So I would encourage you, yeah, to definitely like if you have questions about the Hope badge. I was too scared to go like talk to anybody about that badge or like many people at all. So I encourage you to come talk to me at the Badge Village if you have more questions. Okay, so yeah. Before we get into the Hope badges, there's just one more badge I want to share about. It's a really cool project. It's associated with the John Con conference, and it is their badge from last year. It was like total Back to the Future vibes. The badge creators had the brilliant idea to replicate a working modem, and they called it, Yeah, I mean, just crazy. So they called it the JC0x1 Model 31337 modem, and it allowed you to connect to the conference network and run AT commands like it was 1985. So yeah, this badge was essentially a scaled-down replica of the Hayes Smart modem. It was powered by the ESP8266 and the open source project, the Retro Wi-Fi Modem project. So yeah, it was really good stuff. Of course, John Con being an old school hacker conference with a focus on students and teaching the next generation, they wanted to offer that experience to attendees and really give them the opportunity to connect to the internet or at least networks in a much more tangible way than we do today. And so I know there's a couple John Connors out here running around. Hopefully you get to meet some of them, talk to them. I'm one myself. I've got some stickers for the upcoming con, so you can come see me at the Badge Village or like just catch me running around. At John Con 0x2 is like right around the corner, October 10th and 11th. I can't recommend it more. It's at Arcadia University in Glenside, PA, so I hope to see some of you there. And don't forget, if you're a student, it is free. Just make sure you register with your .edu email, and you should be good. Okay, so the Hope badges. This one on the left was, I actually was at the DEF CON Badge Village this year, and like, lo and behold, there it was sitting in the Badge Museum. I hadn't seen it before. I wasn't able to really do more research on functionality before the talk, but if anyone happens to have one, I'd love to hear more. And then on the right side, of course, we have the current Hope badge. And so now, for the moment you've all been waiting for, let's discuss the issues with getting Hope 16 to production. The new badge and aligning the time and sponsorship. Ultimately, we really ran out of time in approaching our deadline to get the order in for a badge run this year, as we were unable to fund the production run with sponsors. A lot of our sponsors from last year that had previously expressed interest in supporting again, we just like couldn't get a hold of, or they had maybe stepped back and withdrawn that level of support. And we don't really have many answers as to why, but it has been kind of a difficult year given like worsening geopolitical relations, and then of course the accompanying tariff uncertainty. And we're definitely not like the only conference that I know of that's had issues with getting their badges to production. So, I'd assume most companies are like struggling to watch their bottom line and prepare for the unexpected. So. Last year's badge, of course, though, was supported through a mix of donations in kind with some parts and services provided by PCBWay, as well as additional financial support from other parties like Signal and BeagleBoard. So we really appreciate that. We would love to work with them again if it so worked out. So in the end, for this year's badge, we were only able to get commitment from some chips from Espressif, and the rest of parts and services were a no-go, so we had to put a pin in that. Okay, more on the time factor. Hope previously was like a biennial conference happening every other year, and we normally would have had 2 years to sort issues like sponsorship or the tariff talk and let everything calm down. But with the announcement in December that Hope would be returning for 2025 and be annual thereafter, it did cut our planning time for production down to about 6 months this year. So that was an additional difficulty. Yeah, marketing and pivoting. I mean, so given this year's issue, we do have some ideas on how we can pivot to be less reliant on sponsorship exclusively through third parties. If we have another development cycle where sponsorship drives up, we were thinking maybe, one option is badge pre-sales to fund the run directly, or collaborating with the Hope Conference organizers to plan for part of the ticket price to offset badge production. And just to note, unlike other conferences like DEF CON, where cost of an electronic badge is included in the price of your ticket or your, ticket to attend, it's not like that for this conference. So, or at least not currently. We did speak to the Hope organizers, try and open a line of communication, and they were great. Our request for accommodation really wasn't early enough, and they had already set the price point, so we didn't have a lot of room to work together on that. So maybe something we can do in future. Since the badge build was going to be a continuation with some improvements, of course, we don't have to redesign the badge from scratch for the next run. We're just continuing to build out on the firmware and then make pivots as needed for maybe some minor design issues from the previous build. So we definitely intend to keep progress on our development, renew our sponsorship solicitation, and make sure we're locked in for next year, hopefully. But that being said, again, we encourage interested volunteers and potential sponsors to hop in the Signal Badge chat, send us a message, and let us know if they are interested or if they have any questions. Yes, let's quickly go over some Hope Badge capabilities, particularly the ESP32C3 chip, of course, in its firmware enable the rest of the peripheral functioning, such as the camera, the IR, LEDs, volatile organic compound sensing, and all that. So last year, just about the only thing working was the lights, the buttons, the IR, and the NFC was not working on at least the main conference version. I think the Pro version had that, though. And then this year, Mitch also implemented the TV Be Gone feature, so some new work has been done. And then I think Pedro was working on the VOC, the volatile organic compound sensing, which is like that CO2 sensor, which would alert you to areas of insufficient oxygen. And then, of course, Vinicius has been getting a lot done with expanding the use of the screen add-on, which is a possibility, and then the Wi-Fi and web hosting capabilities. Yeah, he can demonstrate that for y'all. Okay, yeah, so then more on the chips. We've got some documentation. I highly recommend if you want to understand that better, just go in and there's it's pretty step-by-step getting started, give you some more information about what the chip does, how you can work with the ESP IDF, and start programming. Of course, it has a lot of features, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth. It's got that 32-bit RISC processor and then some other peripherals and security features. So, again, if you're a hardware bug hunter or something like that, this would be the toy to test stuff out on. And Espresso really provides basic hardware and software resources to help application developers use that series. So, and then again, it's intended for development with Internet of Things applications, so that's pretty cool. There's a lot of nifty stuff you can do with it. Something for everyone. Okay, and then I put together a link tree earlier because I know it's kind of tricky between the Signal chat, you've got the Badge Wiki, you've got the GitLab with the original firmware, and then you've got the new GitHub with Vinicius's ESP homework, so we just popped it all into a link tree, try and keep it tidy. And then there's also the WLED display as well, and getting started with MicroPython, so that should be good. Okay, yeah, that's about it for my part. Just thank you. Thank you for being here. And I guess you can go ahead and get started. Yeah, welcome to Vinicius.
Do you have any?
Yeah.
Thank you. So I want to just start with, let me get this badge here. Yeah, so last year we got this badge and it was given to everyone. It's this is great. What can I do with this? And I didn't quite know how to program it. Eventually, I found a repository with code to do this, and it was hundreds of lines of code. And it's this is very complicated and overwhelming. I'm not going to do anything with it. And I tossed in the corner, and I think a bunch of people did that too and didn't really use it. But then later, I realized how to actually program it, and it was great. It was a really great playground to develop my skills, to play with the LEDs, the LED strips, RGB LEDs. It's fun. I can write the effect and stuff. The infrared was cool to play too with. The Mitch did the TV Be Gone, but you can do other things. You can control your devices at home. You can do, I have at home another one that is an infrared translator that can receive signals from one remote control and then emit signals to another device. So I can use the same controller for multiple devices kind of thing. So there's still like a lot you can explore even with the limited capabilities. When I added support for Home Assistant with ESP Home. So this can be part of your home automation system. Like you can press the buttons and turn on lights at their place, for example. So that's really, because it has Wi-Fi, and that's really helpful. So I'm going to get a little bit more into details of how to program them in an easy way, an approachable way. But I want to start with like some of the capabilities of the device and get some more into details. So the microchip here is a ESP32C3, which is a 32-bit RISC, and it has Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, BLE. It depends. The memory depends on the badge or the device, but it's usually in that like 400 kilobytes RAM or 4 to 5 megabytes flash. And I/O has a good number of GPIO 22, and a lot of them support ADC, analog to digital, so you can measure things. So it's helpful. There are lots of peripherals like expansion support, like for I2C, SPI, serial. You have support for PWM on like every pin, and support for I2S for sound. So like when you compare to Arduino, like a lot of people still use Arduino, but like this is like far superior, at least to the traditional like Atmega Arduino. I know that some Arduinos are now incorporating ESP32. But like this gives you a lot. And they even have like, well, they have support for USB, and they have like more advanced stuff like security, and then the deep sleep. The deep sleep can be really helpful for like IoT devices, but also for badges, because like I have this badge here running the entire time, and you want it to run for the entire day. Yeah, Victoria already covered the badge features, and I talked a little bit about it. One thing I forgot to mention is that it has well, she mentioned that like the air quality. What I did with mine is now I have a screen, added a screen to mine, because it does have the port for the screen. It just needed to get the screen, though that was not easy to find. Michael gave it to me. So. Yeah, but yeah, now I can like display the air quality on my badge. I have like a little menu. I programmed this with the SP Home and LVGL. I can show my name, so it works as a badge, as a name badge. I have a QR code that like with my contact info that you can scan. Like when we meet, like it even says like, oh, we met at Hope 16. It has my information. It's still like work in progress, but like I also have like a button to send a IR command, the same command that we used in the badge last year, so the badges will react to it. So these are like some of the things I did with this badge, and I also have a reproduction of the original badge using ESP Home. And this one has a RFC or NFC tag, and also a reader, so you can do stuff with that too. I haven't gotten to explore that a lot, but it's another thing you can explore. So let's talk about how to program this, because you can't just do the hardware, you need the software too. And one way people are used to is the Arduino IDE, and you can use that for ESP32 devices. They have support for this Arduino framework, so you can reuse libraries and this kind of thing. So that's one option to get started. There is the ESP IDF, which is the expressive platform. And this framework is actually a lot more powerful than Arduino. So if you want to get like more advanced stuff like deep sleep or like I think the PWM, we may need that too. So you wanna go with that framework. So you're effectively like just writing in C++, the same way you do with the Arduino framework. So that can be also like kind of overwhelming, especially when you're getting started. You have to write a lot of code to get functionality. So there's an easier way to get started, which is ESP Home. ESP Home, if I open this, is this gonna mess up everything?
You should be able, it should pop it open.
Oh, it's not opening.
You can close out and then open it.
Okay. Let's see if I can open it. Oh,
Yeah, it's open.
it opened here. Yeah, ESP Home has a, how do I hide this? Oh yeah, sorry, I'm not familiar with this smartphone. Okay, ESP Home was created to make it easy to create IoT devices and add to your home assistant and automation. So their website has a lot of information. Oh, I opened this a bunch of times. But like the way it works is you write YAML files, like config files like that, where you can specify like a sensor. You're effectively like describing your hardware. And now all these components are available to Home Assistant. And then you can like use the buttons, you can read the buttons, you can read the sensors, and send like IR signals and interact with them via Home Assistant. It also can surface a web API, like a REST API. You can access it via a web server. It's actually quite powerful, and like with a little config file, you get a lot of functionality with just a little bit of code. And this code is usually like someone can write this for the badge without any extra behavior, but you already get a lot of functionality, and then you can go and then on top of that just add your behavior, which is really helpful. How do I go back? Let's see.
Oh, yeah. You can just enter this, and then Control-Shift-P, and you're back in presentation mode. But you will have to.
Yeah, I will just go here. It's going to be easier.
And then just close this out.
Yeah. So for the badge specifically, I have this repository on GitHub. It's in the link tree that Victoria shared, and the instructions are there for how to flash your badge with ESP Home. And I have like a list of all the components, and they link to the ESP Home component, like the LEDs and IR receivers and everything. Like if you click on ESP Home, it actually takes you to the component. Like ESP Home has a really large library of components, and you can go there and see like how to configure them and everything. It's very well documented, so it's been really good to work with it. And just to give you a quick idea here, I have a folder for the hardware and a folder for the like firmware with like my special behavior. This is the basis for any kind of application or firmware I want to build, and this is let's see, there's a lot of frame here, but yeah, you like configure things like the I2C is the expansion communication port. The SAO that Victoria was talking about, like it actually supports I2Cs, and you can even chain devices, which is cool. But like you specify things like binary sensors and buttons that use the GPIO, and you specify like which pin it is and whether it's inverted. You can set up a pull-up resistor. ESP32 supports that. You don't need to add to your circuit, or it's already available. Yeah, so you can set up like the various buttons and so on. Like the remote receiver is the IR receiver, same thing. Battery sensor, and so on. Just like to give you an idea, you may not know like the config specifically, but like it's very readable. And these not only like is something you can run, but it's also like a specification of the badge of the device that you can then use these even if you want like develop on other platforms. like the ESP-ADF or Python, you can take this file as the like ground truth and something that like you can just look at the pins. Like it's actually a huge pain to map these sometimes, but like I already did that work, and with the badges, like someone can do that work once, and then if you want to write a firmware, you can reuse that. So that has been like I think a really nice thing for badge firmware development. So that was like SP Home for WLED. So a lot of these badges have LEDs, and the effects are cool, like the light effects. Like this one is not running WLED, but like if you're not familiar, WLED is this project that allows you to flash this WLED system that allows you to control the LEDs, and you have like various effects you can control over the network. So it's really cool, the effects, and they look nice. And so it's a great thing for badges. Like if you don't really need like behaviors, you just want to make it look cool, WLED is a really good option. I do have instructions for how to flash WLED on the Hope badge. And there is even, for WLED, there is even a web installer that makes it really easy. So you usually like flash the firmware, and then you have to configure to tell it like where, like the type and the color order and length of the LED strip and the data GPIO. But I already have this information for you here, so it makes it easy. You can configure button actions, which can like register macros to change the effects and other things. And you can even do a 2D LED mapping with a matrix like this that tells like, oh, these are the pixels and the numbers. This is like the physical mapping. And then you can see there, I have the effect showing, like when you select on the WLED controller, you can see the effect, and you can see that on the badge, which is cool. So a good option for LED heavy badges. And then the last option I have here is Python. A lot of people are familiar with Python. And there are libraries available. I think it's also kind of, you need to write a lot of code to get functionality, unlike ESP Home, but it's easier than C++, so it can be a good option. So MicroPython is one of these platforms. I think there's also CircuitPython. So you can try that. Like you can write stuff like this. LED. Oh, this thing is switching. Oh, it's some examples. But yeah, I can do like pin and then like set it to high and low, but all in Python, and you can change more dynamically too, which is cool. And we also have instructions. This is on the Hope Wiki, and it's linked from here. You effectively download the MicroPython firmware and use the ESP tool to write the flash. and then you can connect over the serial port, and you can start like doing Python commands, and there are ways to also kind of install a Python file there that will run whenever you start. And you can see like how to do the Wi-Fi. We have some examples there, how to do the NeoPixel, like the RGB LEDs. Yeah, so that's what I had about like how to program your badge. I hope that will help you get started. Not only like building your own badges, but also like writing code for the existing badges that you have and play with it. Hope you have fun.
Q&A? Yeah.
Thank you so much, friends. So we're going to go into a Q&A period after I silence my alarm. And remember, if you are on Matrix and you have a question, please @tagmanchicken so that I see your question. And yeah, if we could get people to form lines for questions, we have 2 mics on either side. Just don't everybody come at once.
Hi, can you tell us about the badge that you were going to do for this year, or is it still secret?
Oh, no.
So it's pretty much just, it's the same one. It's just that last year we didn't have all the features implemented, number one, and then two, I think there was gonna be some improvements like having the badge, like with the screen. And so, yeah, again, like the last year's badge, the hardware functionality or like capabilities, like what it could have did not match the firmware. So we pretty much just had like buttons, LEDs working, and then the IR so you could like trigger other badges. So really it was just like more of the same, but more features and a bit more hardware with the screen add-on.
Yeah, and there was a new, we were playing with a new air quality sensor too that works better, and because this one takes some time to warm up and it's kind of hard to use sometimes. And there was an I/O expander too, because we were out of pins, and so the first two buttons share the GPIO with the USB, and that has a bunch of issues, especially when flashing and trying to look at the serial port at the same time. So the GPIO expander allowed us to have more pins and avoid that conflict.
We have one person asking if the slides are going to be available. You guys are going to put those onto the wiki, right?
Yeah, we can upload them on the wiki, and then also I'll make sure, and I usually upload to like my GitHub, like Jellyfish. So we can put it in the badge chat and make sure that there's a link somewhere, and then also, well, I can put a link in the wiki. Yeah, we'll be good. They'll be out for sure.
Hi, I've got two questions. First, do you have any aspirations around trying to build like puzzles or some like social challenges into it? I know it's kind of like very like DEF CON badge coded, but like, do you have any aspirations around that? And then my second question, which is off in another direction, do you have any thoughts about like anything special you do or would do around testing it, both for like hardware and software, to make sure that, well, the thing that you're handing people works, just anything outside of standard like hardware and software testing methods?
Okay, so the first part, I think it would be really cool when we get it all working to do some additional puzzles. And again, like the whole point of the badges should be like immersive and interactive conference experiences, and taking like your learning experience to the next level. So I think absolutely, if we can overcome the logistics issues of getting the badge up running in its full state, then heck yeah, let's add some other challenges and some cryptography.
Yeah, one thing I would add is that part of my goal with the ESP Home Badge project is to make it a lot more accessible to people. Because once we remove these hurdles, then like it's not just us, like everyone that, like we really lower the bar, and like a lot more people can then contribute, think about cool challenges and implement themselves. So I'm hoping that this will let a lot more people create and really leverage the platform, and we'll see more challenges in the future, hopefully.
And then regarding your question about like quality control and testing, I am not sure I have really any information on that, but MSVB probably would, and I can totally connect you with him if you wanted to double check him on that question.
Yeah, in terms of the software, at least on the ESP Home repository, I have CI enabled for testing, and it's just building the firmware, so it doesn't, and I have like linting, but that's the extent of it.
Just real quick, I'll put in one more last call for questions.
I think one thing, just a last word here is like for me is that I think playing with these badges and with the community, like this has been a really nice way to interact more with the community. I met Victoria and I met Mitch more closely, and MSVP and everybody that's have been working on the badge. So that has been like a nice experience, and I highly recommend getting involved.
Cool. Thank you very much, friends. Thanks to all coming.
Hello. Oh, this is on. Okay.
Your first name is pronounced
Daily, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Like your shirt.
into your seats, turn off your phone's ringer, turn down your ham if you got one. We'll get started in, again, about a minute. Hello, friends. We're going to get started. We have with us today our friend Daly Burnett, and they're here to talk about systems of dehumanization, the digital front lines of the war against bodily autonomy. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Great, thank you for being here. Yes, as said, I'm going to be covering what I've called systems of dehumanization, the digital front lines of the war against bodily autonomy. I am a senior staff technologist at the Electronic Frontier Foundation. If you're not familiar with our work, I suggest you go over to the cafeteria area and visit our booth. You can find more out about the work that we do, and this is just one small section of it. So as mentioned, I am a senior staff technologist at the EFF. I work on the public interest technology team. At EFF, I co-lead the Reproductive Justice Working Group, which formed pretty quickly after the Dobbs decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. And within that work, I provide digital privacy trainings for at-risk communities, and I research the various privacy and security risks that are facing liberation movement workers, but specifically those who are fighting for bodily autonomy and self-determination. And I come to that through, before arriving at EFF, I was leading countless digital privacy workshops here in New York through a sex worker advocacy collective called Hacking Hustling that formed in response to FOSTA SESTA. I'll cover that in a bit. And before that, I was the founder of a trans-forward tech justice collective here in New York, where I led digital privacy and security workshops called Privacy for Online Delinquents and Perverts. And for years, before the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, I have collaborated with Digital Defense Fund, who is the premier digital security organization that provides resources to the abortion access movement. So I care very deeply about these three issue spaces, and it's what I'll be covering primarily in this talk. And actually, this talk came from when a colleague of mine tapped my shoulder and asked me to write our regular column for 2600, Affecting Digital Freedom. And I wrote a piece called Systems of Dehumanization for the 2024-2025 edition of 2600. And you can find the shorter and now older, less updated version of what this is about. So, a few notes before we do get into the thick of it. As I said, the issue spaces that I will be discussing are abortion and reproductive rights, systemic transphobia and the struggle for trans and gender nonconforming liberation, sex worker rights, and then the sort of umbrella of digital rights, surveillance, and tech-enabled oppression and survival strategies that are, covering all of those things. However, some issue spaces that I'm not discussing, despite their deep connection to this, idea of self-determination and bodily autonomy, just a few to name: immigrant justice, carceral technologies, disability justice, and harm reduction for drug users. And I also want to say that, as I'm doing all of this research, everything that I'm presenting here is from those digital privacy and security trainings that I'm offering to these movement workers, to these grassroots community organizers, to these activists, to these abortion funds, medical providers. It runs a whole gamut of people that are at risk and are threatened by this. And so the types of threats that come up for them sometimes aren't always digital in nature, but they like lead to the type of increased digital surveillance they might be under. So some things I might name might not be like technical in nature immediately, but I feel like I need to say that so you understand like the impetus or the drive to oppress these people with more or increased surveillance. So here is a rough and dirty timeline of some things that will come up all throughout the talk. And I sort of just threw this together haphazardly to illustrate how far back this goes. This is not just like the history of the internet surveillance. It goes all the way back to Comstock, this, well, I'll cover him in a moment, this like Victorian era obscenity law that really set the groundwork for surveillance as we know it today, especially surveillance facing women, gender expansive people, sexually expressive people, etc. And then all the way up to today, where every single year since 2022, we have a record number breaking anti-trans laws each year, exponentially rising. All right, so let's jump into the first one, abortion access. At the moment, unless I'm wrong, which someone please correct me, there are 41 states on the books that have some kind of abortion ban in effect. Digital evidence is often being used in criminal cases to go after people who are seeking an abortion and being charged by the state because of it. The censorship is broad and extra legal beyond that, and the chilling effect felt by this is immeasurable, to say the least. So some of the digital surveillance and tech risks endangering the movement, these are the ones that I most commonly come across in the sort of security and privacy advising I do for these organizations. The passive surveillance mechanisms built into social media and pervasive ad technology. I really think of this as like, I mean, obviously data brokers are in that, but this is like an existential threat that harms everyone, but particularly those who are just trying to seek healthcare, which is now criminalized. The abuse of public records being weaponized in doxing campaigns and coordinated harassment. I name that specifically because it's a little more, it's more specific than just typical OSINT campaigns run to like dox activists. I'm talking like medical licensing information, business registration records, and so on. Data brokers, which I just named. Street-level surveillance technologies, but specifically automatic license plate readers. It is a very significant threat facing people who are accessing abortions in those restrictive states. And then the interoperability of medical health records and third-party apps within the health tech industry ecosystem. I feel like I always need to say that the P in HIPAA stands for portability, not privacy. People forget that. And those third-party apps, which are often like designated as necessary by doctors to interface with them or to seek care, are only covered loosely by these business associate agreements. And I mean, I'm not a lawyer, I'm a technologist. I don't understand HIPAA. They probably should, but I know that they don't. I know enough to be like, well, that's bullshit. Your data privacy standards are trash, and you are abusing people's data, people's well-being. There's also a lot of financial censorship of movement workers, but especially abortion funds. And there's abuse of private health data by CPCs, crisis pregnancy centers. And then, as I mentioned earlier, censorship of abortion information extra legally by these spineless tech companies who are just kowtowing to the current administration. Okay, so I mentioned Anthony Comstock earlier. He was this total asshole of a guy in like Victorian era New York who was just typical sort of conservative mindset, terrified of anything that like opposed to sort of Christian values. So he was horrified by anything lewd, lascivious, immoral, including contraceptives, abortion-related material, sex-related material, anything that had to do with like women's agency in the world. And because of his work as a postal inspector and a secretary for the New York Society of Suppression of Vice, he sort of constructed this way of surveilling the mail system to pick out those articles of obscene interest. And that has been extended today to like, that is the backbone for mail surveillance as we know it, and has been often cited by legal experts as like the Victorian era law that we need to be scared of now regarding restriction of abortion in America. because this is still a law. It hasn't been repealed. Okay, jumping to the 90s, here's an example of this website that was called the Nuremberg Files, run by this guy in the corner, smug-looking guy who died just a few years ago, rest in piss. And it was this early example of a doxing website that was like weaponizing those public records I mentioned. So like getting doctors' licensing information and publicizing it online, which is totally legal to do, but it like increases the violence pitched against these doctors, which actually led to people dying, led to doctors being shot and killed because they're providing abortions. And like, obviously this was it's called Nuremberg Files, so it's like a pretty gnarly sort of website. It didn't have like a ton of respectability in the space. It was very clearly to incite violence. However, today we have sort of these newer versions of it, like this called abortiondocs.org, which has this veneer of plausible deniability and respectability on it, but it's the exact same thing. Don't get it twisted. I mentioned censorship earlier. Here's an example of Bing search engine, which our friends who were over at Repro Uncensored uncovered that when you typed in abortion, you get sort of like vague, loose results from Bing, but if you misspelled the word, you get like more accurate results. And we thought, oh, well, that is censorship. And you know, through realizing this and through the tireless work of people at Repro Uncensored at the time, we partnered with them to run this campaign called Stop Censoring Abortion, where we collect testimonials and examples of censorship, not just across search engines, but across social media and elsewhere. And we are collecting those and using them to hold these tech companies accountable and say, like, you said you care about free speech. This is extra legal censorship. Why are you doing this? This is public health information that's actually in the public interest to be available. But of course, it doesn't just stop there. We have early examples, even before the Dobbs decision, of Google search history being used to prosecute a woman, I forget where she was, Michigan, sure. Anyway, her Google search history was used as criminal evidence in the case used against her, and she went to jail for trying to do self-managed abortion at home. Another example, this one's pretty prominent, you may have heard of it. This woman, Jessica Burgess in Nebraska, was helping her daughter navigate self-managed abortion, and she went to jail for 2 years. And it was Facebook Messenger logs that were used as key evidence in the case. Facebook responded, obviously, like to some press that happened after, because I think this was like, it was happening just before Dobbs and then resulted afterwards, like the sentencing. And Facebook said, like, oh, this actually has nothing to do with the law enforcement subpoena. Our response to them was not motivated by the anti-abortion sentiment, but I mean, it just goes to show what happens when you have shitty retention policies. It hurts people. Another example, this is cell phone data, like location data, being used to go after a mother and son who are helping a young woman navigate getting an abortion. And there are some positive examples, like these supposedly well-meaning tech companies that in response to the Dobbs decision to overturn Roe v. Wade said that they were going to change their policies and make things less immediately harmful to people who are just trying to access healthcare. So Google Maps, they said that they would start to delete sensitive location data from the records that they collected. So anyone who was traveling in and around clinics that offered abortion services or gender-affirming care in places where that's criminalized, that they would get rid of that. And we, applaud that. Great, good job. However, an independent researcher, 18 months after the fact, found out that they were lying about it. And, boo, obviously. And surprisingly, like 3 or 4 months after this report came out, where the independent researcher found out that Google was lying, found that, oops, yet again, they were still lying about it. And Google was like, oh, no, sorry, we're getting on it, we swear. I think they have actually corrected this since, but like it just goes to show that you can't trust them even when they say this. You have to have third-party independent audits of their actual practices. And of course, it's not just online threats, right? I mentioned earlier the street-level surveillance facing abortion access, specifically automatic license plate readers. And this was something that we thought about pretty early on as like a significant vector of concern when Roe v. Wade was overturned. And looks like about a year after we were writing about this and talking about this, we found a bunch of law enforcement agencies who were illegally sharing ALPR data across state lines. And obviously this is a big threat because a lot of people are traveling for abortion. They're going to places where they can access an abortion legally and then traveling back to their home states where that is illegal. And that would be illegal for them to have done that across state lines, right? They could still, well, I'm not a lawyer. My understanding is that they could still be charged. And so we began writing to a bunch of those law enforcement agencies and writing to the AGs who are supposed to be responsible for making sure that cops don't break the law. And some have responded, some have stopped, some haven't. We're seeking action against them. And a more recent example of just this year, this was a story that was broke by 404 Media, and then my brilliant colleague, Rindala, actually wrote about this, about a woman who went to get an abortion, and a Texas cop actually accessed 83,000 different ALPR cameras to track her down for doing so. And I mentioned, data brokers being this sort of like existential threat that is like, I mean, it is this vampiric nightmare of an industry that needs to be murdered like yesterday. But specifically in this, yes, yeah, let's figure out a way to do that. I don't know. But specifically, like in the abortion access space, I think it provides this example of how like pernicious and dangerous it can really be. So data brokers are often found to be providing warrantless, real-time location data information to cops or to anyone who wants to buy it. Let me say that again. Warrantless, real-time location data of anyone at any point. That's fucking terrifying. So this far-right think tank got brokered with one of these data brokers and set up some geofences around clinics that offered abortion services. And they collected the device IDs of every phone that traveled within those geofences and then delivered forced birth propaganda to those devices via advertisements. And we don't know what else they did with that data, just that was like the most visible thing they did with it. And so Senator Ron Wyden actually he went after this. He's a longtime champion of privacy rights, one of the few we have. Yeah, he wrote about this, but this was a while ago, and I'm sure it's still happening because data brokers are an unregulated industry. Okay. So now on to sex work. Obviously, sex work is criminalized across essentially the entire US, making it a significant frontline for the types of surveillance technologies that are used, and bad internet bills, which I'll cover in a moment, that we can come to expect elsewhere as criminalization creeps, like the penumbra of criminalization expands to involve more and more and more people. Which is why you'll often hear this refrain in the digital rights space that sex workers are the canaries in the coal mine. So the common surveillance and tech risks endangering the movement that I run across in the years of experience I have in this space, again, passive surveillance mechanisms built into social media and pervasive ad technology, also abuse of public records weaponized in doxing campaigns. Not necessarily public records like medical licensing information, but a lot of business registration is used for these, for those campaigns. Data brokers, of course, street-level surveillance technologies, less so automatic license plate readers, but what's really common, especially in areas where there's a lot of street-based sex work, so like people on the stroll, are these surveillance towers. Sometimes they're, occupied with people workers, but that's expensive, so usually they're cameras that are plugged into whatever sort of smart city systems the police have. There's a ton of financial censorship in the sex work space, and a ton of removal of public health information due to terrible internet law, and specifically, facial recognition is used quite often against sex workers. I'll cover that in a little bit. Okay. Now I'm going to rant about Section 230 for a moment. I'm, again, like not a lawyer. I sort of accidentally became very interested in Section 230 when I was much more involved in sex worker advocacy in 2018. This shitty internet bill, which I'll talk about in a second, FOSTA SESTA happened, but my miniature rant and history lesson here, and I don't know if you're actually wrong about this, I'm angry. Section 230, it don't buy the bullshit that people try and sell you about trying to repeal it or amend it. It is actually a backbone of free speech online. It is a backbone of platform accountability, and it is a backbone of what we value, some of the core values we have at EFF. So if you trust us on this. People and companies are responsible for their own speech online, not the platforms. That's essentially what 230 says, right? If an intermediary company of any kind, not just the platforms, but anywhere along the chain of steps in what makes the internet happen, if any of those are held responsible for the individual behavior of users, it's a death knell for free expression and privacy online because it incentivizes those platforms, those intermediaries, to do extra legal choking of available speech online, which is particularly dangerous for people like me and a lot of people like you out there, people who are marginalized, people who are, need to access criminalized industries or healthcare to survive. Content moderation is not threatened by Section 230. This is a refrain you will hear from, bipartisan legislators or lobbyists or activists saying that we need to repeal this because it will make the internet a kinder, safer place. That's not true. Those activities, like trafficking or sale of drugs, regardless of your feeling about sale of drugs, it is illegal. Section 230 won't change that. It's not going to stop it. And actually, in some cases, it increases it. Okay. So I mentioned earlier that in 2018, there was this terrible bill, FOSTA SESTA. Well, it's a package of bills that were happening. And there was this broad bipartisan support that was brought for it because it was saying, we're going to stop human trafficking online. And so we had this, all these propaganda campaigns, these well-known celebrities who were, at least at the time, fairly liberal, advocating for this because they were like, you don't want children to be bought online. And it's well, duh, we don't want children to be bought online. But listen to sex workers. Listen to what will actually happen to us when you take away the availability of navigating business online as a sex worker. It pushes us back onto the streets. It makes things more dangerous. So this advocacy collective that I got involved in, and I was the first digital security person to run their programmatic work, Hacking Hustling. They did a bunch of public health research and advocacy talking about the impact of this, not just to sex workers, but to everyone. The impacts of FOSTA SESTA and how it's it is significantly impacting the free speech of everyone, or everyone who values sexual expression online. Removing public health information and things like bad date lists, things that sex workers that we use to identify rapists and abusers and et cetera in communities were taken offline because of this. That makes things more dangerous. It forces workers back onto the streets where, again, we don't have the availability of those lists anymore. It removes information like STI screening information, et cetera. So an example of how this actually made things worse, it did the opposite of what it said it would do. It was, it's the Fight Online Sex Trafficking Act, or the Stop Enabling Sex Trafficking Act. It was supposed to, stop trafficking from happening, but actually in San Francisco, it increased it by, this says 170%, but I actually remember a bit later, it went up to 300%, but I don't know who's running the stats on that. Of trafficking-related charges in SF, reported by the SFPD, which, they're also incentivized to lie about this, so it might have been higher. And so back in 2023, I wrote an op-ed in the SF Chronicle about this, and I was like, hey, because a lot of people were angry. There were a lot of letters to the editor at the SF Chronicle saying hey, our neighborhood in the Mission on Shotwell and Cap Street specifically have a ton more street-based workers right now, and we feel very unsafe and we're very unhappy because whorephobia is rampant everywhere. And I was like, okay, sure, maybe, but you know why? You know why? It's because of this. And if you advocated for this bill, you're responsible for it. So if you care, maybe we should repeal this shitty law, FOSTA SESTA. One of my proudest moments, this is like one of my prized possessions, this retired judge and kind of failed SF politician, Quentin Kopp, nominative determinism, he wrote me this very like angry letter, this like handwritten hate mail to say like, oh, you know, in my day we thought that whores were bad, prostitutes are bad people. And so on the back of the letter, he also sent me like a clipping of the article I wrote, which I didn't get. So I was like, oh my God, thanks, Quentin. And he's like, why don't you appeal to our city's better instincts instead of glorifying whores and pimps? Yours disgustedly, Quentin Kopp. Today, this like, you know, feeds me. It gives me inspiration to keep glorifying whores. So, as I mentioned, like this FOSTA SESTA, so it shifted the responsibility from like the individual people online, the already criminal act of solicitation or prostitution. It shifted the responsibility onto the platforms. So there was this massive increase, like this broad sweeping censorship that occurred across the internet. My favorite one, the worst one, was Tumblr's response, who, as you may or may not know, like host a lot of porn. They did this really broad and clumsy moderation of all sexually explicit content on their platform, including like removing a lot of like classical art imagery, pictures of uncooked chicken breasts for like recipe, you know, guides, and also they moderated out their own moderation policies because it mentioned like trafficking and prostitution. And then you have these tech companies who sort of like swoop in with this sort of like solutionist ideas about like, okay, well now that you are required to be compliant to this new law, we can sell you the services that make you compliant. Like this company Thorn that was weirdly started by Demi Moore and Ashton Kutcher. They, you know, make these anti-trafficking technologies. There's like a whole sort of suite they offer of different products. They sell to law enforcement. They sell to you know, tech companies, and they were fighting really hard for FOSTA SESTA because, you know, it's good business for them. Unfortunately, it was found by a journalist in 2019 that, I mean, I highly recommend you read this article. It's crazy. Thorn, like, lies about all of their products and the efficacy of them. I mean, not just about like how they work, but like the numbers themselves are like just wildly misreported, and it's fabulous and horrible. So the problem is Thorn's products, they do sometimes work. They're used to lead to arrests. Here's an example that a coworker passed along to me who this police record or this arrest record was describing using facial recognition, specifically Thorn's products for facial recognition, to make sure that the woman that they were arresting was actually a sex worker. But they're not the only ones who are doing facial recognition. Facial ID has been used for now a number of years at the border to identify workers who are trying to come into the US or to just cross the borders. And those models are trained on sex workers as public listings online before and after FOSTA, because, you know, life finds a way. We're still gonna find a way to operate business online because it's safer. But, you know, they're training their shitty products to find us. Here's an article that came out just last month from an old comrade and friend of mine, Kate Zen and Chanel. I highly recommend you read this because it is a chilling and significant indictment of the types of surveillance technologies that are being used against sex workers right now, and why it is so easy to pitch them against sex workers, and why this like happens without any kind of challenge from you know, sort of like respectable people or respectable politicians. It is just horrible, and I absolutely recommend you read this article about it. Okay, so now let's talk about trans and gender nonconforming rights. A Right now, at least 27 states have bans on gender-affirming care. These are mostly aimed at minors and young adults, and nearly all have exceptions explicitly written into those bans to allow surgery, corrective surgery on intersex babies and infants, meaning doctors are allowed to perform surgeries on the genitals or sexual organs of children so as to better represent the limited binary mode of thought rather than the biological reality, which is a spectrum of sexual development outcomes. So, because of that, here are the digital surveillance and tech risks that are endangering this movement right now. Obviously, these are very familiar. There'll be some differences from the last two sets that I covered. But passive surveillance mechanisms built into social media and pervasive ad technology, still a threat here. Same thing with the abuse of public records, weaponized in doxing campaigns. I find actually in this space more often, it is individual activists whose work online is being used against them, and data broker records, which are being used to dox them, rather than the public records I described with the last two sets, the business registration or medical licensing information. Also in this space, the interoperability of medical health records is clearly still a threat. What sets this one apart differently are for trans people who are medicalizing their transition, the diagnostic codes that are generated for those types of people are much more strict, rigid, and impossible to go around, as opposed to the diagnostic codes which result in prescriptions for Miffy and Miso. Abortion medications. So, yeah, that sucks. There's a ton of censorship of public health materials on government websites, especially the last year. I'll cover that in a moment, but the current presidential administration is really all about removing all visibility of decades of public health information and research that has been around people with divergent sexual orientation and gender identity. So, speaking of which, pretty much immediately after Trump took office, US health agencies began scrubbing websites to, clean them of gender ideology. This was removing, as I said, decades of research, but not just about trans people from anywhere, not just studies of trans people, but anywhere that trans people existed as a distinct population within a study, removed. But this also included public health documents like HIV and AIDS-related research, safety guidelines for STIs otherwise, and more. The Wayback Machine at the time was cited as our sort of solution for this space. Everyone was like, oh, thank God we have the Wayback Machine, which true, yes, I love the Wayback Machine, I love the Internet Archive. However, there were the small cadre of people I was working with to try and save all the websites before they were taken down on that day. We discovered that the Wayback Machine captured almost none of them. Here are just some examples of where trans people are being erased on government websites. Ironically, Stonewall, which is crazy. Oh, okay, so obviously, I mentioned doxing campaigns are used against trans people, and now doctors who are providing gender-affirming care for trans people. Similar to the Nuremberg Files website or the abortiondocs.org, here's one called the Stop the Harm database by a group called Do No Harm, which is weaponizing those public records, with a sort of plausible deniability, being no, this is just we're just surfacing what's public information. People want to know if their doctors are transing the kids. And this is also resulting in people having violence pitched against them. I have taken very distressing phone calls from doctors who are now terrified of the fact that they're doing criminal behavior. They've had their clinics burned down, they've had guns fired at them, and they're like, I'm not trained for this. I'm a doctor. I didn't think that this would be my life. The group that runs this Stop the Harm database, well, it's actually a coalition of groups, but Alliance Defending Freedom is one of the groups who are working with them, and they frequently collaborate with Heritage Foundation. If you're familiar with those groups, you'll know that they are heavy-handed in the writing of Project 2025. And actually, in a kind of brilliant lesson in terrible OPSEC, which I use as an example to like give hope to the people I'm offering privacy and security advice to. The groups who were working, at least in one of the spaces they were working, to sort of figure out how to better propagandize the anti-abortion and anti-trans movements, they left their Google Drive folder totally open for anyone to access. And so we found like all of their sort of strategies for it was a lot of language strategies, like specific terms to use. Also like identifying people to pretend to be experts. There's a lot of like fake doctors, like the American College of Pediatricians. They're not pediatricians, they're not a college, but they call themselves this. And they advocate for like, stopping the transing of kids because they have that fancy title. There are these, I mentioned like 27 states right now have various bans on gender-affirming care, but there are these like other bans or like these other sort of like creeps of criminalization that are particularly threatening. Like this one struck me as one that was very scary because it was just saying that like anyone who is trans and identifies themselves as such is committing fraud against the state. Exactly. Yeah, or here's one, also in Texas, not shockingly. Yeah, so in Odessa County in Texas, they pretty commonly, they put up a bathroom ban, which is like, run of the mill these days. But this one, they actually like were rewarding people who would narc on like a trans person who was using a bathroom. So it like incentivizes businesses or just random people to like basically be deputies for the state to enact this sort of transphobic law. And so the fines are like up to $500 in trespassing charges. Of course, there would be jail time attached to that. But the businesses could get $10,000. So the reason I bring those things up are because it incentivizes like the sort of shitty surveillance we're worried about. 5 minutes? Oh, okay. I'm gonna be really quick. Okay, so it incentivizes the shitty surveillance we're thinking about, and the DHS just earlier this year like lifted this ban on surveillance protections for sexual orientation and gender identity. It actually didn't even say gender identity in it, like in the title of it, but it was like that's what it said in the policy before. So now they don't need to have like warrants or anything to impose sort of like heightened surveillance against people who fall under sort of SOGI identities. Okay, so type of censorship that's in the space right now, these like spineless tech companies are kowtowing to the current administration well before any sort of speech regulations are imposed on them, because either they're spineless cowards or they're transphobic bigots, doesn't matter, it's happening anyways. So Facebook was lifting restrictions on calling women property and transgender people freaks. That's not like, exclusive to the type of insults you can say, those are just examples of ones that were left up. YouTube did the same. LinkedIn did the same. Obviously, Twitter, X, has been doing this for a while because they're like a bastion of free speech. Oh wait, they're not. Like if you type cis on the platform, your post gets removed or like suppressed. So at the time, like way back in the day, just a few years ago, when that Don't Say Gay bill was being thrown around in Florida and it got passed, which is where you couldn't like talk about anything that had to do with LGBT life or expression, I thought, well, damn, that sounds like it would be particularly, it's in schools. That would be really scary for students who are given like school-issued devices that are sort of basically rootkitted with spyware, because they don't have any control over like removing that. I would hope that there are some savvy hacker children out there who are now like learning their skills through getting around this. However, I was like, damn, this creates a really terrible perfect storm of human rights abuses. So I wrote about this, and then a few years later, or just a year later, year and a half, we did this report called the Red Flag Machine, where we basically just scoured through thousands of results from our FOIA requests on school districts, like saying, like, show us what these machines or what these monitoring software things are flagging as inappropriate. And no surprise, it was very often LGBT content. It was often outing students, not to like public or like mental health practitioners or professionals in their lives. It's putting them in direct contact with law enforcement. And that's for things like LGBT history. They're not looking at porn, or they're looking up like whyamigaytest.com. 2 minutes, okay. Okay, the best part. Sorry, I only have 2 minutes to cover this. The survival strategies that I often recommend in these spaces to these various movements are running through them very quickly. For grassroots movement workers, activists, organizers, people who are out there like running funds or otherwise, expanding the practices for what we typically recommend for protest safety. So it's like expanding not just like really heightened digital privacy practices, but also like the street-based practices we recommend. I am often like saying, you need to expand that to many aspects of your life, not just protesting. Expecting the increase of law enforcement federal surveillance on them. People involved in the abortion access movement faced a 3 times designation as federally designated as domestic terrorists. I think we need to expect that more in these movements. Obviously doxing prevention, obviously anticipating coordinated harassment and platform censorship. For tech workers, just screenshot this. Basically, don't be shitty. Like, don't have privacy invasive technologies. Expect that your platforms will be used against the users. Like, you will get law enforcement requests. The data that's being collected by them and what you think is harmless, like third-party advertisers or like tracker mechanisms, that is dangerous. That does hurt people. That affects their lives. It sometimes ends lives. And then for everyone else, advocate for privacy laws that include all, like, not just piecemeal attempts at like better privacy rules around the country, but federal comprehensive privacy legislation. We need that federally. And just don't fall for the age verification schemes that are happening everywhere or any other kind of protect the kids internet measures. They're fucking bullshit. Here's a good example of a state law that passed recently, though, that we had a really heavy hand in writing. This one too, which didn't pass, but sort of created a blueprint for us. TLDR here, even if you don't access abortion services or you are not trans or you are not a sex worker, this should matter to you. Self-determination and bodily autonomy is something that everyone should care about. So expecting this increase of criminalization is the only logical conclusion we can come to given the last, 150 years. And if you don't know what else to do, go to act.eff.org. There's an action center where we have a bunch of tools for you to basically tell your lawmakers, pass privacy laws, stop being an asshole. And if you don't know what else to do otherwise, go to eff.org/no, where you're just like, no, I'm fed up with the bullshit. And you can donate to EFF and keep me employed. And that's it.
Thank you so much, Daly. We're going to open it up to questions. If you are on Matrix, please try to remember to tag ManChicken or just put it in there and be clear that it's a question, and I will try and work those. And we have 2 mics, so if we can get some lines, I'm going to alternate questions from Matrix as they arrive. Yeah, come on up, friend.
Thank you for giving me the notice.
Hi, thank you so much for this talk and for your work. I am really interested in this kind of work, and I'm also wondering if you could talk a bit about, for testosterone users or other drug users, PDMPs, prescription drug monitoring programs, where the gist is that if you want to access these drugs using a prescription by conventional means, you are forced to agree to police surveillance of the times and locations that you pick up your drugs.
Yeah, so the prescription drug monitoring program is essentially what it sounds like. It is sort of like a framework of surveillance put over medicine that is prescribed to people across the US. This is particularly heinous for people who are prescribed testosterone for gender dysphoria reasons, because testosterone is way more tightly controlled than estrogen is. What else is there to say about that?
How do they work? What does my doctor know about when do people dig into that information?
Well, if it is the prescribing doctor, what do my doctors know about me? and maybe like what do they know about the prescription drug monitoring program? It really depends on like the type of doctors you're accessing, to be honest. So like I have worked with like very small clinic type doctors who have like a very heavy hand and knowledge of what's happening because they have to be. They're wearing like a zillion different hats and like making everything run smoothly versus like big hospitals where they have no idea what's happening. They have no idea what patients' rights are, which is why we often run into doctors who are like basically narking on their patients and telling police officers that they like had an abortion or something. And let me also say, doctors or clinicians, for the most part, have very little control over how records are generated in like health information exchanges or elsewise, like the software that they're using, Epic and stuff, the EHRs, the electronic health record systems. They can sometimes get around it, and I've learned that recently they're kind of often, doctors are adopting this strategy that is used by mental health care practitioners and clinicians, where they're doing like parallel documentation, often like analog documentation of their patients' journeys, because that keeps patients protected somewhat from those records being used against them in like criminal cases. You're welcome.
There. Thank you so much for the brilliant presentation. Yeah, the brilliant presentation. But just to give a little context, so I'm the digital rights program manager at an organization that provides abortion pills globally. We are currently censored in 8 countries. We're pursuing strategic litigation in 3. And we recently started providing our services in the United States. So we've been working with more technologists and partner organizations on censorship circumvention. I'd be really interested to know if there have been conversations about this at EFF, if this is research that y'all are doing, if you're in conversation either with US partners, international partners on some of the methods that people might need to use in the US, or what their sort of plans are, given that we've seen states like Texas try to introduce bills with provisions that are terrible and would try to block access to critical healthcare information. So I'd be interested to hear more about what y'all are doing with that.
Sure. Do I need to repeat the question, or it's already caught by that mic? Caught by the mic. Okay, great. Yes, EFF is like long in the habit of recommending censorship circumvention technologies or practices and advocating for them like across other tech companies, or making tech companies aware that they are like censorship resistance tools, because sometimes they don't always know that. And then of course like advocating for neutrality across like the infrastructural systems, we call them, that like, you know, are like sort of lights on, lights off situation for the internet. So we are doing that. However, EFF, you know, really only got involved really actively in like the abortion space post-Dobbs. So I think we're still sort of coordinating our arguments for each. I am long in the habit of recommending censorship resistance technologies to the, especially like the grassroots workers or like the organizations, just to like say like expect your stuff to be shut down. So like here's how you can educate your users on how to use VPNs. Here's how you use the Tor network. Here's how you use Onion Share for distributing materials, etc. Yeah. So I think like we need to keep sort of pushing for that, and that's actually a really great example of how like the typical technologies that we recommend as you know, digital rights people like expand to anyone who's being threatened. And so it's like it's our job to find the issue spaces we care about and to advocate for those things for those people before criminalization covers them and makes their lives so much worse. Thank you.
Hi. It seems that the opposition, the people that we hate, are constantly better at us at doing the things that make them so effective. I mean, where is our campaign to geofence some areas where we know prostitutes that hang out and catch the politicians that go there, or catch police that are doing things that they shouldn't be doing, and things like that? They're so good at manipulating public opinion, and we constantly find ourselves on the defense instead of the offense. Are there programs to try and reverse that so that we're not always defending?
Well, I don't think they're that much better than us. I think like,
All I have to do is say it's for the kids, or for, you know,
Exactly,
to protect,
okay.
right? And then everybody's like, yes, you have to do it for the kids.
Yeah, they have good propaganda. They have a lot of money. They have
Yeah.
every law enforcement agency. They have basically bipartisan support. That's powerful and scary
It
and
is,
dangerous.
yes.
But as far as like OPSEC goes,
Yeah.
or just like basic human dignity and justice, we have that on our side.
Okay.
So, um,
It's so hard
know.
to sway public opinion, and they seem to be able to do it so readily. All they have to do is
Yeah.
do a couple of keywords. You even showed an example of everybody use this same language
Yeah.
to get that going, whereas we tend to use logic and reason to try and sway public
yeah.
opinion.
That's why I rely on like my activist colleagues. I mean,
Yeah.
like, I have a long, you know, history of activism in me, but I'm a technologist.
Sure.
And so like the activists are really good at, you know, demystifying the bullshit that's being sold to people and saying like,
Fantastic.
don't trust that. That's
Right.
bullshit. You know it is. And
Yeah.
here's why. Which is why you should go to act.eff.org.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the talk. I was curious, like, what are characteristics of these websites that, say, sex workers are retreating to when, like, the public sites are gone, right? So, like, are these, like, onion websites, or or they look like, are they just going to get shut down randomly all the time?
I would say that it's very heavily classed. It's the types of sex workers that are allowed to operate online nowadays are classed. So they're going to be the people who are hired by politicians. Should I say that? And so that falls along other intersections of oppression that we can expect elsewhere. So like, yeah. So, you know, people who are disabled, people who are black and brown, people who are immigrants, they're not going to have access to those resources often. People who are trans, not going to have access. So, yeah.
All right, everybody, thank you so much. Let's get another round of applause for Adele here.
Thank you.
Hello, friends. We're going to get started with our next talk. And I'm going to pull out my notes so that I don't completely make an idiot of myself. We have with us our friend Yael Grauer. She is going to speak to us about back to basics, building resilient cyber defenses for multiple use cases. If you could remember to mute your phones, turn down your hams, and if you are on the matrix, please @tag manchicken so that I see your question when we get to our Q&A period. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Building Resilient Cyber Defenses, but Make It Garden. I'm so excited that my slides are working. I had a slide mishap at DEF CON last week. So, my name's Yael Grauer. I work as a program manager of cybersecurity research at Consumer Reports. And you might know me from my work at Consumer Reports on Security Planner, or from some of my reports, which we'll talk about a little bit later. Or maybe I've done some investigative tech reporting outside of CR, and I maintain a data broker opt-out list to help people remove their address from people search sites. So one of the things I'll be doing in this talk, it's kind of an ambitious talk. We're going to be doing a lot in an hour, so buckle up. But I'm going to be using gardening analogies to try to make digital security advice more accessible to people who might not resonate with military analogies. And I wanted to thank Crypto and Privacy Village at DEF CON for their theme this year, which was in the garden, and that is kind of what gave me the idea to do this. So it's been a really fun experiment to see which gardening analogies work when discussing cybersecurity and which don't. So a quick overview of what we're going to discuss. It's a lot. So we're going to start with what I just said about terminology, and I'm going to try to give you a framework for making security decisions. And I'm going to spend quite a bit of time on this because I think understanding the concepts is the most important thing. Because advice is constantly changing, so you need to have some way to evaluate it and think through the advice and understand if it applies to your specific situation or that of the person that you're trying to help. And I'm hoping this will be more approachable and easier to understand than some of the current language. So then after we do that, we're going to look at some digital security advice people have been repeating for as long as I can remember and analyze when and whether it makes sense. And then we're going to use this new framework to do that. And then we'll do the same for some of the more viral advice, which is crowdsourced. I asked people, what viral security advice have you heard lately? And then I'll quickly show you the way we try to follow this framework in Security Planner, which is a free tool that gives you a customized digital security plan tailored to the individual and their devices. And then we'll talk about some of the limitations of digital security guidance and some other ways that CR works to try to work towards true transparency, fairness in the marketplace. So yes, cybersecurity basics, but make it garden. So again, we're going to start with a conceptual framework, but before we get into it, I do have a confession to make. I'm really good at growing vegetables, but I'm a serial houseplant killer. I have a really confusing monstera right now. I guess it looks the same when you under and overwater it. So don't take houseplant advice from me. I would gladly take houseplant advice from you if you're good at monsteras. Okay, so one of the first things that you start to learn when you're starting to look into digital security is to think about your attack surface. So your unauthorized person is the attacker, and all the different areas where they could try to enter or exfiltrate data or gain control of your device or whatever are attack vectors. And the sum of all these points is your attack surface. I think this is a military terminology where it's talking about vulnerabilities for military systems, infrastructure, personnel, etc. But I started trying to think about it as a garden analogy. Because if you have a garden plot, you're usually not that worried about things outside of your garden plot. If you're in a community garden, you're planting in your own plot. You're probably not planting in other people's plot. If you have a garden at home, you probably are ignoring your neighbor's garden. If you're worried about freezing temperatures and you need to cover up plants, you're going to do this in your plot and not just randomly. That would be weird. But the area you have to pay attention to can grow. What if somebody asks you, can you keep an eye on my garden when I'm out of town for a week? Then you have twice as much garden surface area to look at. And then there's things that you might think are contained until they're not. If there's an infestation of something that could get into your garden, or say you're at a community garden and a gate is damaged. Suddenly you're thinking of areas beyond what you originally thought you had to pay attention to. And then another term you hear early on when you start showing an interest in cybersecurity, which I think can be kind of annoying to people, is like people will be like, what is your threat model? And it's actually not even a military term. I think it came to us from Microsoft in 2004. And I'm not knocking it, but for me, it makes more sense to think about it in terms of gardening as a recovering hippie. Like where are you vulnerable, what the relevant threats are, how likely they are to happen. Like I don't usually think in that language, but I think about like what makes sense in my environment, what makes sense in my ecosystem. And that's when I think about like plant hardiness zones. Because if you are a gardener, like I live in the desert, so people will tell me you should grow X, Y, Z, but they live in a completely different state and none of those plants would grow in the desert. And I can plant all winter, but if I tell somebody like you can garden all winter and they don't live in the desert, they probably can't garden all winter. And even just different parts of the state like can change. So you have to like put in your zip code and look in the USDA plant hardiness zone map, and it looks at annual temperature, rainfall, etc. So then you can look up your hardiness zone and get information on what plants grow in your region. And I think this is something that like tech people can learn from gardeners. Because people often give people advice that does not make sense for them, and it just doesn't, like if you tell somebody use Linux and they can barely turn on their computer, like they're not gonna listen to you. So like, people get very mad. I know somebody's gonna ask a question about that afterwards and be very upset with me. But I don't know, if you are a person with memory issues, then maybe you do share your password manager password with your partner. But if you're in an abusive relationship, that's a really bad idea. So there's basically no one-size-fits-all solution for gardening, security, etc. And this thing's like, it looks a little bit at physical location, which can actually be applicable because there's different rules in different countries. But it also can be like circumstantial. So like somebody who is worried about identity theft has a different threat model than somebody who's being stalked versus somebody who, there's just different circumstances. So there's a tendency to just kind of throw out tool recommendations that people use Signal, use Tor. But not all tools work for all people. It's like very, very situational. So like if you are in Alaska and I tell you, you can grow veggies all winter, you're gonna look at me like I'm crazy because you can't. So, okay, and then the next term I wanted to talk about is layered defense. Which is, and forgive me if you're in the military and this analogy is completely bonkers, but my understanding of it is that if there is an army invading you, you don't put all of your resources on the front line. You like put some resources on the front line and create multiple lines so that your enemy loses momentum over time. And there's a lot of war stories you can look up about that probably explain it better than I do. And there's a lot of debate about like, whether layered defense and defense in depth are the same terms or not, but we're gonna just go with layered because I wanted to talk about soil layers. Yeah, but my joke about defense in depth is always like, if you are not dressed for work and you're on a video call, like you want your camera off, you want tape on your camera, you want to face your laptop away from you, you want to do multiple things so that nobody knows you're wearing Mickey Mouse pajamas, like even if one of them fails, another thing will work. And that's like, obviously something in security too, like if somebody somehow guesses your unique password, you're also using a YubiKey. And etc. Like just, and then you also know how to recover. Like I think I've lost my wallet at a bar before. Raise your hand if you've lost your wallet. So now I have photocopies of everything in my wallet, so that if that happens again, I know what cards to cancel. So that's kind of another example of having a backup strategy. But I wanted to talk about garden layers because there's things that happen beneath the surface that people might not even think about that help your plant grow. And I don't know a ton about this. I know kind of vaguely there's like mineral, air, water, organic matter, things that are decaying. So like people usually focus on the top layer, which is your leaves and plants and bugs and etc. That's like the nutrient-rich top layer. But below that, there's topsoil. There is subsoil. There's weathered rock fragments that can influence the drainage of your garden, the nutrients. And then below that, there's like bedrock, basically unweathered rock. And I think about this for cybersecurity because having a better understanding of these layers can help you prep your garden. And it also depends, again, on where you are and what you're trying to do. And so like that can really support the growth of your plant. So when people talk about only a single layer and have like a short snappy video as a solution to something, that might be really effective for some people, but other people, there's other things happening in these lower layers that you need to think about at the same time. And one example I think about is like a lot of times people come to me because they're worried about stalkerware on their devices because they're in a stalking or harassment situation. And it's like before you talk about stalkerware, you usually ask people like, do you share accounts with this person? Are you talking to somebody that is friends with them and revealing information that they are getting, like, etc. So there's like a lot of other things to think about before you start focusing on just technology, which it's easy to do if you understand it really well. And I think there's like a garden-themed joke about layered defense here somewhere. But yeah. And then I had sun and water and nutrients because we need healthy online communities to flourish, just like plants need sun and water and nutrients to thrive. So privacy and security by design, content moderation that's fair and transparent, trust and safety teams, people planning for emerging threats. And you can have too much water and too much sun. It depends on the temperament of each plant or each community. But there's some basics that you have to put in place, which I think are pretty standard across the board. Like they might operate a little differently, but the concepts are the same. And then your threat landscape is going to change. So if you look at the list of dangers in a given area, it's different depending on your environment or ecosystem. And this can be like a physical environment. Like I live in the desert, so I worry about jumping cholla, cactus, scorpions, heat stroke, rattlesnakes, etc. Even the plants worry about storing water. But in Florida, you might still worry about heat stroke, but you're also worried about alligators or cottonmouth snakes or black widow spiders. And these can actually change. Like even plant hardiness zones are changing slightly because of global climate change. And your environment and threats can change. And it's funny that I use the garden analogy because I think this is also true from somebody moving from like a rural area to a city. There's just, and vice versa, there's just new things you have to kind of learn to understand. And then I think it's so much better to plan for and prevent things from happening than to try to clean them up afterwards. And the analogy I usually hear is people who get an alarm system for their home after it's already been broken into. But I also think about weed infestations because it's so much easier to try to prevent them from happening, even if it's not entirely effective, than to not even think about it at all, and then you're trying to clean it up after the fact. And then preparing for specific situations and events, it's like, depending on your environment, it's like a whole thing. Like when you are like, oh my God, there's gonna be a freeze, I have to prepare for a freeze. I'm gonna harvest as much as I can before the freeze, I need a water. I need to cover my plants with frost cloth or fabric, but only at night. I have to wrap the young trees or shrubs with burlap. And it's because there's going to be a freeze, or probably. And there's other similarities to this, like say you're going to be at the border or you're going to protest. Like how do you kind of prepare in advance for these scenarios? And I had to throw in the walled garden, open garden analogy. But I studied abroad in England for a year, and the gardens there are like so extremely manicured. And I've always been fascinated by the walled garden criticism of tech ecosystems, because it's actually a garden analogy that's worked its way into cybersecurity. And it's usually about like a lack of transparency or monopolistic practices or data silos or like flawed measurements or limitations to data access. But I think there's actually situations where at least something similar to this type of approach can actually be helpful. Like if you're managing a fleet of computers for an organization that's at high risk, you might want more control over what's allowed on them. And then, of course, our beautiful open gardens that are not as regimented. They can be cool. You can also have gardens that are completely overgrown and out of control and abandoned. So I feel like it's kind of an ongoing discussion, like how do you get transparency, cost effectiveness, diversity, while also dealing with fragmentation and complexity and all these other factors. And then this is a quote from Anne Lamott. So one of the hidden secrets in cybersecurity is that while there's a ton of certifications, Like, it's not like medicine where you can face consequences for practicing without a license, which I think is great. Like, but sometimes people pass along information they don't really understand. They're trying to be helpful, but you run the risk of just repeating things that don't make sense for an individual. And so I thought of this quote because it's like Anne Lamott, who like picked up a book of on gardens and started writing gardens into her fiction, and suddenly everybody she met thought she was this amazing gardener, and she had to be like, wait, no, I don't actually know anything about gardening. Okay, so that was part one. Part two, I wanted to talk about like the sort of old school security advice, because there is some advice that really hasn't changed over time. And these are actual screenshots from securityplanner.org, which I'll talk about a little bit more later. This is one of the things you get tired of repeating to people if you work in cybersecurity, is like use a password manager, generate unique passwords for each account. I get tired of repeating it because I tell people to do it all the time and they usually don't. And I can see why they don't, because it's actually like a lot of work, and that's just the first step. So I don't know. I don't want to say that people shouldn't do this, because I hear back from those same people after their accounts are compromised, and I'm like, did you set up a password manager? Nope. But there's some scenarios where like people might have an easier time using a browser-based password manager. Like, there's like an ongoing debate about like, should I tell my grandparents to use a notebook to write things down, because otherwise they're just going to memorize it and it's going to be a bad password. And then there's companies trying to innovate with things like passkeys, though the rollout was a mess. But as far as advice goes, I feel like this is sort of time-tested advice that does apply to most people for now. And then like multi-factor authentication is another thing that everybody tells you to do that I do think most people should be doing. There's debate about security key advice, like, because people don't want to buy, most people don't want to buy things and carry them around. And there's like different gradations of risk for MFA, where SMS is the riskiest, and then emails and push notifications are slightly better. Having an MFA app like Authy on your phone is better than that, and a security key is the best. And I think this is advice that's pretty generic across the board, and I think it makes sense for everybody. And I have had people come to me and like they were phished even though they had an MFA app. And I'm like, should have gotten the YubiKey, but nobody wants to hear that. So hopefully like we'll improve passkeys so that this isn't an issue. But yeah, this is like, I feel like there's never gonna be viral videos about this because it's just boring old advice that works. So right now it probably sounds like I'm gonna say all generic and time-tested security advice is good and viral advice is bad. But like I want to point out that some viral advice used to be generic security advice until the industry changed and people just didn't update it. So this can kind of be a problem for when you memorize advice without having a framework to evaluate it. And I put like VPNs and AV software into the now viral category that used to be kind of time-tested advice. And like, I don't know, I feel like people tell you, well, we'll talk about this a little bit later, but like people tell you to use AV software or a VPN because those are easy things to sell, but it doesn't mean it's actually gonna help you with what you're trying to do. And people tell you, I really honestly, like I don't mean to knock Linux users. I feel like this is a good forum to give Linux users a hard time, because like I wouldn't tell somebody to get a Monstera if they're bad with houseplants. If somebody's like not good with computers, I wouldn't tell them to become a Linux user because they would give up anyway. So yeah, I don't know, just some examples. Or when you tell people like, why don't you just go offline? That's not helpful. So, and then tool-based security advice I think can be really useful, except that the tools change. So, and there's circumstances where it doesn't work. Like I've had people send me signal messages from work phones that could be confiscated. And so if they're sending me messages about their work, that's not a great idea. I mean, there's ways to kind of minimize your risk by having disappearing messages, etc. But like, just using a tool can lower your risk. I use Signal every day, but like being aware of the limitations can be helpful. And also, like, obviously, if you use Signal but nobody else you know does, then you're not really using it because you have nobody to communicate with on it. And then the context of it can change, so tools can become less effective. So again, thinking about risks holistically makes it easier to figure out what to do and then find the best tool for the job. And this is other boring advice. I was like, oh, I should put screenshots for updating from Security Planner, but we have so many. We have one for a MacBook and one for your PC and your Android phone and iPhone and on and on and on and on. But yeah, this is good advice. I feel like this is something people should be doing before they do a lot of the things in viral videos. This is a little outdated. It's from 2015, but it's pretty interesting advice it's pretty interesting information from a Google study on expert and non-expert advice because of what people think about as experts and non-experts. Like, I thought this was really interesting. It's like, what do you think is a threat and what do you think isn't? So I hope they do an updated version of this. But I did want to take a look at some of the tried and tested advice and compare it to some of the more recent advice. So again, like I crowdsourced this. I asked people, what advice are you hearing? And I got a lot of messages from people saying like, oh, disable ad ID. And I get a lot of texts about this where people ask me like, should I disable ad ID on my phone? And I'm like, what do you need to be worried about? Like, what is your quote threat model? Are you worried about data brokers and advertisers tracking and following you? Do you not want a company to create a dossier of all of your locations? I mean, some people are posting those already on Instagram, but those are curated, and of course, some people don't post that. So I don't think this is bad advice. It definitely makes sense for people who are privacy-minded, but I think some people think it stops all tracking. And I've also heard people give this advice to people that are worried about stalkers, and I'm like, that's not going to help you. You're not thinking about companies having your data right now. You should be thinking about your abuser having your data right now. Are you sharing your Google Maps with them? Like, are you talking to somebody who knows them? And then also, people will sometimes tell them, like, you should disable this immediately, but sometimes that can be, like, actually harmful and put them at physical risk, so that's another thing to think through, because sometimes people will just leave it on for that reason. Okay, this is another one I get a lot, like, every week or two, I get... People are like, stop using Signal. I heard it was an op. I read an article. And it's usually like, I think this is because negative information spreads faster than positive information, even when the negative information is false. And most recently, people were sending me an article that was critiquing salaries and funding sources for Signal. And then it made some like false claims about metadata being stored on their servers. And I'm like, yeah, that's not happening. And then a lot of people who say this is what gets me, is that a lot of people who are like, oh, I heard Signal was compromised. I switched to Telegram. I'm like, cool, you read a BS article, and now you're moving to something less secure. So I think this is an instance where tried and tested advice wins. Like, you might not like somebody getting paid industry wages, but that doesn't make end-to-end encrypted messages not end-to-end encrypted. So I think this is viral advice people can ignore. And the third one I got is use a VPN. And I've actually written about this for almost a decade, so it's not exactly new advice. But it used to make a lot more sense before HTTPS was like almost everywhere. Like, so much of web traffic is encrypted using HTTPS. And I think people don't understand. This is another piece of advice, that it's easy to just pay for something. And people don't understand how it works or what they're trying to do. They're just like, oh, I heard about another hack on NPR, and you know, a YouTuber I like mentioned a VPN, so I'm gonna buy it and then I'll be good. And there's so much that a VPN cannot defend against, like digital fingerprinting, in which apps and websites triangulate characteristics of a computer or phone, such as, you know, your operating system model names. EFF has done some amazing work on this. But yeah, they can like uniquely identify individual users, also your screen resolution, GPS, the Wi-Fi you connect to, cookies, pixels, etc. And also, like, some VPNs are really bad. Some of them make things way worse for privacy and security. And yeah, I think this is one of the things that people talk about because it's easy to sell, but there's so many things. Like, this isn't even in my top 10 of advice. I'm like, use MFA, use HTTPS only mode, use Privacy Badger, shout out to EFF again. Encrypt your laptop, keep your software up to date. Like, and also it's so situational because it depends on what country you're in and whether you're trying to engage in censorship circumvention, and again, like what VPN you use. So this is like, again, like very non-viral, it depends advice. Okay, I've been reading this a lot lately, people telling people to leave their phone at home at protests. And this is so situational, that I think people would be better off looking at pros and cons and like other options for people this doesn't work for. So like if you don't have your phone, you can't call your friends, you can't videotape police violence, you can't, if there's some kind of emergency, you probably don't have another way to access information. I also laugh about navigation because I know a lot of people that wouldn't even get to the protests. if they didn't have directions on their phone. But it does make it harder to track you digitally, so I'm not telling people not to use it. But I think like this hardline approach stops people from taking other steps to protect themselves when they do take their phone, like turn off biometrics. Because police they cannot require your password, but they can require biometric access. Airplane mode, not posting your location in real time on social media. There's like a lot of different, there's just a lot of, I don't know, this is like when you go to a plant store and they ask you like, do you have any pets? Do you have any allergies? How often are you around? Like, how good are you with plants? Like, so some people can get to a protest without a phone, no problem. Other people are gonna get lost on their way to the car. Like, what are you planning on doing at the protest is another question that people might not ask you. What kind of protest is it? Who do you think might show up? Like, these are all just important questions to think through. And I've seen similar things where people are like, you should carry a burner phone to obscure your identity. And I'm like, is it really going to obscure your identity? Or are people just going to know you have multiple accounts? Are you carrying both phones at the same time everywhere you go? Like, can you even afford another phone and maintain it at the same time? There's just so many, like, it depends. So yeah. And then this is a tough one, the period tracking apps. This is something people started talking about a lot when Roe was overturned. People were suddenly very confused about these apps and whether they would be used to criminalize missed or irregular periods or miscarriages, something like that. Or if you have an abortion in a state where it's legal and return to a state where it's not. If you use medication for self-managed abortion. And I feel like this is a really easy thing to write about because there are better choices for secure period tracking apps. And it's something people have control over at a time when so many people feel so helpless. But there's also no evidence of any investigations of people based on these apps. Like the biggest threat that I've seen of criminalization is somebody reporting an individual to the police, whether it's a hospital staffer or like a so-called friend. So yeah, you can use apps to better protect your data. That's great. But as of right now, I don't think police are arresting people based on like an analysis of period data in a database. And the part where I think it could be harmful is if people stop using them altogether. And like stop tracking their periods, because sometimes it's really important to know like how pregnant you are if you do plan to travel to have an abortion. And there's a really good article about this called Fear, Uncertainty, and Period Trackers by Kendra Albert that I would recommend. I don't think this data is wrong. It doesn't hurt you to switch apps, but it could hurt you to stop tracking your period depending on state laws and your situation. And then AI training is another one I hear a lot about. And this one's still up in the air for me because I don't think a lot of companies offer meaningful opt-outs yet. It's kind of the Wild West, so I'm still kind of forming my opinion about this. But I just am not convinced that a lot of these companies will do what they say they will, especially if you're using a free version. And I don't know if there's any way to actually verify that your data is excluded from training. So personally, I don't type anything I don't want to exist forever and in association with my name anywhere other than like Signal. So, and then covering your laptop camera, which is my joke about, defense in depth. I don't know how many people like have remote attackers or malware that's going to access your device. And if, for me, if it did, I have bigger concerns. But I heard from a lot of people that were mad about this advice because they damaged their screens, their automatic brightness got messaged, like turning this on and off was annoying. So I don't think this is bad advice. It's just not my top advice. I'm more worried about the cameras I can't see, personally. And then disable the microphones. The advice I've seen is to switch your default microphone to headset or external mic and turn it off when you're not using it. So if somebody's on my laptop and the microphone, again, the microphone is not what I'm most concerned about, and I don't want to use an external headset because I'm on too many calls, but I'm not convinced that it can't be re-enabled. I don't know. I'm still kind of thinking this through, but I'm like, okay, somebody can get into my computer and switch my mic to be recording, and if I disable it, this will stop them, and somehow they can't re-enable it. Like, I don't know, I just don't see it. So the premise of this talk was comparing viral new advice with tried and tested advice, but there's like not always a clear way to differentiate between them because things change over time, like VPNs. Sometimes new vulnerabilities are introduced, so like your advice should change with it, but like a lot of new advice is delivered in a way that does not actually make sense for what people say it's for. So this is my shameless self-promotion. This is a free tool called Security Planner, which is how we try to tailor our digital security advice to individuals and their use cases without mentioning the military or gardening. And we Consumer Reports inherited it from Citizen Lab, and we start by asking people, what devices do you use? It's like extremely annoying to get instructions for how to lock down a device that you don't use. When you Google it, I've had this happen to me, and I'm like, why aren't these tips working? Because I'm not on this device. I hate that. And then we ask people what they're trying to do. So again, like, if you're worried about online banking, that's different than being worried about harassment, even though like you might be told to, passwords and MFA for everything. But a lot of the advice is different. And then we ask people if any of a series of things apply to them to further kind of calculate what advice would make the most sense in which order. And then they get a digital security plan that's specific and personalized. And sometimes this plan is really long, and that's because of the ecosystem. like I wish we had a better ecosystem so that you wouldn't have to do so many things to secure your devices. And that's why we prioritize it. So at least if people can only do one thing, they get started on something that's tailored and personalized to them. But there's also a lot of things that Security Planner can't do. Like, we don't have a support desk. We don't answer individual questions. So we try to tell people, if you need to talk to a person or if you need like very specific advice, like go to Access Now's Digital Security Helpline, go to the Cyber Civil Rights Initiative, Crisis Helpline, Reproductive Legal Helpline, 988, or the Trevor Project, which used to be part of 988 and now isn't, which is ridiculous, and Vida Activa, etc. And then it's also like not super targeted advice, so we link to 15 other guides that are more specific. Like there's one just for documentary filmmakers, there's one just for abortion activists, and so we link to like all the guides we can find that are up to date, which is actually very few of them. It's like but this is just a small part of what Consumer Reports does, because I feel like a lot of change needs to happen on the systemic level. So again, going back to that layer analogy. And these are just some examples of projects I've worked on, which again are just a small sliver of what Consumer Reports works on, but I feel like I'm most equipped to answer questions about them. So like we've called out companies for memory unsafe devices. We've called on companies to offer essential security features even for the free tiers or least expensive tier of their products to amplify work by Zadig Security. And we're best known for our ratings. These are actually not full ratings projects, but we've evaluated products to see how their privacy and security claims stack up for VPNs. And alongside Tall Poppy with Victoria's in the audience, and Lee Honeywell, we looked at people search removal services. We got a bunch of volunteers, signed them up for services, and saw where their information was removed. And it didn't do as well as I thought it would. So yeah, we actually work in a lot of different ways. Like what makes sense for a situation? Is it helping consumers decide between products and services? Is it teaching them how to use it in a way that preserves their privacy and security? Is it working with lawmakers to create consumer-friendly policies? Do we need to call out companies that have room for improvement? We also have investigative journalists that expose harmful practices. So all this is to say that the entire landscape is so much larger than just an individual changing a setting or buying a product. We need to create a better ecosystem for everybody and hold companies accountable when they drop the ball, whether that's through legislation or public pressure campaigns. And these are my questions. I have room for questions, and you can follow me on the socials. So. All right. Taking questions, and also if anybody has advice about houseplants.
Sorry, I'm late. Thank you so much, yeah. As a reminder, for the folks who are asking questions on Matrix, please make sure you @tag me. We have 2 mics, so we can have 2 lines for questions, and I'll interrupt and intersperse folks with questions from Matrix as we get them.
Hello, thank you for your perspective on all this. I'm wondering about consumer reports themselves, like those of us who are older remember like the paper magazine that would tell you, which brand of car was less safe or whatever, but how is the general support for work like yours at Consumer Reports regarding things like InfoSec, data security, and everything?
Okay, yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for your support. No, we do have, like the testing team does look at privacy and security of specific products. There was a digital standard that helped come up with things we look for privacy, security, ownership, etc. And I worked actually with the testing team on our VPN ratings, which was not full ratings because we only looked at privacy and security, but they were pretty great to work with. So yeah, I get a lot of support, which is super cool.
I have a question from the interwebs. Do you know any, starting over. Do you know of any data about the prevalence of stalkerware? I'm eager to use cyber skills in to help in areas of domestic violence and would happily deploy lightweight IDS/NSM detectors like SpyGuard for nearby shelters, but web searches yield little data to show it's a problem they should consider assessing or addressing. Thanks.
Interesting. So for stalkerware, we have an article on Consumer Reports, and we have a page in Security Planner, but it's not. It mostly talks about AV software that has been shown to find the most popular forms of stalkerware. And actually, we worked really closely with Eva Galford at EFF, who helped with those evaluations. But yeah, I don't know much about, mostly it's us just teaching people, here is what you need to worry about if you're worried about stalkerware, and a lot of it is not technical at all. And then if they do think they have it on their device, we tell them, here's how to find it, and then also, to talk through, to think through, what happens if I remove this from my phone? Is that going to make my situation better or worse? And that's, the target of it is kind of best positioned to know what they should do, because I feel like sometimes there's a lot of pressure from tech people to take this off right away, which can actually put somebody at more risk. So yeah, I've learned a lot about this from Eva actually, and hopefully we'll be able to update that soon as they evaluate more EV software. But yeah, I wish I knew more technically about it, but I don't think I can answer that question fully. So sorry.
There's some. Is this mic work? Yeah. There's some really egregious advertising for VPNs, particularly with sponsorships and stuff like that, where they say things that everyone in this room and a lot of people outside this room could very clearly see as being very, very, very wrong.
Yeah.
Is there anything are there any agencies or any groups that are trying to combat that, or that's kind of what you're doing?
Yeah, we did no, you're right. You're absolutely right that there's a lot of VPN advertising that is hyperbolic or misleading, or potentially misleading. Yeah, and we actually did a white paper on this, and we wrote up the language that we thought could be potentially misleading, and then got responses from all the VPN providers about it. But yeah, I think a lot of this is education, because it's a lot of people are using VPNs because they don't know what they do. And so either they're paying for a level of privacy and security that they're not actually getting, or that they already have through HTTPS, and it's it's horrifying.
And there's one thing, I came up with a concept at one point for a 2FA method that could mitigate most phishing risks, so I'd love to run that by you afterwards.
Oh yeah, sure, that'd be great.
I apologize, I have another question from the internet, but this one's a little long, and my eyes are made of garbage, so it's going to take me a couple goes. I apologize. So the question is, tied into the whole leave your phone at home topic, the argument I usually hear for that is it still talks to cell towers even when turned off.
Yeah.
And that reason seems flawed. I'm not a hardware expert, but I'd imagine communication with cell towers would still require power. Is the idea that your phone is still tracking you even if it's off, unless you put it in a Faraday bag, actually true?
I mean, like a Faraday bag or leaving it at home if you were absolutely worried about being tracked is the best bet. I just think people need to think through, like, I don't know, I get frustrated with this because then I see people post pictures publicly of these protests and I'm like, why did you, I don't know. It's not an easy answer to that question, but like, and yeah, if you're trying to not be traceable at all, then yeah, you want to, like, I could see why people do it, I guess is my answer.
So from the consumer point of view, and is there a role for consumer reports in pushing back a little bit against the online companies in the same way that, yes, wear seatbelts, but you also test car safety, and that many companies still to this day insist on using password rules that that NIST have said do not do it. I interviewed some of the people involved in the original NIST advice, and they used the word encoded folklore when they were coming up with it. And you should not, insist on using special characters. You should not expire passwords. And even at some companies when I've talked with, they said, well, we have to be PCI compliant. So the PCI guidelines have these rules which are now really kind of in opposition to NIST. Like in the same way that the Consumer Report says, well, we found this, we just say, well, Facebook, your rules are not very good, so you get a ding on that. National government, even websites don't always follow the best advice. And so we're trying to follow the good password advice, but we can't because the sites physically will not let us, in some cases by very explicit policy. And that maybe there's a way to publicly highlight who's doing a good job, who's obeying the current NIST advice, and who's back in the early 2000s.
Yeah, I think like for CR, we're more likely to call out companies if they won't allow you to set good passwords or won't allow or require things like MFA, than to say like it's annoying that you make us reset passwords, which you don't actually have to do according to NIST guidelines. But luckily, if you use a password manager, it's a lot quicker and easier. But yeah, I don't think we've actually called them out for that yet.
Hi. I really like the garden analogy. That is, it like helps lock in a couple things for me, certainly. One of the things that I was curious about is there, a security planner is like a really great tool, and it's something that like I'm excited to push friends to. But are there places to like test like how well your methods are working, like almost a way to like go outside and try to peek in? Or is there like good places to look for like where our data might have been compromised already?
If you want to see where your data has been compromised, I recommend Have I Been Pwned, which is awesome for just seeing where your data has been compromised, and like if you have access to those accounts, like if you're not using them, close them. If you are using them, change your password if you haven't already. But yeah, I don't know, like that's kind of, I feel like that's more like pen testing. I don't know anybody who does that for individuals. Except for like doxing, like looking up your address. This is like not a CR project, but the data broker opt-out list that I run, like it'll give you a list of places you can check to see if your address is there and get it removed. Yeah, but not I don't think exactly like what you're saying. Yeah.
Also makes sense.
Yeah, and it's actually really annoying because like this is like a full-time job, and like I still find my address crop up places, and I've been removing it for years, and it's very annoying. So it's like we need like policy changes, I think.
Thank you for the very educational talk. For full transparency, I work in threat intelligence. I've been a little disappointed in general that I haven't really heard anyone talk about threat intelligence in any of the talks I've been in so far. But I think it would be kind of a cool analogy with the garden. The whole garden analogy and ecosystem is thinking about threat actors as pests, and how frequently you don't see the results of it until you have like an infestation and stuff like that. But really, again, more seriously thinking about what are the threats, not just like your footprint, but also who's more likely to be targeting you. Is it a nation-state actor? Is it your own country or government? Is it a criminal threat actor? Is it, and so I think that's something that could be very useful for deciding what to prioritize and how to prioritize it.
I think we try to do that a little bit with this, but if there's ways we could do it, like I'm definitely open to suggestions if there's ways we could describe it better, but we try to kind of get at this by asking people, do any of these apply to you? And but yeah, I don't know, it's evolving. And if people want to get involved, like we have a Friends of Security Planner list where we like get suggestions for people on what to change and improve. So definitely open to suggestions there.
While we wait for anybody else who might have any questions, did you have a slide that has your contact info that people could use if they wanted to reach out?
Yeah, it's right here. This is actually my personal email because, yeah. But I have a CR one too, which is just l.grauer@consumer.org.
Do you want to try and edit your slide real quick so
I
that
could.
it's your personal email?
Actually, I don't know if I can because it's.
I'm sorry, I'm just joking with you about your personal email. All right.
But I can post it on one of these accounts. So.
Cool. Thank you so
People
much.
usually ask for the opposite. They'll be like, I want your personal email.
I bet they do. Yes, please.
Thank you for the talk, much appreciated. Love the work, big fan. My question is whether you've coordinated with the Mozilla campaign to raise awareness of the privacy issues in car, and as cars are becoming more and more automated, we have more remote access, some really outrageous privacy practices, and I kind of imagine I would love customer report to have a section about this car, yes, it's safe, it has airbags, and then how are the privacy practices of its software?
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. I know we've looked at it, but I don't think we've done any projects around it. I'd have to like go back and look that up because I'm not on that team. I know like it's old, but I Am the Cavalry did some work on this about like this is what we expect from car devices. Like these are ways you can secure this. But yeah, and it's definitely important work. So yeah, thank you. Oh my God, I love your bikini kill shirt.
Thank you, and thank you for the talk, and especially for the gardening analogies. I think it's really good to move beyond a lot of the military industrial complex language that pervades cybersecurity, especially stuff like cyber kill chain. Makes me roll my eyes. But a quick question about one security tool, email randomizers, and whether or not that's something that, what's your verdict on that, and whether or not they're useful to give people as advice?
Wait, can you tell me what they are so I know?
So, I think the biggest one is iCloud Plus has a hide my email feature that allows you to randomly generate an email address that forwards to your actual email address.
Right, yeah.
So it's a way to like hide your email address and prevent it from being, around in different databases that might get breached.
Yeah, I've used those. I think I used like A-Bind Blur, like God, ages ago. I used something like that. Yeah, I mean, I think those are cool. Like I like the ones where you can tell who sold your email. But I have noticed that when people try to opt out of things, they end up inadvertently linking all of their accounts when they're like, oh, here's all the things that I've used that are linked to me. So yeah, so it's complicated. Yeah, I have used those, and then I'm like, I can't get into my account because I didn't save this properly.
Yeah. The one thing I think they're useful for outside of security is signing up for like, oh, your new signups get a discount.
Right,
and you just
yeah.
keep doing that over and over again.
I think somebody signed up for a list that I run, and they were using their, like they had a little hyphen and said that it was associated with the list, and I was like, do they think I'm going to sell their email address? I would never do that. Yeah. But yeah, it is a good way to track where you're who's selling your address to who, because they have that modifier. So.
All right, I have one last question for you before we wrap. Do you have resource recommendations for those who are considering more adept for those who are considered more technically adept and who end up doing technical support for family and friends?
Like more technical resources than Security Planner. EFF, probably. Yeah, that's a good question. If it's like friends and family, I don't know for sure, but like I send people to the Access Now digital helpline a lot when they're like worried about things in other countries, because I'm like, oh yeah, I'm not. They have lawyers who are familiar with laws in all these like countries that I have no idea what is going on, and that they can get very technical. So yeah, it depends on the situation. But yeah, I guess that's a good thing to end on. Is it depends.
Well, thank you very much.
If you could, go ahead and pick your, go ahead and pick your seats, mute your phone, turn down your ham if you got one. If you are on Matrix and you would like to ask a question, please tag manchicken when we get to the Q&A portion, and I will try and read those out. We'll get started in just a minute. That's a non-specific minute, not like an actual for sure minute. Speaking of minutes, thank you, friend. I would like to introduce Chef Adam Sobel. He is here to talk to us about Zodiac Killer marketing, how he used codes, ciphers, and nefarious means to launch a covert food business. Thank you very much, friend, for coming.
Thank you. So I wasn't really sure if I was like in over my head speaking at a thing like this because I didn't really know what the hell this is. I have like a food blog, and I have a nice army of like recipe testers and proofreaders who work with me, and one of them, I won't tell you who it is, was like, you should speak at this thing because you did this weird shit that people would like. And I was like, oh, I'll do it, whatever. I don't even know what it is. I'm just gonna go do it. And until last night, I didn't have a chance to like check out exactly what this is. And like, I can barely do CSS. I'm not very tech savvy as much as I make a living online. And then I saw like all the other panels here are like, how to dox Ronald McDonald, how to, dismember a cop with a laser printer. And I was like, all right, this is perfect for me. I got this. So I had oh, by the way, I know this is like maybe going to be a fire hazard or something, but I brought donuts for you guys. If you guys want to eat, I made some vegan donuts early this morning. And they're there, and you can run up and grab one as long as he doesn't stop you. So I probably didn't bring enough for everybody because I didn't know like what to expect. So
Orderly line, please.
You may have to like do Lady and the Tramp style, share the donuts. I don't know. Do whatever you want. So I had this pretty popular food business before the pandemic. It was like a food truck business. We had a couple brick and mortar locations. It's all vegan food. And then the pandemic happened and I had to close everything down. And it was really perfect for me because that was crazy stressful. I had like 65 full-time employees and I'm not like a boss type of guy. I barely crawled my way out of high school with like a C average. And I was just really trying to make an impact in helping people to not eat animals by like presenting very yummy vegan food to them. And so when I closed everything down and had like the first time in my adult life where I didn't have to be working because I had a kid really young, I had this like year where I could just go on really long walks with my elderly dog every day and think about like how can I have that effect on society of moving people towards nonviolence without putting myself in like an early grave from the stress of managing a lot of human beings and stuff. So after my dog passed away, which was very sad, I was like, I was teaching at culinary schools before the pandemic a little bit, and maybe I can start teaching online a little bit, which I've done. But I really missed like actually cooking for people in real life because it just makes me really happy. It's like it's stressful, but it's the most fun job. Like people come up to you and you make them something yummy and they get really happy and they go away, and then you like do that over and over again. It's like the best thing to be addicted to. So I really missed that, but I was like, man, modern food service has all these things about the way generally people market food now that really just didn't resonate with me personally. Like first of all, like I always feel like it's really weird, the idea of people like hyping their own food up. I feel like it's really, like it feels very dishonest to me. Like me telling you like, I got the best burger in town, and all that type of shit that goes along with modern social media marketing for food. And additionally, like I also felt it's really encouraging a relationship with food in the modern world that I think is really unhealthy for society, like the objectification of food and how everything is like food porn, and it's just the whole thing. I think it's very corny, you know. And at the height of my food truck and food business before the pandemic, you know, it was like really the height of all this like extra corny level of food service stuff. Like, oh, don't forget to check in on Foursquare that you were here, and don't forget to give us 5 stars on Yelp and all this stuff. And I just felt this is like so lame. Like, not only is it lame for the consumer, but it's so lame for like people who are in food service who are extra psyched about making yummy food, to like divert their attention away from that to focusing on this like really trash flavor of marketing. So I wanted to make food, but I didn't want to make that much food. Like, I didn't want to be back in the position where I'd have to be managing 65 full-time employees, because it's really no fun. Like, the more you're in that position, the less you're actually getting to cook for people, the more you're like having meetings with people and doing all this whack shit. And so I knew I wanted to keep it really small. And actually, so I have 2 very sweet kids. They're both like homeschooled, home-birthed kids, and they were really raised, you know, involved in our business and our family's livelihood. And I thought, you know, my younger daughter's she's like a teenager now, and I thought, she's so sweet. I'd love to spend our weekends doing this like part-time food service-y thing together and not have it like fully take over my life, where I'm, you know, it's like just something I'm doing because I want to be doing it, and because I think it's fun for other people, and it's good for animals and encourages people to not eat animals. And so I intentionally was like, I gotta find a way to market this, but like just enough so that it's busy enough that me and my younger daughter can keep up with it, but it's not so busy that like I've gotta start hiring employees, because I'm really over that. I don't know if I'm ever gonna have another employee again in my life. So I had lots of time to think about this. And I started building out this this like custom trailer thing to serve the food out of, because I really like mobile food service. I think it's really fun. I like to make things as complicated for myself as possible. And mobile food service has like every fucking problem a restaurant has, but it gets a flat tire and you get parking. Like, so the more like chaos I can give myself, it just really lights me up. So I was putting this trailer together, and first of all, I knew I wanted it to like look very different from what I had created previously, which was like very colorful. And this one I wanted to make like much more refined. Like I designed all these laser cut steel panels that I clad the outside of it in. And my idea was to run it more like a pop-up outdoor restaurant than like any kind of food truck. So I built these nice wooden counters on it where people could sit and eat while I cooked for them. And we would bring out like tables and chairs and all this sort of stuff. And like with my food truck project, like I didn't really plan exactly what the fuck I was gonna do with it until it was like time to go. But I knew I wanted to do much more beautiful, refined food and make it really super affordable. In fact, I really wanted to use this project to do everything differently from not just what I was doing previously, but from like all the kind of current trends I see in modern retail food service. You know, like I really didn't want to build a thing where you come up to order and there's just like somebody staring at an iPad and there's this like barrier between you and the person who's cooking for you. I wanted it to be really personable and hospitable and just like alive. So I knew there were like certain pieces of tech, in fact, that like I knew I wanted to cut out of this project. I didn't want to accept credit cards. That would mean I wouldn't need to have a mobile router on this thing to process transactions. And I wouldn't need to even have a point of sale system at all. We could just like go back to old school, like writing tickets, and it's just me and my daughter, so I'm not worrying about like money going missing from the drawer or any of these headaches that are kind of like presented to people in the restaurant industry as the reasons to adopt that kind of technology. So I knew I didn't want to do social media for this. I knew I wanted to intentionally keep it small and very like live and lively. And so, and this, I'll get in a minute, I'll get to like what the heck I was actually doing with the food, because to me that's like the most fun, interesting part of this whole thing. But first I had to figure out like, how am I gonna let like some people know about this, but not everybody know about this? Because I had like a pretty big following. In fact, just before I came here today, I was meeting with like a really close friend of mine who had a big vegan business in New York. And she didn't even know I had launched this, which was like, it made me so happy to know that like people kind of close to me didn't even know this was going on. And then at the same time, like I didn't want to be so elusive with it that like random people couldn't just like stumble upon it and find it out that way. Like I was kind of down with it being like really hard to find it, but also very easy to find it at the same time. Sorry, I'm like really complicated. Anyway, so my idea was that, you know, I live out in New Jersey. It's the only way I can live near New York with a wallaby, because we do like a lot of animal rescue stuff and we live with a wallaby in our house, which I don't recommend, by the way. If you're thinking about it, just stop right now. This sucks. He's really cute, but they will shit up your house and they won't stop. Like he's never gonna know his own name and come when you call him. He's just like on that wallaby level. Anyway, we live out in New Jersey, and I was like, man, New Jersey Transit is really good about one thing. They just let any person advertise who will give them money, you know? And because of that, the platforms of the New Jersey Transit coastline are just rife with like the most poorly designed billboards. You know, like local realtors, who's like probably like their son did the graphic design in Canva and it looks like hot garbage. And you know, I went out with like a pretty good camera and took like very high resolution photos of the worst billboards I could find. And then I scrubbed out all the intelligible language from them. So it was just like the picture and the background and stuff. And I put together this like special custom font where every letter was just like a different geometric symbol. And I had the idea like, all right, I'm gonna rewrite these billboards in this shit nobody can read, like alien hieroglyphics. But I want like some people to be able to figure out what this says so they can like find my food thing, of course. You know, like I'm an expert marketer. So I set up a little like key in different parts of these billboards, like a grid, right? So there'd be like rows and columns or whatever. And then the only thing that I made legible on the billboard was a phone number. And the phone number went to like a Google Voice mailbox. Before I was in food service, I used to do like a lot of audio engineering. I used to make this music for people to like eat a lot of LSD and dance to all night. And not that I did that, just like for other people. But so I was really adept at manipulating audio and making it sound fucked up. So the voicemail recording, if you called the hotline, was this like really crazy sounding synthetic voice that was being like fucked with, you know, like all kinds of manipulation of the audio going on. And it read out this like way of decoding the key. Like it would give you like the numbered row and the lettered column followed by like a word that started with the letter that that symbol would represent. Like I'm sure you could come up with crazier, more complicated, more fun ways to do it, but I wanted to make this like doable, you know, like I was making it hard enough for the average person who just wants to eat food. And then if you looked at the billboard and like decoded it, it would give you this address for a website, which unfortunately is no longer up because it was really cool. It looked a lot like a kid's MySpace page from back in the day, like all this like glittering, spinning letters and like really distracting. And it was very unclear that you would reach the website of a food business at all, because this food business, as you can read, like this is the logo for this food business. It's called Galactic Mega Stallion, and it's got a spooky cosmic pony aesthetic. So naturally, I gave this website, like while it was really like glittery and spinning letters vibe, it was also very clear you had reached some kind of equestrian website. Like, and there was a lot of stuff on the screen that was not true. I'm gonna tell you now. Like, there was a banner ad saying that we've been selected as one of, on Brittany's top horse sites. It said that. It was also announced very proudly that we were on social media, which we were not on. And there was also a thing you could try to click to email us, and that didn't work. But had you transcribed the billboard, you also got like login credentials to like the backside of this site, which I made as scary looking as I could, and it just had like the GPS coordinates for where you could find this food cart thing and some other like basic information on time that we would be there. What was nice is like some people just like found us, and I knew like word of mouth thing would happen, and that's fine with me too. But then, you know, when I was much younger, part of the reason I was like a C average student in high school was I spent a lot of time getting kicked out of school for doing various types of vandalism. One of the schools I got kicked out of because the school's office looked out the window and saw me graffitiing a cop car. It's like really bad. Like I tried to make my kids not do that sort of stuff. But when I was like, all right, I'm gonna put up these billboards now. The first night I went out, I was like pasting these right up over the identical billboards that they were like rewritten versions of, so that, you know, commuters in the morning would come in and see that same like shitty designed billboard that they see every day, but like now it's written in like, you know, symbols and stuff. And it was like sketchy. Like my town in New Jersey, there's like a lot of police presence out 3, 4 in the morning. And like you stand out like a sore thumb, like gluing shit up on the New Jersey Transit platform at that hour. So I was like, man, I already printed like hundreds of these billboards. Like, what am I gonna do now? I really can't afford to get arrested at this stage in my life. Like my older daughter's in college, you know, like I'm trying to like, you know, put my parents into like, so be able to buy like a mother-daughter so one of them can move in with us if the other one passes away eventually. Like I can't be like going to jail or getting fines, you know? So I was like, yo, the easiest way for me to put these all up is just, I ordered up like some khaki pants. I got a vest and a hard hat. And I just like started doing this shit in broad daylight, like midday. Like I'd wave to the cops going onto the platform. Like I'm all like dressed in my security looking shit. And I just all summer was like going up and down the New Jersey coastline, like putting up these billboards. And, you know, like sometimes like I would do like a whole side of the, you know, like the whole northbound side or the whole southbound side of a station. And I'd be there for a long time. It takes a while. Like you got to put these things up in pieces because they're big billboards. So, you know, each one maybe is like 4 giant prints you're pasting up. And so like I'd be there for a while and like, you know, people would come on and like ask me questions about when the next train is coming and all this shit. I don't know. Like, so yeah, like I spent a while doing that and it was really fun. It was like so much more fun than like posting on, you know, Instagram, come eat my food because my food's so good or whatever. And so then a few years ago, I launched this thing. And what it is, like, I think is really fun. Because part of what I also wanted to do something different then is I'd grown this food business before the pandemic, and people really loved it. Like, I kind of can't relate to it. Like, I never want to stand on a line for food. But we had, like, every day just about in New York City, our food truck had like an over a block long line at some point during the day. Some spots it would be like from the minute we opened, it would be like a full city block long line for our food, which I can't really get. And one of the things that was like a double-edged sword of that popularity was it really made it difficult to do like whatever I wanted all the time with it. You know, like I couldn't keep like drastically changing up the menu regularly. I would do like little seasonal changes, but there were certain things like if I took off the menu, there'd be people with like pitchforks and you know, torches like ready to get me that I took their favorite thing off. And it really became very stifling for me creatively to like basically have to like work within the same motif all the time. So one of the things with this new food business I wanted to do was like, fuck that. Like, I really like the creative freedom that sometimes working within like a structure or some kind of like creative confines forces you to do, right? Like graffiti art is like a perfect example, you know, like working with letters and stylizing letters, you can go into so many cool creative flavors of those letters and styles, right? But you're still like working within that framework of imagery. And so I wanted to have like a similar confines to work in, but like something that I could go really deep into. And so what I decided to do was every season that I would operate this thing, hold on a sec, I gotta get that sip. All right, every season that I would operate this thing, I was gonna do like a completely different like style or theme with it, right? So like the first year I did all like Turkish and Middle Eastern things. The second year I was doing all like Malaysian and Indonesian cuisine because I spend a lot of time in both of those places. And, but within that year's theme, I wanted like every single week that I'd be out doing it, I wanted it to have like a 100% different menu, like riffing off of that theme and kind of exploring different nuances. The other thing, and this is probably like the number one thing that is gonna make people walk out of my talk now, like I'm a kind of religious person, sorry about that, bye. So I also wanted to like cook in a way that like aligns with my flavor of spirituality, which my wife and I practice, and we're like Hare Krishnas, and so we don't cook with onions and garlic. We also like eat food that's sanctified, that's like offered to deities, and I get it if you guys like don't know why somebody would do that. We can, if you guys want to ask me questions about that at the end of the talk, it's radical stuff. I was blown away when I like started to dip my toe into like radical personalism and the relationship with, anyway. So I installed these really beautiful deities on the food cart. Like I have an altar on there, and they're really very special deities carved from the wood of the Siddha Bakula tree in Puri, which is like a place of spiritual pilgrimage in South India. Anyway, so in addition to the challenge of making the menu 100% different every single week, I was also trying to make this food like hyper flavorful without having to rely on onions and garlic, which to me is like such a fun culinary challenge, because that's an easy way out. You know, you put onions and garlic in like fucking anything and it's tasty, you know? So to cook without those things, you really have to like find all these interesting other nuances and pungency from other things that you can use in the food. I mean, especially like Southeast Asian food is like super like shalloty and garlicky. So making sambals and stuff like that that's involved in Southeast Asian cuisine, you really gotta get creative to like find other ways to present intense flavor without those. So yeah, so that was like kind of my plan. And part of the freedom it gave me is to be like very flexible with it. Like for instance, this summer, my younger daughter, who normally does this thing with me, is out of the country. She's like traveling on her own in Europe right now, which is super cool. She's like working as an au pair for somebody in Spain, and like I didn't want to do it with somebody else. Like it's so nice to get to like work with my daughter every weekend, and we both really look forward to it in a way that wasn't like that when I was like operating a food business with employees who were like just there because they got to get paid for the most part. So like that's how I can be here right now. It's like I'm not doing it tomorrow, which I normally would be. And doing it all myself means like, dude, that's like 50 hours of work a week to do this like one pop-up if I'm gonna make a 100% different menu every time and prep all the different little components. So the food itself, if any of you are interested, maybe none of you guys give a shit about that, but the food itself, like I wanted to make it really, really affordable, because that's the other thing like I'm not about in modern food service, which is an understandable issue. Like it's very hard for businesses, particularly brick and mortar food businesses who have like so much overhead, to be profitable, like, you know, with the rising cost of ingredients and the rising cost of labor, and the fact that coming to the end of the pandemic, like a lot of the population had been out of work and didn't have the resources to be dining out as much. So a lot of food businesses, which you probably noticed, were able to like rise to that challenge by like cutting more and more corners. You know, portion sizes getting really, really small, prices going up, the quality of like the oil they cooking going down, all these kinds of ways people find to be more profitable. And what was cool for me about this project, and this is like totally a privilege to be in this position, was, you know, this is something I was doing exclusively because I wanted to. I maybe break even on it. It's a lot of work to maybe break even on. But, you know, like I do culinary consulting for other people's food businesses. I do 5 or 6 very like high ticket weddings a year. I have this food blog that brings me in ad revenue and like a membership thing where people take classes I teach on cooking. And so this was something that like I didn't need it to be particularly profitable. In fact, like if I lost like $100 a week doing this, but like I got to make the dopest food I could imagine, and that's great. That's like a small price for me to pay to get to share that with people. So the food was like I wanted to make it really defy people's expectations of what they would get from a mobile food service-y thing. So everything was served in, you know those like red and white French fry boats? You know, those little paper ones? They come in like all different sizes. So I would get like little ones and do these like really beautiful little like stacked up entree things with all kinds of crazy garnishes and make it look extra pretty. And for the last few years doing this, like I never had a single menu item I had to charge more than $10 for. Like most of the stuff is like between $4 and $8. So you could get like a few different things. And that's what people do. Like they come out and it's like almost like a really affordable, very beautiful vegan tasting menu. And every week it's like totally different shit. So it's fun for me. And hopefully fun for other people. I have no clue. Maybe people hate it. I really don't know, but I think it's been working out okay so far. I don't know if there was other stuff I wanted to talk about this. Maybe not. So I'm happy to take any questions. And it can be anything. If you want to talk to me about wallabies, if you want to pick my brains about vegan cooking, if you, whatever, it's okay. Let's do it. Oh, thanks for eating the donut.
All right. Thank you, Adam. We're going to have a Q&A period. If you are on Matrix, please make sure you @TagManChicken, and I will ask the question on your behalf, and I will intersperse Matrix questions with audience questions. We have 2 mics, and I'll call on people to ask their questions.
Thank you much. Delicious donut.
Thank you.
Yeah, loved it. 2 questions, quick ones.
Okay.
Would you be willing to share what the restaurant pre-pandemic was?
Oh yeah, it was called the Cinnamon Snail.
Okay.
And like that's my website still that I use for my food blog and for my classes and stuff. I'm sorry, I'm not that good about like remembering to self-promote. But yeah, it's called Cinnamon Snail.
Cool. The other one, what is like the reason Hare Krishna don't use onions or garlic?
Okay, so it's kind of a multifaceted question. The like probably less relatable answer for that is because we offer all of our food to God, and in our system of faith, we believe that God, because God is unlimited, like one of the facets of being unlimited is that God also has to be unlimitedly limited, right? Like this is actually, this is gonna be like such a bag of worms, but like I grew up in like a loosely Jewish-y family, and one of the things that always turned me off from that system of faith was there's this real rejection of like a personal connection to God, in that like there's no representations of God or real like discussion of God being a person, like with specific preferences and form and name. And in the Hare Krishna faith and in various like sects of Hinduism, the idea is that like that's one true aspect of the supreme, but like the higher reality is that God is also a person, and God has like unlimited possible forms. And that's what makes like devotion possible. Like for instance, like if you're coming over to my house and I want to serve you, but I like pretend you don't have any preferences and like I don't know that you're gluten-free or whatever, and I just make you what I want, like I'm kind of like just being devoted to myself, and like I hope you like what I made for me. But if I really want to serve you, like I want to get to know who you are and what you actually love and don't love. So like according to the Vedas and the Puranas, Krishna is described as having various preferences and forms, and one of them is that he doesn't accept onions and garlic. But that's the like super less relatable answer. I mean, there's other, like if you are really serious about meditation and like focusing on particularly mantra meditation, which is like also a form of concentration, like foods that make your senses like more enlivened and more like bewildered make it harder to focus on that eternal thing that is unmoving.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All
Yeah.
question from Matrix for you. What was the response to your guerrilla advertising?
So, one thing I didn't mention is that in addition to putting up these billboards, I also did send out press releases, which were just like a similar kind of like printout of like these symbols as like, and it's something they could have figured out, but it was like really beautifully printed, like a really high-end wedding invitation or something. And I don't really have the sense of which people figured it out and which people just stumbled upon me, but a good handful of people did come to our thing and had like shown me how they like figured out the whole code and all this stuff. And I was like, wow, you're a lot smarter than me. So some people really liked it. I think with everything about like criminal flavored artwork, there's always like a contingent of people who like find it to be very offensive. And I don't know, fuck those people. I think that's really lame. You want like some corporate ass billboard instead of like my crazy shit, but I don't know, it's okay. I don't know if that answers the question, hopefully.
Hi, thank you for the donuts and the talk.
Yeah.
I'm curious if over time you watched like the marketing change kind of out of your control. Like I'm imagining that, initially some of these people are coming in through these billboards, and solving these, these puzzles. But, eventually there's just word of mouth or people have like unverified, like Google, Google or like Yelp, things that you can put in like the businesses. So I'm kind of curious if you like ever saw a shift where different volume or more volume came in.
For sure. Well, first of all, I don't continue to put these up, and New Jersey Transit's somewhat vigilant about taking the shit down. I did put these up like in other non-New Jersey Transit related places, but they're not trying to have like, the fact that they looked very much like the original billboards that should have been there gave them a little more shelf life, but I'd have to like make this my new job, putting those things up forever if I wanted it to continue to be like the way people found out about this. And I knew going into this, like there would be that natural word of mouth, and I was really okay with that. And I haven't obsessively like paid that much attention to how people find it, because like the whole idea of this, aside to make it fun for me, was also to like alleviate a lot of that like marketing legwork out from under me, so I could really focus like exclusively on the food and the hospitality end of it, which like lights me up so much more than like focusing on how people find it or if people find it or any of that. So, but yeah, definitely there was a natural progression towards more people like finding it in more normal, boring ways. But it's been really nice to not participate in it, like it always felt so icky to me, like trying to tell people like they better come get the new thing. It's so like I don't share the menu in advance with anybody, any of that. And it's great because where I operate it from is from a farmer's market now in New Jersey. And so my menu, because it's so fluid, like I can find out what the farmers have that morning and integrate certain things into the menu. It's given me so much more freedom. It's like having the jet ski instead of the cruise liner or whatever. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question from Matrix, and I'm very excited to ask this one.
I can't wait.
All right, here we go. Did you have any other fun ideas that you decided not to use for any reason?
No. I guess not.
I love that answer so much.
Okay.
Thank you for the talk.
Yeah.
Could you give just more specifically a specific example of the menu for a week, or at best you can remember like what the...
Okay, I can probably find some. Give me 1 second, because I do have a file with like a lot of my ideas in it. Okay. All right, so like this is just a random one from last season when I was doing like Malaysian and Indonesian stuff. Because, you know, one of the things also about doing this is this thing is like mad tiny. It's like a full-sized industrial kitchen in like half the size of an elevator. So I have to be very crafty with like having just a few things that, you know, I can fit into everything. So this one had Malaysian spiced peanut French toast with clove ganache, whipped pandan butter, lemongrass, palm sugar syrup. It had chili paste roasted seitan with calamansi, pickled daikon and cucumbers, and Szechuan chili oil noodles. It had roasted plum hoisin tofu with makrut lime leaves, crispy potatoes, and pickled young green peppercorns. It had char-grilled coconut sticky rice, I'm about that, with green papaya sambal and fried curry leaves. It had lemongrass grilled yuba bao with smoked bird's eye chili jicama and bean sprouts with white pepper roasted cashews. It had crispy oyster mushroom bao with 5-spice aioli, yuzu sesame pickled cabbage, mint and Thai basil, and then we did like a roasted blackberry lemonade, iced watermelon galangal juice, and calamansi ginger ale. So that was like, well, could you hear any of that, or was I just like talking into my shirt? So yeah, that was like 1 week. So like every week it would be like a menu kind of like that, maybe 7 or 8 food items and like a few different beverages. We didn't do any like bottled drinks or anything like that. So yeah, like all kinds of stuff like that.
Hi. Oh, I forgot. No. I'm not against Hare Krishna or Ford in any ways, but I have to say that when I was a student, an art student in Sydney in Australia back in the 1900s, I used to love their food because they would always serve it on Sunday for free.
Yeah.
It was great, and it was so delicious.
Yeah, they still do that.
But the other thing I wanted to ask you, are you ever aware of a movement called Bugger Up, also from Sydney?
What is it called?
It's called Bugger Up. BUGAUP, and it stands for Billboard Utilizing Graffiti Artists Against Unhealthy Promotions.
No,
And it was very strong. Yeah, they would go out at night and they would change a billboard, like a Marlboro billboard or something like that, into saying, you know, what it was really about. So what you were doing with the billboards are very similar.
Yeah, I mean, we have, you know, in the U.S. there's like the Billboard Liberation Front, which is kind of similar sounding movement. I really liked doing something that like didn't have that much rhyme and reason to it, because I'm kind of like against rhyme and reason. Like that's really like I don't have like super strong opinions about like all the shit everybody else is doing. I just wanted to do my own little weird thing. That's been like a guiding, my North Star in this whole, I guess my whole adult life of doing creative stuff. So I mentioned earlier in the talk, and this is like not that related to the bugga thing you just mentioned, but I mentioned earlier in my talk that I used to do like all this music for people to eat acid too. So back when I was like 14 and 15 and eating like a lot of acid, I like kind of stopped doing that by the time I became like 17 or 18, because I became a parent and I had to like buckle down and like not be crazy, that crazy. But I had this one summer where I got like really into this idea of not just communicating with people, but like really reclaiming sort of like the forgotten spaces in our, like the space we inhabit. Like I wanted to write shit that made no sense, but I wanted to write it on like the tops of the doors where like somebody wasn't gonna see it for a long time. And then when they did, they'd be like, what the fuck is this? And so I like got really into like doing all these like diagrams that like my whole train of thought about this was like, I really want this to look like it's supposed to mean something. And like, I really want people to be like, oh yeah, I get it. But like have it like truly not make any kind of fucking sense. And so, like, that's kind of my approach. Like, I do appreciate that whole billboard liberation fronty approach of, like, being really, like, intentional about, like, oh, we're gonna, like, show how this thing is dumb or whatever, like, this product is bullshit. But I don't really have, like, I guess I just want people to have fun. So that's what I do.
Hello.
Hi.
When you were speaking about not wanting to manage people and not wanting to grow the business so large that you had to get taken away from cooking and doing what you love, it reminded me of software and how people have their baby, but then when it becomes increasingly relied upon, then they get taken away from actually coding it, and then they start having to manage people. And a lot of what you're speaking about actually reminds me of like software and how people want to kind of sometimes want to keep it more small and original and like not have it actually scale. But and I'm just curious if you could comment on the parallels between the way you're seeing cooking and like software development.
Well, you know, I don't know if it's even really just software. Like, I think anything that becomes a commodity, like anything that becomes commercialized, you know, there's this real pressure in our society that bigger is always better and you should have more and more, you know, locations and users and, you know, the thing has to serve everybody. And dude, we're living in this world of like 9 billion people. You can't serve everybody. You don't want to serve everybody. And it's not, you know, certainly it's the case with software, but anything that you love and create and put out there into the world, like there's a certain point which if you keep growing it and trying to like commercialize it more and more, there's a disconnect between the creator and the consumer, right? Like a lot of times it's what you would call the medium, right? Like the medium of publishing, for instance, right? Writing books becomes like the divide between the person communicating what they want in the book and the person reading the book, right? And the language like on the page manipulates the message and it becomes this barrier between people. And I think like, I don't know, but I think like creativity is like play, you know, like we're trying to play with each other. We're trying to do all this like fun stuff together in the world, whether it's through food or music or whatever. And the further that divide becomes between people, that the bigger the medium becomes the object of concentration rather than the relationship between people. I mean, essentially like the medium creates mediation. It creates this like distance between the people who are trying to engage in whatever that form of play is, and the actual message being communicated, right? And it's the same with software, it's the same with music. I mean, like, look how unplayful the way, like, people are consuming music in today's day and age, like through Spotify or whatever, like versus going to like see your favorite band at like a local thing where you can like talk to them and dance with them and be with them. There's this huge divide. And I think, you know, technology has created like, it's this double-edged sword where it creates this like vastly wide ocean between people rather than really connecting them. There's this real like predominance of that mediation through the medium of technology where like it disconnects the people who are trying to like play together and collaborate together. At least that's like how I perceive it. So I don't know if that super answers your question or not, but that's what I gotta say about it. All right, anybody else got a thing?
Friends, last call for questions. We've got about a minute left.
I'm curious about the logistics of blessing the food in the half-size elevator in the farmer's market.
So, offering, like the process of offering boga, boga like etymologically like it's connected to the word Bhagavan and the word enjoyment, right? Bhaga is in Sanskrit, it's enjoyment. And you offer that like pleasure to the Supreme. And then humans who eat that food that's offered consume the prasadam, the mercy or the contact of the Supreme through that food. It doesn't necessarily mean that every single bite that you're serving human beings has to be like individually offered over and over again all day. But you like take out a portion before the beginning of service, like before the beginning of serving human beings that food, and you put it on an offering plate and you like place tulsi leaves on it and offer it that way. And that way, like, by its connection, like all of it is sanctified. I know it sounds really far out. If anybody wants to talk more deeply about like the particularities of that, I'm happy to chat with it, but probably most people will be not interested in such a thing.
And could you share the URL you used for your website?
Yeah, so the one that's no longer around, I think it was galacticmegastallion.com. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. And I mean, if any of you, like, I don't know if it's like on the Wayback Machine or how that all works, but if any of you guys like know about doing shit with computers, you could probably find it.
I think you might be out of luck. I don't think anybody here knows anything about computers.
This is like for just farmers. That's it.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Chef Adam.
Yeah. All right. I hope that wasn't really boring for you guys. I'm sorry. Okay.
We got good audience participation. Very good. Excellent. Hi, friends. Quick note for those in the audience, our speaker was kind and brought stickers. At the end of the talk, you may come up and get a sticker. So it is my pleasure to introduce our friend, George Sanford. He is here to talk about leading in survival when the shit hits the fan, a lighthearted look at the end of the world. If you are on Matrix, please ask your questions and @tag manchicken so that I will know that you have asked a question. And then we'll ask it for you when we get to our Q&A period. But without any further delay, here's George.
Thank you so much. Hello, my name is George, and I build teams. Thanks for joining me, especially given that it's 6 o'clock, that we just talked about outstanding conversation about food, and I'm sure you're as hungry as I am. And thanks to Hope and the crew for helping me out. Quick note, comments, opinions, anything contained in this is mine alone, doesn't represent any employer, friends, neighbors, colleagues, etc. Also, quick warning, we're going to be talking about some elements related to chaos, crisis, trauma, stress cycles. So if you feel the need to get up, walk around, ground yourself, etc., please go ahead and do what you need to do. I'll be around after if you want to talk or if you want to get into any of the feedback that you might have, etc. And with that, I'll say this is the point where normally in a talk someone's going to credentialize themselves. I am actually going to bypass that. As much as I'd like to tell you a little bit about background and why I felt like this is a decent topic. One of the challenges in the moment that we live in is people immediately have a tendency to institute that initial bias as to do I or do I not agree with you, align with you politically, emotionally, background-wise, etc. I'd love for you to try to approach this without that bias and draw that out as we move through the conversation. So I'm hoping that this is going to be useful for you in your roles, whether you lead people currently, whether you have hopes of doing that, or whether you are just an individual that lives and works among human beings. So with that, we'll dive in. So we're going to be talking about leadership in chaos and crisis and stress cycles. To be clear, talking about leaders and leadership, that leadership doesn't necessarily require that you have a rank or a title. Why talk through this? Hopefully this becomes clear as we dive in here, because leadership can make all the difference in survivability. For some, leadership isn't a choice. You've had that foisted on you sometimes, and if we extend that further, some of us have people that we're responsible for, children, elderly parents, partners, etc. Some of us have individuals that we're responsible for at work or in other areas. So some of us are responsible for companies, organizations, teams, units, families, pets. At minimum, you're responsible for yourself. So hopefully this will be useful. Now, one word of caution, if you are a dark triad individual, and we'll get into that a little bit further down, or a watch the world burn type, please raise your hand now so we can inspect you a little bit more clearly. Just kidding. But 2, if you are, this isn't going to make sense to you. Your worldview is not going to align with any of this. So we can talk a little bit after if you happen to fall into that category. But again, regardless of where you land on any continuum of us, them, so you've got people and things that you care about, and at least I hope that you do. So it may feel like we've been in some sort of perpetual cycle of continuous crisis and turmoil for quite a while. Anybody feel like that? Okay, so obviously you are not alone. And if you work in any domain within information security, and I think this pretty much is in any domain and any alignment, you probably feel that a little more acutely and a little more as your reality. Some of that may have its roots in a 24-hour media cycle, or the connected nature of our lives, or the work that we do, but we don't have all the time to get into all of those aspects and the causes of why we feel that way. We'll get into some of it. So we're going to be focusing more on what we're talking about as far as leadership and surviving in such times. All right, so initially, part of my thought here was, hey, let's go back and do an analysis of different crises that we've all experienced. And I thought, you know what, that's not going to be constructive because, again, back to the politicization of things, everybody's got opinions and feelings on those pieces. So when I talk about crisis, I'm going to reach back to a thing that Drexel University did years and years ago, where they started doing tabletops based on the zombie apocalypse. I know that sounds a little ridiculous, and this predates some of the renaissance of zombie movies, et cetera. But what it did was it revealed that there were common things that a zombie apocalypse or an unnamed crisis would bring to light, where people didn't have preconceived notions, you didn't have people that had domain expertise. It essentially created all the same stressors and all the same conditions and all of the same requirements as natural disasters, political movements, et cetera, et cetera. All right, so when we're talking about crisis, you can feel comfortable picking your own or using the zombie apocalypse. Now, when we get into talking about stressors and stress cycles and these types of crises, it doesn't really matter to a certain extent what those crises are. Again, I'm going to give you the zombie apocalypse just to give us a place to start that no one's experienced, unless somebody has experienced the zombie apocalypse, and then let's talk movies. What matters is that the reaction and the impact can be as varied as the causes. And what it takes to recover from those is going to be roughly the same. Regardless of what our involvement is, whether you are a first responder, whether you are the primary person involved in this crisis, whether you're just watching it on TV or you're hearing about it from friends, the origin, duration, type of our exposure, we still react to that crisis. So a lot of that feeling that you have that, hey, we've been in this constant cycle, is that omnipresence of it in every aspect of what we do. And this is true, again, even if we're just watching it, if we're not firsthand participants. This is not to say that that makes it all equal. I'm not one to believe in the current way that people think about big T, little t trauma, if you will. That's misused in some ways. So whatever the trauma is, whatever the stressor is for you, let's consider that that's real, and let's not try to put this in a hierarchical system, okay? This is not really how big T, little t works. To compound this, over the years, we've built systems and practices that many in the room have either relied on, some of you have started leading or have, shall we say, professionally or as a human grown up with these systems in place. We're talking about things like healthcare that's accessible. We're talking about DEI. We're talking about systems and processes that we've used to take care of, treat, and work with human beings both professionally and personally. Programs that address not only those needs, but our preparedness or resilience or stability, but also were built on foundations that focused on building better, stronger, more effective teams and individuals. For any of the potential outreach that you may ascribe to those programs, systemic approaches to focus not only on numbers, the dollars and cents, if you will, but also take into consideration, in fact, double down on the human factors, have been a tool in our arsenal. And in many cases, especially corporate and government, we don't have those at hand anymore to give us that kind of guidance. Those supports are no longer there. Given that, and given that we seem to be living in an era when crisis, real or manufactured, come at us almost on a daily basis, what can we do and what must we do? So let's talk a little bit about human beings in crisis and systems. Thinking back to the zombie apocalypse, what's really interesting in the research, and not just the zombie apocalypse, is the consistency of our understanding of how human beings and systems are impacted by chaos and crisis. Anybody ever lived through a couple of day snowstorm in the Northeast, what happens? Day one, it's a snow day, everybody's having a great time. Day two, people can't get cigarettes, the bodegas are wiped out, you can't get food. Day three, and again, it's snow, it melts. Day three, people are at each other's throats. So human response is roughly the same, regardless on your views on media, scientific research, faith, role of government, if the crisis is real, imagined, naturally occurring, fictional. The impact on humans and the world we live in is borne out in our experiences, behaviors, and responses. We'll get into this a little more as we move along, but what we're talking about here is, and has been demonstrated for many of us more than once in our lifetime. Again, snowstorm, I think, is a great example. You know that it's going to melt. You know that it's going to resolve. You know you're not going to be stuck in it. We still react in the same way. For some people, this is their day-to-day. They have trauma-informed or trauma-driven lives. So we'll encompass all of that as we go. Ultimately, the part that matters as much as it does is that human beings, as human beings, we cannot be our best in a world of constant fear, anxiety, violence, and only focusing on survival. So we're going to talk a little bit about identifiable markers. Anybody familiar? All right, outstanding. I thought I'd kind of give you a few that you might be familiar with yourself in order to think about how humans and how we react in crisis. And you'll see I've kind of called these out. Fight, flight, fawn, freeze. I think everybody's familiar with this. Some of us learned it initially as fight or flight. This has been kind of moved. This is, hey, in that initial impact, what do you do? What does your body do? You know, your adrenaline rush goes, your heart rate goes up, how you move and how you react. So hypervigilance, some of us do this all the time. It's just the nature of information security. So emotional dysregulation, cognitive disruption, and somatic responses. The human being, as human beings, we have a exceptionally good survival system that reacts to stressors. What's interesting is for a lot of research and a lot of the time that we've looked at this, is we've seen this as a glitch. When the system is working really, really well, we experience all of these things. Why? Because our brain shifts into a mode where we're reacting to whatever that threat is, and we shut down all sorts of things like, I don't know, digestion, cognitive thought, art, music, literature, etc., to focus on surviving, on reacting and getting ourselves back to safety at some point. Anybody aware of what part of the brain this typically happens in? Go ahead and shout it out. Yeah, the amygdala, right. So does the amygdala know complex math? Can you teach the amygdala the alphabet? No, the amygdala has some very basic functions. It doesn't do a whole lot. So when we start talking about cognitive function, we start talking about decision making, we start talking about the things that really in some ways make us human, that's not the amygdala. The amygdala takes over and drives a lot of that behavior. So we need to find ways of acknowledging and utilizing that system, acknowledging that, hey, it's working the way that it needs to, but moving outside of that. So one of the things that I thought was really kind of fascinating, and there's a great book, I have it referenced along with a bunch of others at the end, is a book called Deep Survival. And one of the questions that had always fascinated me was what makes the difference between people that survive and people that don't? And the initial reaction, your initial, perception of who's going to survive is on physical strength, is on technical skill, is on some of that, do you have the weapons and tools that you need? What's really interesting, and in his book, Gonzalez points out, it's actually emotional regulation, mental flexibility, and self-awareness that make a difference as to who survives crisis and emergency. What's counterintuitive is that experts, in some cases, often die when novices survive. Not because they lack knowledge, but because their overconfidence blinds them to the actual dangers. Survivors tend to have certain characteristics. They're humble, they're curious, and they're adaptable. We're going to come back to adaptability. They don't cling to plans. They respond to reality as it unfolds. In essence, it's not the strongest or necessarily the smartest that survive. It's the ones that stay present, that recalibrate, that keep their minds open. And sometimes that's where that expertise actually lies. So survival isn't about strength, it's about mindset. So looking over this list and the few things that I've highlighted here, what are some of the things, like if you looked at this as a skill set and a job description, what other roles would you say would jump out at you with these same traits? Anybody? Marketing. That's good. Marketing. Excellent. Really, what I see here, so looking at resilience, flexibility, optimism, courage, assertiveness, purpose and meaning, these are all leadership traits. These are all the things that if you were to do a search of, say, a random 10,000 job descriptions for leaders, managers, chief executives, et cetera, these are going to be the things that are requirements to lead other human beings. All right, so where do we start? All right, now, a little bit of a warning. I want to do a little bit of an experiment here, and I want to just give you a little taste of human response. Apologies if this stirs anything up. If you're the person that's going to cover their eyes in a horror movie, et cetera, now might be the time to tune out for a minute. So I want you to take a quick moment, make a note, just a mental note of how you're feeling right now. Are you hungry? Are you tired? Are you bored? I hope not, but if you are, that's fine. And we're going to dive into a moment, all right? Excellent. I want you to focus on this image. Something's not right. You feel it. Low hum beneath the surface, shift in the air, silence that's too quiet. You look around, people are moving but not fast enough. Eyes are darting, hands are trembling. You hear a siren into the distance, or is that just in your head? You knew this was going to happen. It's real and happening, and you can feel it all around you. You see someone freeze, someone drops their phone, someone's crying, someone's shouting, but no one is listening. It's all falling apart, and there's nothing you can do about it. How do you feel? A little anxious maybe, a little tense? All right, what I want you to try, and I'm sorry to have to put you through that. Hopefully you got a little bit of a feeling there. I want you to take a long, slow, deep breath, and I want you to do what we call box breathing. I want you to inhale for 4 seconds. And I want you to imagine while you're doing this, tracing a box. So inhale for 4 seconds. Hold it for 4 seconds. Let it out for 4 seconds. Bring it back and repeat. How are you feeling? Hopefully a little bit better. Now, if you're comfortable, I want you to lock eyes with somebody else in the audience. I want you to look at them, and I just want you to nod once, up and down, just affirmative. And if you want, you can say, it's okay. Thank you. Now, how do you feel? Everybody doing okay? All right. I hope you'll forgive the demonstration, but I wanted to illustrate 2 points. One, it doesn't take much for us to start responding. There are literally thousands of exercises that are available. These are breathing I'm a big fan of, and it's one of the first things that we teach people. Secondly, there are some tools that we can employ to help us, and connection, that connection with other people, even that connection, meeting eyes, nodding, letting somebody know that it's okay, is huge. I'm not saying that breathing and connection solve for all of the things, but it is a place to start. So when that stress cycle kicks in and humans are overwhelmed, they often look for guidance. People often don't know what to do. And when that chaos raises their hands and things go wildly wrong, people start to look for a leader. You may find yourself with no alternative. You may find yourself in that spot. Or you may find that you're yourself looking to take action. You need to do something to survive. and outlive that crisis. Leaders can have a tremendous effect on people, okay, in those moments of crisis. But there's safe leadership and unsafe leadership. Those moments often, and I think everybody's probably heard it, with every crisis comes what? Opportunity, right? So opportunity to do good, opportunity to do bad. So one of the first things that we need to learn is how do we evaluate our leaders in the midst of crisis? So unfortunately, leadership and the impact of leadership is often evaluated in retrospect. Body count doesn't happen till long after. Some of the crises that we deal with don't always come down to lives, but ineffective leadership often results in consequences that outlive the leaders in question. Short-term, long-term impact can be almost immeasurable. That said, due to politicization, recent current events, I'm not going to go back into leadership examples as much as I would really love to, but you can evaluate based on what I'm saying, based on your own experience. So, anybody remember stranger danger? So the problem with stranger danger is it very much said, oh, people that you know are what? People that you don't know are? Is that really the truth? No. Right. So what we've moved beyond between good leader, bad leader, is looking for those identifiable markers again, looking for, shall we say, safe adults and unsafe adults, or safe leaders and unsafe leaders. So let's talk about authoritarianism. One of the things that happens in a crisis is oftentimes people expect that the person that stands up and says, you go do this, is the leader. Is that the best leadership style to handle crisis? In effect, no. It can create more issues than you might think. You might think that purely authoritarian response fits chaos. In some degree, there are parts of it that are helpful, but overall, it can cause more harm than good. What we really need is a more adaptive leadership style. And I'm going to give you some examples of that as we kind of move. And you'll see in the phases of a crisis, authoritarian only really works effectively for part of that first phase. But as we move towards recovery, as we move towards moving our people towards not only that moment, but survival and then thriving, a purely authoritarian approach fails. So you got to ask, why do unsafe leaders foster chaos? There's an ugly truth that some so-called leaders don't really want us to move beyond chaos and keeping humans they have influence over in that stress cycle. There are benefits to it, to keep them overwhelmed. And there are a variety of drivers. There are individual drivers, strategic, some persistent drivers. Chaos can be a great forge for human development, but as we look at our leaders and we think about what their motivation is and what they have to gain, it can kind of give us a clue as to why we're stuck in some of those cycles. So I'll give you some of those, say, importance and sign or identifiable markers. If you look at our phrases, things you might hear, and again, if it helps, think about this as parenting as well. Just do what I say. Think about the phrases, think about their behaviors, think about what it reveals about the person utilizing them. What kind of leader is this? Anybody? Yeah, purely authoritarian. Do what I say, shut up, do what I'm telling you. Part 2. Calm body language, frameworks, encouraging others to speak, minimal reactive gestures. So this is a more adaptive leader. So this fits in with a much more stoic model. Now, I'm going to call out one differently. This model is going to be a little more functional for what we're talking about as we move through crisis. But I want to call out very quickly dark triad that I mentioned before. When we talk about motivation, we talk about unsafe leadership. These are people that you probably wouldn't trust babysitting your dog, never mind children, never mind, oh, I don't know, driving your car, steering a ship of state. Combining things like narcissism, Machiavellianism, pure psychopathy. So behaviors that the leadership that they exist is not about the people that they are responsible for. Who's it about? It's about them. So when you run into that, when you see these markers, my suggestion, run very, very fast. I don't have to give you a list of who some of these people are historically. History is resplendent with this type of leaders, and I wish we had a different name or designation for them than leader, because I think they poison the name leader. But you know who they are without me calling them out. And the impact and destruction of pain and suffering that they've inflicted on humans, especially humans that they were responsible for, is immeasurable. So what do? We want to build better leaders. So I always kind of visualize the role of a leader is to calm in a moment and point at a distant shore with people that are there, even if they can't see that shore, and make sure that people are moving forward, that people have hope, that people have the tools they need, that they have the air cover that they need, that they have the motivation and the community and the belief that they can at least get themselves out of the condition that they're in. Now, here's a problem. As leaders, and again, I'm going to call out Simon Sinek's Eaters Eat Last. As leaders, we often have to place those folks ahead of us, right? That is essential. That is part of what I'm calling out here. But we also have to make sure that we take care of ourselves. So similar to survivor guilt, that guilt of a leader where I can't sleep because I can't take a break. So anybody a lifeguard? Anybody do lifeguard training? It's the first thing they teach you. Don't jump in the water, right? So exactly. So, but they teach you before that moment comes up. Why? Because we've got to prepare. So as leaders, the first thing that we need to do is understand how we work, that we are as susceptible to those responses as our teams. We need to build those skill sets in advance of those things happening. We need to know how much sleep can I get by on when I absolutely need to. So, and we need to start preparing our teams for it, because you don't go buy a fire extinguisher while the fire is raging. So some basics to get us started leading in a crisis. So stay calm, avoid panic. Those of us that work in information security, I think we have a different tolerance for panic. I think you need to. It's kind of funny working with folks that are not, where they're like, oh my, well, I won't get into it. So communication's essential. And clear communication. Transparency, clear communication, timely communication. Absolutely critical. So accepting reality and acting decisively when you've seen that reality shift. Maintain humor and humility. Help others stay focused and organized, and adapt plans when conditions change. There's a great model from Disruptive Leadership Institute. I've got links up for this, the crisis model that helps as a model. There are others as well, but if you can look at these and go, hey, can I do these things? What's great about this, though? Do you need this just in a crisis? No, this should be part of your day-to-day. This should be part of your daily practice. We also need to check ourselves, stay self-aware, and looking for these markers in ourselves and in the leaders around you. And if you really want to take it to its natural extension, train your teams to look for this. One of the greatest things that I ever had happen, we were on a weekend, nobody had gotten any sleep. One of my team came up to me and they're like, why don't you go take a nap? We got this. So I resisted, pushed back, but it was one of the most positive impacts that I've had with the team, that they felt trusted, and I got some sleep, and when it came time to talk to the client, I was a little fresher than they were. And remember that, well, having these and this works great, but I wouldn't be honest, and this wouldn't be a hacking conference if I didn't call out what happens when all else fails. So there are some points where it doesn't matter how prepared you are, it doesn't matter how common-centered you are, it doesn't matter how strong your team is. Sometimes the opposition, the crisis, especially human-controlled in some ways, outguns you completely. So you need to be able to adapt and make decisions and take action that doesn't expose you and doesn't expose your team to further risk. Anybody familiar with James Scott, Weapons of the Week? So we'll come back to, with this, there are things that you can do to not capitulate, to not let crisis roll you. Slow things down, push back slowly, be a little more efficient, sabotage, etc., hack, teach people tools, disrupt, maintain your OPSEC. As a leader, again, your responsibilities to your people, right? But absent that, building your toolkit. So mindset, absolutely critical. Self-awareness, absolutely critical. So you need to have an examination of yourself, your strengths, your weaknesses, areas that you can work on, your tone, your communication skills, etc. So your values-driven decision-making, your ability to build psychological safety and build trust. Now, I'm a social engineer, so you can tweak and play with psychological safety, and you can tweak with building trust. But as you're building teams, I recommend a more genuine and transparent approach to them. Skill development, scenario practice. So I think many of us do tabletops on a regular basis. How you do things in an emergency should not be completely different than how you work day to day. Practices that are going to make all the difference in the world in a crisis, in a stress scenario, are the things that you've practiced and done 1,000 times, where you don't have to shift. So systems thinking, and then resilience and recovery. Knowing that there is a way to get there. Now, this can be hard. This can take a lot of time. Anybody do disaster recovery? Anybody come out of a remediation weekend, post-breach, et cetera? Sucks, right? So if you got a good plan, it sucks a little less. If you're prepared for it, it's a little easier and you kind of get there. So if you build it again into your thinking as you're building those teams and let your teams know that part of what you're building towards is that resiliency, you're going to be in a better spot. But kind of coming back to, what do you do when we don't have systems and processes and programs in place? Well, we've got to take this down to a grassroots level. Take this down to one-to-one. So instead of doing large meetings where you may, kind of thinking back to the Weapons of the Week aspect, where you may expose yourself, where you may create some more trouble for yourself or for your teams or for the people that you care about or you're working with, bring it down to a one-to-one level. Bring it down to a small meeting level where you know who you're talking to. Focus on that psychological safety. Psychological safety is, or should be, much easier to establish one-to-one. You can look for other cues. You can be personally committed. Is it going to take you more time? Absolutely. But highly worth it. Inclusive behaviors without labeling the program. Spend a little extra time in thinking, hey, when I'm setting up these meetings or when I'm pulling people in or I'm inviting people to these things, am I being inclusive, or, again, essentially checking some of your bias and checking some of your behaviors? So invest in emotional intelligence. So build feedback loops. Cultivate purpose, belonging, and a shared identity. So it's harder to let people feel like they're part of a team when you can't talk to the whole team, but you can still establish that, and these are going to be critical. Building those better teams, so embrace vulnerability. Again, lots of things that are out there on it, but yeah, I'm feeling a little stressed myself. I'm not getting sleep the way I want to, but I am doing these things to work towards it, and I can show you how to do that. So, inclusive and diverse. So peer support, if you're building truly resilient, capable teams, they eventually get to the point where they don't need you. That's part of the job. I think sometimes we've forgotten that as we train leaders, that we're trying to work ourselves out of that, where they can depend on each other first and then come to you when they have exhausted their other pieces. Celebrate those successes, grow from failure, encourage and reward curiosity. One of my favorite things is, as you'll see, that encouragement to ask not only for, hey, I don't know what that acronym means. I don't know how to do this. I mean, it's part of why we're all here. So it's kind of preaching to the choir. And then open communication. Really, it'll come down to this. So whether you're a leader in name, you have people that you're responsible to, you've got a rank that you're responsible for, lead from where you stand. Even if you're an individual, individuals often are better leaders than the leaders that we've put in those roles. Don't wait to be led. So I spent a lot of time in my life waiting for somebody to step up and take that role. It can be terrifying. I know it's not everybody's bag, but leadership doesn't necessarily mean standing up on a podium. It can be small. In many cases, that's the best form. And demand better leaders. Don't accept our dark triad leaders, our leaders that don't have our best intention in mind. Just stop. Essentially, be the leader that you're waiting for. Take the time, grow into those roles, challenge yourself, step that up. All crises aren't going to go away. Can guarantee it, not going to happen. We have opposition that's out there creating crises for us. As try as we might, we're not going to eliminate crisis. We're not going to eliminate trauma. We're not going to solve all of those things. There are still wolves, right? But we can do better in how we address it and how we lead and select the leaders that help us navigate it. By preparing better and by building resilience and adaptability into our teams and ourselves, we increase our chances of survival and improve the outcomes for those that we care about. So, some references for you. Highly recommend, if you're not readers, some of the audiobooks are great. There are a lot of other stuff. I do have some other stuff that I'm going to put up on the website, a few essential bits as well. And with that, thank you. And if you've got questions, I'm happy to take a swing on it.
Hello, friends. Let's thank our friend George again.
Thank you.
So we're going to open up to questions and answers. If you are on Matrix, please @tag manchicken in the channel, or otherwise make it clear that you have a question, and I will read it for you. I'll intersperse those between humans in our audience, and I will call on you when it's your turn for a question. Starting with you, friend.
Thank you. Hi. Thank you for this talk. I'm sorry if I missed this, but are these slides somewhere? Because there was a lot of great stuff, but too much.
I'll make them available up on the website.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then my other question, my real question though, is how do you know, like there's a role for venting when people are going through a crisis, and how do you know when venting is helpful and when venting is just spinning people up?
It's a great question. One of the things that I found, and again, big fan of active listening, and didn't kind of cover it in here, and I should have, now that I think about it. But again, the question: how do you not let things spin up? There's a point where you want to make things a little more time bound, where you need to let people kind of emote, and that works very well one-to-one, a lot better than in a group. In a group, it can kind of feed off of each other, and you need to kind of set a time limit, if you will. Get a sense of, hey, you know what? It's time to move on. And this is where, honestly, this is where some of the authoritarian thing works, where it's like, it's great that we're processing stuff, but we need to move to safety at this point. You kind of have to read it as you kind of go, but while you do it, it's honestly more important how you do it than when you do it. You need to kind of acknowledge, I hear what you're saying. Right now, we need to prioritize this. Do you agree that we need to move? Let's move. So you're not stripping somebody of agency and then kind of come back to it. But great question.
All right, I have a question from online.
Yes.
How do we determine one's scope of care, in parentheses, who my people are, in parentheses, while working in an institution that's in perpetual crisis and the bosses aren't bossing? Is anything ever, quote, above one's pay grade, end quote? Great talk, thank you.
Thank you. Great question. So as far as your scope of care, your scope of responsibility, I think it comes to the first thing you can do is you want to be that role model. So even if these aren't people that are direct reports, you want to be that role model and you want to reach out to them and give them resources and enable your team to be more effective across a wider swath of people. If the bosses aren't bossing, and as long as they're not kind of coming down hard on you, which goes back to the weapons of the week aspect of it, you can reach out to those people without drowning yourself. But again, ties into don't overcommit, don't try to jump into the stream to save everybody. Try to work with the people that you can and be that role model.
Hey, great presentation.
Thank you.
A lot of what you have in here feels to me directed towards seasoned leaders, seasoned managers. Happen to be one of them, and so I can relate a lot to what I've put a lot of these concepts to practice. But I'm curious what you would give, how you would suggest to junior leaders or managers, or people that
absolutely.
Early in their career looking to step into these kind of roles, how they would handle such situations.
Yeah, outstanding. So I think a lot of it, that self-evaluation, that understanding how you address and how you react in crisis and react in stress, and seek out leaders like yourself that are seasoned, that have kind of been there. I think it is our obligation, our responsibility to see those threads and work with them to develop that, because some of this is a little challenging. But starting with that self-evaluation, starting with some simple middle way practices, calming yourself, building some strategies, building some tools where, hey, your communication gets a little bit better. You don't get freaked out. You are a little prepared. And then as leaders or more seasoned leaders or more senior leaders, giving people the opportunity to lead in crises is where we can contain. So I always kind of see it as how far away from someone you're spotting on a balance beam is, so you can get there in time and you can back, so create that space for them. Great question. Thank you.
We're still open for questions, and we have about 7 minutes if anybody wants to come up. I don't have any more questions online.
Hi, thank you. It's a really great talk.
Thank you.
So I fell into teaching at the higher ed level a few years ago, and obviously that brings its own sets of challenges, but also needs of modeling leadership. And so one thing I noticed over the years, especially in the post-COVID world, we're dealing with younger individuals that are yearning for stability. And so as adults, we're now feeling this more so in this day and age. But one thing I noticed is they want everything to be stable, everything to move in a straight line and be predictable. And, like, what can you do about that? Now, I heard a talk about agility quotient, and to me that seemed to be a really good model. But are there any suggestions that an educator could incorporate? Because I feel like we have to go further back to develop the leaders that we want to see.
Yeah, absolutely, and thank you for that. I agree with you. I think kind of coming back to some basic principles and some of those challenges, I think in a developmental standpoint, simplifying the issue, simplifying the problem, taking it down where, we build into kind of our lesson planning where they need to work together and figure out who's gonna be responsible, who's gonna drive, who's gonna kind of lead, and building that feedback to them, normalizing some of the feedback. One of the things that I do with my teams is I give them a fairly ambiguous ask that they need to present on for a time-bound period of time, like a short period of time, where not only are they revealing something about themselves, but they're getting critique on it and they're getting feedback on it from others in the room, and then of course that rolls through. You can do the same with leadership models, where you ask them to take leadership for a point in time. Get from A to B, somebody picks up B to C, somebody picks up C to D, where they have some of that control. And the lesson is more about not completion, but about the feedback and then working together. You know, where you can introduce wrinkles, change teams halfway through, see if they can kind of pick up. You know, make it a little more complex, but you've got to break it down into much smaller bites. It's the how do you eat an elephant, I think.
Hi there, thank you for the talk. Someone who's going through like merger type things at work, I was curious if you had any kind of thoughts or feedback on inherently adversarial teams that seem to be rowing in opposite directions all the time.
Yeah.
As far as like getting everybody unified, getting everybody going forward, when like the teams are just like out to like point fingers or do everything except the mission.
Absolutely. So the first thing you kind of have to evaluate, is that a condition set by, is that the culture? If that's the culture, it's what's the driver there? You know, the understanding the kind of how this got set up in the first place. But I'm a big believer in stepping back and trying to find a Venn diagram of the overlap. There has to be something there that you can kind of build off of. One of the things that I've seen be really effective are those tabletop exercises, and especially going to senior leadership and being like, hey, the network team and the SOC don't talk to each other. And if we had an incident right now, it's going to slow us down and it's going to cost us X. So we need to get everybody in a room and start hammering away. The other aspect there is get out of the work mode piece and find a way to socialize. Find some common bit, you know, again, do something where they can't maintain those silos, where you break up the lunch tables, if you will. So, and I know that's a lot harder than I'm making it sound, but put it up on the board and don't limit yourself to, oh, this is the stuff we can do at work. So, very good luck with that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. A good colleague of mine once made an observation that I thought was interesting, which is most people who would make good leaders don't want to be leaders, and most people who want to be leaders have no business being leaders.
Yeah.
I thought that was interesting because it would seem to explain why so many leaders are so terrible, but it's also really pessimistic because it feels like we're doomed to have mostly bad leaders. Do you think that was, what do you make of that?
I think I go back to, again, looking for those markers, looking for the why they want to, and sometimes it's hard. The folks that, are our dark triad friends are very good at masking why they want what they want. But if we look for those markers, if we look for their behaviors, we look for the way that they treat their people. I still go back to simple models. It's like, go to lunch with somebody and see how they treat the waitstaff.
It's that easy.
Yeah, so look at how they treat their people, look how they communicate. Look at how they treat people that they have power over, and look at how they treat people that have power over them.
Okay, so we have one more from online. Depending on time, this may be the last question. So I've been placed in a position that gives me some opportunity to build a bridge between some dark leadership practices and an overwhelmed team that maybe is close to rage quitting. What are some subtle or clandestine ways to influence leadership to start reflecting and recognizing that this is not just the staff that needs to improve?
Yeah, outstanding question. So in dealing with leadership, it's often about being succinct and figuring out what drives them. Oftentimes it's a bottom line, oftentimes it's a number. Hey, productivity is slipping. We have people that are out because they're not healthy. We are missing our marks because of these things, and look for something that's easily rectifiable. Something that's not systemic, not a cultural issue, something that, you know what, just go ahead and do this. Or, hey, can we try this? As to improve. I kind of always think back to the Simpsons episode of the give them their tartar sauce. It's like, yeah, if that will have an impact to your team, if it's something that you can do for your team or that you can put some cover to do more for your team, go ahead and do it. So, and happy to dig into that a little bit more. There's some good examples from recent history. So, if you want to reach out.
Excellent. Everybody, let's thank our friend George again.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody, for coming. Hello, friends. In about a minute, we're going to get started. If you could take your seat, maybe silence your phone, turn down your ham. Make sure that if you're taking photos that you are asking for consent. And yeah, we'll get started here in a minute. All right, friends, we're going to go ahead and get started. I would like to welcome our friends William and Dayan. They're going to give a talk about the future of email is open. If you are on Matrix, please put your questions in there as you do. Please @tag manchicken. That will help me be notified that you have a question, and we'll read those when we get to the Q&A portion. Thank you very much, and without any further delay, William and Dayan.
Thank you.
First of all, just thanks everyone for delaying their dinner time. Dan and I didn't know how many people were going to be showing up at 7 p.m., so just thank you guys for being here. So we want to have a discussion today really about what could, or what we think should be possible on the internet if we just kind of took a little bit more time to think about some of the basic ways that we exist and message online. Our goal for the session is really just kind of propose an idea and kind of take you through how we think about messaging, about email, and then also just have a discussion. So we look forward to your questions at the end. Email is about to turn 50 years old. It's older than I am, and it's definitely a product of another era. It has over 4 billion users. Almost everyone here, I'm sure, has an email address, and it's the most widely formed use of digital communication. All this you guys know. It's so obsolete in so many ways, and we all still use it, which Dan and I just find a little mind-boggling. It's a little crazy that there's no true successor for messaging in heterogeneous environments, so messaging across organizations across the globe. So, there's been a lot of advancements in other kinds of messaging. We all use instant messengers for synchronous communication. And I think anyone who's kind of in the digital workforce is using Slack or Teams. That all works fine within teams and organizations. But when you think about messaging across organizations, it's still a really poor experience. It doesn't have to be like this.
So just to introduce ourselves, so that we have some background and we know what we're talking about. We are builders, and I'm also the CEO of a Swiss email hosting company called Migadu, which is kind of like a small indie company, but we host about 1 million email addresses globally. So not so small, but we like to appear that way because we don't like to grow exponentially. We like to actually work hand in hand with the people, so we learn from them. And we've been doing that for the past 10 years. And the reason why I initially jumped into this was because I wanted to learn everything about email. And it's very easy to judge something from as a bystander. But if you are the guy in the background actually dealing with all the nonsense that email represents, it's crazy. It's a crazy world out there. And I can say I don't know how many of you know how email works, but if you had the image what happens in the background, none of you would actually be using email. It's just crazy world. It's Wild West. And we are, during the past 10 years, we've been observing all of this, and we just said something has to be done over this. And this is where William and I are coming together to actually bring a proposal and a little bit spark an imagination for everyone what could be possible if we change email.
So rather than kind of just jumping straight into it, I really want to talk about the post office first. Everyone is familiar with how the post office works. It probably feels like second nature. And for most of us, it works well enough. But imagine you kind of wake up tomorrow and you need to send a package to someone across the country, but today the experience looks a little bit different. So today you may go to the post office in this new world. You go to USPS, you go to UPS, you go to FedEx. Everyone agrees to ship your package. But FedEx perhaps doesn't guarantee that it will arrive. Their deliverability is just way too low. So another example, in an effort to kind of protect the person that's receiving your message from receiving anything dangerous, the post office also decides to discard your message based on who's sending it. So, in this world, everyone from Hope, no one is able to send their messages, right? So, this is all kind of based on, a group getting blacklisted, based on where you're from, based on any kind of markers that post office decides on. And then to improve security of the messaging system, the post office also introduces some special programs where the postman decides to actually open your message and read every single letter that you're sending. So they'll end up deciding based on the content of the message, if your receiver should receive it at the end of the day. But once you send it, it's out of your hands. And maybe lastly, just to ensure that the post office can keep up with all these new awful innovations, they've also decided to track every sender and every message without your consent. So, you would never accept anything like this at the post office today. But we're accepting it in email every single time we send an email. And, you think about the internet, and, it's the place that's supposed to be more efficient, not less efficient. So when email, first kind of originated, many, many decades ago, it was designed to mimic the post office. You have a sender, you have a post office that the sender goes to, you have a delivery service, you have a post office that the receiver goes to, and then you have your receiver. So it's a one-way send, and then once you send that parcel off, that message off, you as the sender don't have any control of what happens to it. It's gone. So you think about the digital realm on the internet, the distance between these two people who are receiving messages is effectively zero. So we've built a system that mimics this span in time and space, but that's not the way it works on the internet today. So there is no kind of modern way to send these messages. We're all kind of still constrained by these physical constraints. So, email is awful. I think we all have this experience. It's a dumping ground. So everyone's inboxes are a mess. The messages that you guys get in your inbox have things that you want, things that you expect to get, but then you're also going to get spam, scams, phishing. It's all mixed in one place. Still, most people, some people in this room even, you may check your emails 100 times a day. It's just such a waste of energy to kind of sift through what has substance and what does not have substance. But we still can't seem to quit it. It's part of our social fabric and our culture. And so, when we have something that's so ingrained in how we go about our daily lives, how we think, how we talk, how we communicate, it starts to affect how we act. And then we just start to accept that status quo, and we don't really think anything of it. So, what if we were just to start over today, 50 years later, and just reimagine what this could look like, not based on a physical system, but on a digital system, the one that we kind of live in? And again, just to kind of, we're still really just talking about these heterogeneous environments. We're not trying to, solve all types of messaging, across the globe. This idea isn't meant to be an email killer. Email still will serve a purpose. It's super convenient. But there could be a better way to send and receive certain kinds of messages. So when Dan and I think about modernizing email, it really has to kind of solve three big things. The first email is a chaotic environment. I think we talked about this inbox, right? Anyone can reach it, right? This is the definition of spam. So you have no say over what gets in and what gets out, and that results in super, super low signal. So there is a chaotic problem that must be solved. Number two, there's just a fundamental lack of security. Every time you send a message, it gets sent by being copied multiple times, 4 or 5 times before it reaches the sender. So there's no real true end-to-end encryption. You can't kind of mimic the same thing that happens in some of these instant messaging platforms. It just doesn't really exist. And then the last thing is, your personal data is just, it's going to fundamentally be exposed. These third parties, like you're basically going to an intermediary, a Google, Microsoft, or an Apple, most of us, not everybody, and they own all of your data. They may encrypt it on their server, but it still needs to be copied whenever it gets relayed to the next place. So, they decide what gets through. They run the blacklist, the whitelist, and they're the ones who kind of decide who has access to what gets spoken on the internet. So, for example, what could messaging look like? I think Dana and I believe that this should really be a user-owned system. You shouldn't have to go to ask for permission to speak on the internet. It should be surveillance-free, where authors and readers are the only ones who are involved in this conversation. On security, it's the same thing. You should be the only one who who you're speaking, who you're talking to, and the message that you receive, you should believe that it's from a trusted party. And anyone in your address book, you should know that you're receiving a message that you can trust. Spam shouldn't really be a thing. It should be a thing of the past, right? I mean, every spam message is like someone shouting at us. So they can push in whatever they want always to our inbox. So, if you start to think of all these things, we're kind of held back by some of these protocols, again, 50 years old, that just impose some artificial limitations on how we can think about new opportunities in communicating. To kind of continue on this thread, right? It's like there should be public access for all people, not just who stays off the blacklist. The architecture should be simple enough and lightweight enough that it shouldn't take an arm and a leg if you're an enterprise or a business to set up and host and maintain your own email service. And here, I think Dan will talk a little bit more about this. You should be able to go pick up your messages, the ones that you want, not the ones that anyone says you have to have. So there's an element of a push and a pull that doesn't really exist today. When we think about messaging, it's more than just messaging. Messaging is really just the transfer of information, across the internet. But when we're working with people, right, there's people involved. So we also have to think about the identities of the people those messages are being transferred between. And then the third piece is, connecting those people in a secure, safe, trustful way also has to consider authentication. So when we really think about rethinking what email could look like, what messaging could look like across heterogeneous environments, it's not just messaging, it's identity, and it is authentication. These are not, they're not 3 solutions, this is 1 solution.
So I guess everyone's wondering, okay, so what is it actually that you're presenting here? As William said, we were looking for some way to make things simpler, not more complicated. And again, I'm not sure how many of you know the RFCs of email, but they just keep piling up. And the people that actually write them, they are mostly people from big tech. And they're not doing this because they want to help us and make us more secure. They're actually, email is their cash cow, and they are doing this to raise the barriers. We as providers at Migado, we know this. They're continuously raising the barriers to entry, so you as a small provider cannot compete with them. And this keeps happening like continuously without any actual security benefit for the end user. Of course, they're gonna say, oh, because it's of this, it's gonna be more secure. It's nonsense. So we thought we need to start from scratch. We cannot propose a new RFC that's going to solve the underlying concept of email under which it's built. So take, for example, spam, and take, on the other hand, the privacy. We all want to end spam, but we also want privacy. But those 2 things are contradictory. Because in the current system, if you want more privacy, you should not have spam filtering. So the machines should not be reading your messages. And on the other hand, if you want, if you just want to innovate on top of it, you're going to find this roadblock because the underlying concept is so wrong. And that's actually quite okay if you think about it. Email was not designed. It happened ad hoc, and it's it's really the killer app of the internet. But no one actually thought about the insecure way we're living in today. It was made for the academics. It was made for a closed environment. It was made in a place where everyone knew each other. So, but that world is not the world of today. We use email in really heterogeneous environments, and we use it for everything. And again, just think about it. What is email? It's your digital identity. It's basically a place where you drop all your stuff. It's your login for authentication for every kind of service that you're going to use on the internet. You just can't have the business web, the commercial web of today without email. It doesn't exist. I mean, how are you going to get notified when, where are you going to get your airplane tickets? I mean, how is that going to work? Which system are they going to send it on Signal or WhatsApp? It's just that world doesn't work. It doesn't work that way. We need something that binds all of these systems together. So that leads us to the protocol that underpins the email just simply has to change. We have to start from scratch. That doesn't mean that we have to end email as is, but just we need also a side channel which is for trusted communication. Email should always remain as the postal service should remain, but it needs to be repurposed, just as we repurposed SMS when instant messaging became, generally available. So that leads us to our proposal. We wrote this protocol called Mail over HTTPS. The idea is that it's a pull protocol, so you don't push a message to the recipient. And we're not the first one to propose this. Bernstein proposed this in his Internet Mail 2000. But it was never implemented, and it was marginally it was just a concept. So we're going ahead, and we're working on top of those ideas and a lot of changes that have been happening in the meantime. And we didn't want to build around SMTP either, because that's just nonsense. I mean, SMTP and IMAP and POP3 come from an era when we had big mainframes and we had dumb terminals. So we needed those stateful protocols to communicate with the mainframe. But today, our devices, that we use in our pockets are more powerful than the servers that we are actually serving users that we're using for serving. So we've got a mainframe in our pocket. What's the purpose of using still the same protocols? And we were thinking a lot about this, and we said, okay, this has to be a very simple and lightweight protocol. It cannot be something complicated. Everyone should feel empowered that in a single weekend can build a new email client or email server. I mean, just try doing that with SMTP or IMAP. I can just tell you that the SMTP, the most popular SMTP server, which is Postfix, has about 2 million lines of code. Dovecode has which is the IMAP server, has about 4 million lines of code. And they keep growing as the RFCs just keep, we're inventing new RFCs and so on. It has to be much, much more lightweight. And finally, it has to be end-to-end encrypted. Before I just continue, I want you to get one idea out of your head, which might seem so obvious, but we have this concept of pushing a message, which William was saying before, in the postal system, but that's a thing of the past. That's based on physical limitations. On the internet, the distance between us is always constant, and it's always zero. So you can reach someone in Japan or with the same effort as it takes to reach someone, just in the neighborhood. This means that we also need a different way of thinking. What does it mean today to send a message? Like using the word send, I send a message to someone. That means I do something onto the recipient. That's not right, that's not democratic. And that's what, that concept brings us to spam. We should be thinking completely different, digital native, as a digital native system. I have a message and I share it with someone. It's their choice if they want to read it or not. That's what we do actually all the time. It's just so natural, yet messaging is stuck in a completely different era. We still think of sending a message as shipping physical bytes. That's just ridiculous today. And we definitely don't have anything against the addressing space of email. That's wonderful. I mean, we love this sign. And it's so intuitive, and everyone knows, even my grandma knows what this means. I don't think we need new addressing space unless you've read the RFC of email addresses. That definitely has to change because that RFC is full of nonsense, of obsolete stuff, and it could be reduced to probably 1/10 of its size based on actual usage today. But we still think that we should keep the address space, and we should be able to have a new system that runs in parallel to the old system. So we don't have to give up of old email in order to use something new. And we want everyone to know that this is, however, even though we're using the same addressing space, this is not the SMTP-based email. This is a completely new way of messaging. And again, just think about it. When I just said before, we're talking here about pulling a message. What does that actually look like in the physical world? You just go directly to the sender, to the author of the message, and say, hey, I've heard you had a message for me. And you just go and get it directly from them. That's self-authenticating. And we have been dealing with authentication on the internet for the past 30 years, and we still are unable to solve it unless you have someone technical that will actually read the headers of an email and say, and determine if it's for real or not. Even Google has fallen for phishing and for authenticity hacks. So, but how obvious it is that if you receive in the physical mail, just consider like another example from the real world. If you receive a fine in your postal mail, and I'm not sure how often it happens in the United States, but in Switzerland it happens quite often, where you would get a fake invoice or a fake fine, and you would just pay for it without actually determining the authenticity of the letter. So what's the first thing that an intelligent person will do? He will go directly to the police station, and he will say, I have this fine, I don't understand, what is it for? Why should I pay this? And you will determine the authenticity of it. So you go directly to the source, and that's self-authentication. It's so obvious. Now, just think about it, let's just go back and think about in a very, very simple way how currently email works. You have the sender, you hand off your message to your email provider. Your email provider tries to deliver it to the receiving email provider, which then delivers the message to the local mailbox or to the local storage server of the receiver, who will eventually pull it from there. So as soon as I push my message out, I've lost control of it. It's gone. It's just like fire and forget. Does that sound digital native to you today? And the receiver has no choice at all what comes on the top of his inbox. That's bullying. It's just we don't think of it that way because email became so much part of our culture that we don't even think about this. We just want to get our day done, get our work done. Let's go and get on with it. But since privacy is a topic which is, I think, very dear to all of us here, just think about what happens here. Your provider has access to the full message, and the receiving provider has access to the full message. Usually, there's at least 4 more nodes involved here, or more if you are, of course, doing spam filtering, if you're doing backups, if you are, fault tolerant. It's just you will have your message will live on many places for a very long time. And of course, now everyone's going to say, hey, Proton Mail solved this. Of course, Proton Mail solved this. Or why don't we just stop using this? Proton Mail solved it for us. No, they didn't. PGP doesn't solve this, or GPG doesn't solve this issue, because the metadata still travels. Metadata is essential in email, so it travels with your message all the time. And anyone can actually see it. Of course, they're going to say, oh, well, but we encrypted REST. Sure, you encrypt the rest, but you also keep the keys. So as it happened with ProtonMail, the Swiss government, you know, they are, Switzerland pretends to be the most privacy-respecting country in the world, but that's just BS. If the police comes and asks a provider about handing over the data of a user, you're actually forbidden to talk about it. So, of course, you never hear Swiss companies talk about how much data they've given out. So, and if they want, even before, if this were, just to come to the point, if the ProtonMail was this, before the message, the transit of the message between the providers, yes, it goes over TLS and the encrypted channels, but once the message gets into the server, it's always unencrypted. And just people don't realize these things. And there's a lot of smoke and mirrors privacy talk among email providers. Now, let's consider how pool would actually look like and what mail HTTPS actually does. Obviously, you have Alice and Bob. And first and most important thing on which mail HTTPS is based on is profiles. You know, email today doesn't have any profiles. You just have, and when I say profiles, I don't want you to think about profiling. I want you to think about keys distribution. I mean, that's such an essential problem. In order to encrypt in a heterogeneous environment and globally, we first have to solve the bigger problem, which is how do we distribute keys in the public keys in a simple and universal way globally. And that's a problem that still hasn't been solved. And we think that we should actually, with mail HTTPS, what we're proposing is based on your email address that you can determine where your profile is, which contains the keys. Of course, in that profile, you can add also other stuff, but that's not the point here. So the first part would be, let's first fetch that profile. And that profile should be hosted by your mail server or mail servers. I just don't want to call it mail servers, so we have another term. We just call it mail agents, home mail agent. And so Alice will go and fetch the profile of Bob, and we'll of course parse it and read the keys. Then Alice, who has a message for Bob, will simply encrypt the message with the keys, and of course I'm simplifying here a lot, but it will encrypt the message and upload it to own home mail agent. Then it will notify Bob, hey, there's a new message for you. This is to be considered insecure, this one, but it preserves the privacy of both parts, which we can come to later. And then Bob will fetch that notification and verify if it's authentic. Once it has received the notifications, it will, and it determined that it's authentic, it will proceed and actually contact directly Alice's mail agent and retrieve the message directly onto the device. Notice that it doesn't pass through Bob's mail agent. It doesn't go through Bob's infrastructure. You're actually pulling the message directly onto your device. Local first messaging. And how does that actually work in practice? So I said mail over HTTPS, and I said before that we should think about messaging as sharing. Well, what's the best protocol we have online that exists already for sharing resources? It's HTTPS. It's HTTP, but of course HTTPS today. So if I want to share a message with you, there's no better protocol than that. I'm just going to allow you that you download. And this is so trivial, but it's so empowering. I can actually send you a gigabyte of a message if I want to. I'm not limited by the receiver. I can be only limited by my own provider, but I can change my own provider. So you don't have to, you don't have to chunk that PDF in several messages and send it when you're sending it to someone anymore, or those photos. You can just send it all together. Now, how does that actually work in the end? What the benefits are of it? So chaos that William was talking about, it becomes order. How? Access to your inbox is based on your approval. It's not open to the world that anyone can just come in and drop things into your inbox. Then insecurity. We have end-to-end encryption, which is easy. We have easy keys distribution, and messages travel encrypted without intermediaries. And exposure becomes privacy. No one can push you a message pretending to be someone else. Now, I want to go back to this and say, since we are using here, this part might actually be, some people might jump and say, oh, but this is actually still sending, like in SMTP. This is just considered like a web ping. I'm just making a call and saying like, hey, there could be a message for you. But then someone could say, but wait, but then you're gonna say who it is from and so on. You're exposing still metadata. We have this kind of cool concept, which we came up with. We create, when we are connecting Alice and Bob are kind of pairing. They pair as you would pair two Bluetooth devices. So, and that they create a link, and that link is based on their email addresses, a hash of their email addresses, so it's common to both of them. And they don't ever expose to mail agents the other side. They just use the link. And the mail providers have no clue to whom you're talking to. They just know their own user is connecting and disconnecting. Who they're talking to and what they're doing, they have no clue of it. All the metadata remains end-to-end encrypted. But why does it all matter? Of course, who's going to give up their beloved email? As I said before, email underpins the internet of today. Just imagine the user experience we could build if we changed the way how we communicate. We could just imagine the interactivity between us, which is driven by these old protocols. Hey, I'm just going to send you an email. Hey, oh no, I forgot. I've sent the email and what can I do? It was wrong. There's no undo in email, even though Gmail tries to fake it and other platforms try to delay the delivering of the messages. But shouldn't that be like built in, revoking of the message, or updating the message, or knowing when the message was pulled so that you know that actually someone received it without invading their privacy? And then again, HTML has no place in email, just to go and say that. But we could invent a completely new structure, fiber of the internet, the social fiber, if we change email. Email is the mother of all social networks. Just many people don't realize that. And just, I'll give a final example about newsletters. We all receive those newsletters, in the bucket, which William was saying before, where everything comes in the bucket, new notifications, spam, phishing, and all of it, and newsletters, and especially a lot of newsletters. So, as someone who has been an email engineer for about 15 years so far, I can tell you, like, sending newsletters is like the dark secret of the internet. It's so bad. It's like you get no choice. Just think about it. If you want to unsubscribe from a newsletter, you actually have to go to the sender and ask him, hey, please stop sending me. It's the unsubscribe button. Hey, unsubscribing should be a local decision that I control my email. I should decide what I receive and not. And talking about newsletters, we also have one concept here which we intentionally don't want to talk about the applications, we just want to talk about the concept. But if you wanted to send a newsletter in this system as a marketing company, just imagine how smart that is. Instead of having one email, which you're going to fire to millions of people, you just upload one message to your home agent, and then you notify all those people that want to hear from you. Or you don't even have to notify them, actually. They can just come and pick up the message directly, but their agent, their client, will be picking up the messages just whenever they are available. That's the true permission-based marketing. So we think that by changing email, we can change actually the internet. We can change social networking. And if you're interested, you can actually visit. We are still not for our prime time, but this is an open protocol. This is, everything is on GitHub, and we have clients for all platforms almost, including Linux, obviously, and BSDs. But we're still working on it. We're still in early phases, but we would love input from your side. If someone is interested, to tell us how we can make things better, and eventually make an RFC out of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Oh. Thank you very much, friends. As a reminder to our friends in Matrix, please @tagmanchicken so that I can see your question. I have 2 mics set up here, or we have 2 mics set up here. Please come in an orderly manner, and I will intersperse questions from Matrix and questions from humans in the audience.
Hello. So I guess one of the things that unfortunately I use email for is, you know, IMAP sucks, but it's where I keep my stuff, and I can get to it from my desktop and get to it from my phone. If I go to somebody else's mail agent and I bring that email to my phone, is that it? Is it kind of, are we back to POP, where once it's downloaded, it's gone?
Great question, thank you. So that was actually why IMAP was invented for, to sync between devices. And we're solving that problem in a little bit different way. The mail agent, I'm just gonna go back, the mail agent to which you uploaded the message will keep the encrypted message for 7 days. And during those 7 days, your devices can actually, they will retrieve again the notification and sync to it. So you're actually syncing all the time to, all your devices will sync identically during those 7 days. So it's a little bit different concept, but instead of syncing to your local server, you're actually syncing to the senders, to the outers agents.
All right, we have one question from Matrix. There are about 100 million email servers and billions of email accounts. How would billions of personal open email servers, sorry, it jumped on me. How would billions of personal open email servers would determine trust each and let users determine what is spam or fraud?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. I didn't hear the question.
Yeah, excuse me. All right, so I'm gonna read it word for word again, very slowly, because I'm having a hard time reading myself. There is about 100 million email servers and billions of email accounts. How would billions of personal open email servers would determine trust each and let users determine what is spam or fraud?
They don't determine what is spam or fraud. This system is a bit different than that. We are actually, by creating those links, which are your contacts, you're actually creating your network of trust. Everyone creates and vets their network of trust. So, and we don't want to compete with email. We don't want to kill email. We don't want to say that those should migrate to this. We just want to repurpose email. We want to give new tools so that my lawyer or my notary doesn't have to send me my house purchase contract over Gmail and share it with half of the world and feed LLMs with it. So I want my doctor to be able to send me in an open way my information about my health without exposing it to other parties. So it's a bit, and regarding the servers, the server, as I said before, Postfix and Dovecot are together about 6 million lines of code. Well, the open email is just a dumb web server. So in the end, it's about 1,000 lines of code. And anyone can just write it over a weekend and hack it over. It's just simple.
Thank you for the talk. So it seems to me that a lot of people don't like email in part for all the reasons you've been discussing, but also for other reasons that have to do with maybe like form factor or like coolness or something like that. I was reading a newsletter earlier today, and I can't validate this, but one of the claims in it, it was a little thing about OpenAI and how apparently internally at the company, they don't use email at all. It's like all Slack. And I've noticed personally that Slack has also, and I think there are maybe other messengers that are doing this, incorporated certain email-like features, like a draft and send later sort of thing or whatever. And I guess I'm just a little confused as to what the like the particular gain or like offer here is, and why you couldn't imagine. Like in my head, it sort of seems, to put it another way, like there's sort of like a unified messenger, right? And you don't need a ton of different protocols, and whether you import email concepts into something like Slack or vice versa, the goal is just doing messaging. So like when you talk about, like what is when you say you want to upgrade email, like I'm still confused on like what the virtue of email in particular is.
Yeah, I'll start. So yeah, I mean, I think the Slack example, I mean, Dana and I have kind of talked about in the past too. I mean, the difference here is really the heterogeneous environments. Like that's kind of the starting point. So if you're using Slack, you could connect to another business on Slack, but it's still a really crappy experience. So I mean, think about like you and I trying to message each other. Like we would have to know that both of us are on Slack, and then we would have to somehow make that connection. So that whole experience is just, it's pretty clunky. It's pretty crappy. So, I mean, email provides kind of that global universal system, and this is really the kind of messaging that we're trying to rethink. But yeah, I mean, this isn't meant to replace all kinds of messaging. I mean, there are, of course, yeah, use cases that are kind of specialized for certain kinds of cases. But yeah, I don't know if you have anything to add.
Yeah, I want to add there that we should first determine the nature of each message. Instant message and email, we still have them today. Slack was supposed to be the email killer. It didn't kill email. It just repurposed it inside organizations. But instant messages their timing they're instant. They're about the real time. They're about, very short-lived. Emails are living longer. Their duration is meant to be over maybe weeks, sometimes years, because we all keep our archives. And think of on the other side, there would be books. Books even go across millennia. So it's all about different natures of communication that we have. And we will never have one replace the other. Like instant messages are never going to replace books. And email is never going to replace instant messaging. And instant messaging will never replace email. They might just take some of that communication out, which could happen over the other medium. And I think that they will coexist, and also Slack is a very closed platform, so it doesn't work cross organizations. Our challenge here is how do we connect organizations and people across, inter-organizational connections, not just inside. Thank you, though.
All right, we have another question from Matrix. Do you imagine that many providers would be using the open email protocol, and would you manage the protocol, or would you be providing messaging service?
We don't know yet. At the moment, we are just really concerned about building the protocol, building the clients, building the servers, then having the first beta testers, the people that can help us actually refine this experience. Because we're still, to be honest, we're still also exploring what this could be. Because we are so ingrained in this email thinking, that it's so difficult to shift away from it. Email essentially is a culture. We are fighting culture here. And what we will do, we don't want to have this as our, like closed protocol. We want to give this to the world. We want everyone to contribute to it, to make it simpler, not more complicated.
So in that case you mentioned earlier about like having multiple devices, a phone and a desktop pulling at the same pulling separately. You also mentioned that there are chances now that like ours can update the email. What are the chances that the phone pulls, the email is updated, and now the desktop pulls? Is there any significant alerting, messaging? Is it versioned out there in order to know that it modified in that 7-day time frame?
Thank you. I knew someone's gonna grab me for that. So in email, generally, we like email because it's like a paper trail. So we don't like messages to be updated, and I can completely understand that. But in some cases, especially within, in some business communication, it's kind of cool that you can fix your errors. And the way we are, this is something that should happen on the client. Protocol should be completely indifferent. Protocol should be simply ignoring, not knowing anything about what's happening inside of the message. The client determines how it's going to show this. Will it show it maybe as a diff, as on a Git, like showing it what was the change? Will it? We're still working on it. That's why we say we're so early. We're just still exploring what it could be. Just imagine like that. I forgot to send an attachment. Oh, so I send another email. No, I can just change the message and add an attachment to it. It appears there to everyone. So we're still working on it. Thank you. Good question there.
The fact that you can even ask that question, I think, is like the exciting opportunity that we really like. I mean, this kind of just creates new opportunities to message more in a more flexible way. So, whether it's, changing messaging or, creating some approval process, between two messengers, I think it's really just kind of a blank slate for how we could message.
All right, I have one question from online. What prevents us from doing this now? Couldn't Proton roll this out with Proton users instead of PGP? Thank you.
I wish they could, and I wish they would. Really, I wish they would. But I don't think I don't think they will. Unfortunately, I cannot speak for them. They're definitely in a position in which they could take a stand and do something for all of us instead of doing that smoke and mirror stuff of like pretending to have fixed email instead of just coming up with marginal improvements. I really wish the mail providers were more united in order to fix the problem at hand instead of actually focused on their margins. So.
Hello, this is thrilling. Give me a week to set up my relay, please. You had my mind racing. As soon as you begin to talk about gigabyte attachments, it makes you really think that, HTTPS is maybe on version 3, I think. We have like addressable ranges, we have streaming, we have all this is a base layer that is much more solid to build on, so it can go any kinds of directions. The change editing thing, I've been really enamored by auto merge. Mm-hmm. It's a CRDT implementation. It also has very nice encryption guarantees. But before I got up here, I was curious to hear, you think this may be applicable to doctors' offices, healthcare records. Who's next in line? Who's next in line? When does this become a Gmail experiment? How is there a zero-click upgrade path for my aunts and uncles, or is there, do my aunts and uncles need to learn 1,000 lines of JavaScript?
Thank you. William, you want to answer that?
Yeah, I mean, I think we think about kind of like the doctor office and like the lawyer and the lawyer's offices and perhaps banks, mostly just because of the fact that kind of that end-to-end encryption doesn't exist today. So if you're going to receive something like a medical record or a bank contract or a lawyer contract, we feel like that use case is pretty clear. And then I think we're also starting from very very small early days today. So how do we kind of get that early network to use this is kind of one of the big things that we're thinking about. But I think for the individual use cases, I mean, Dana and I would love to use that just by ourselves. So It's more of just kind of, it's more of an order of operations. I mean, we want to be able to kind of serve all these different parties, but it's like who are going to be kind of like those early groups of users, not just like the early single user. In just terms of growing this and get people to adopt it is kind of the idea. Yeah.
But we are not. We're mentioning like, okay, that sounds like we're talking the enterprise speak, but we are actually looking at really like us, the people. We should be the one that actually have the benefit, because when we talk to the doctor's office, we should be protected. So we want all of us to be in it, not just them. And so we're just excited of how many things we can innovate if we just forget the old ways. So we don't know where this can lead still, and we're just exploring. And that's why we still need help on the protocol. We tried. It's just the first draft which we made. But it's been, of course, it was it was 2 years till we made that protocol through a lot of trial and error and finding the right way. But we made it so that it's future-proof. So it's not tied to any specific algorithm. So we're taking the best ideas of email, the good parts of email, and dropping the bad parts. So it's still basically a decentralized system.
All right.
Thank you.
If we could, I'm sorry, we're running short on time and we got a couple more questions. So if we could go into lightning round mode, that would be amazing. I'm going to let my friend go here, and then I got one more question on Matrix.
So thank you for presenting this. It sounds intriguing. I guess my biggest critique of it would be that you're taking like, you're replacing some of the bad parts about email with some of the bad parts about web servers. And one of the things I'm thinking about is the potential for censorship, and particularly at the rise of totalitarian regimes across the globe, including here in America. I guess my question is, like, how proof of the system is against potential censorship? Say, I get an email, like a reporter gets sent an email to grab some sensitive information, but oopsie, all of a sudden the sender gets raided, they have their email server, and all of a sudden, yeah, we're gonna delete that or just shut down everything or maybe even just change it in some way.
But they can't. Yeah, the keys are just the public keys on the server. Of course, the only vulnerability that I see here is the key swap attack. Mm-hmm. So where they
man in the middle of both parties, yeah, right?
But that's one of the basically we have some ideas on how to actually prevent this. But let's I think the attack vector here we have to we're not here talking about state-sponsored or like CIA or NSA looking at. We're just trying to get a next step away from email, which is completely insecure. And then let's go to the next level here first. We're not going to be able to fix everything so quickly.
Of course not. But you're talking about the situations like, okay, well, it's good that we're able to change these messages. Mm-hmm. And it's just the question is, how do you guard against the possible downsides of those messages being changeable in that way? Like, yeah, theoretically only the sender can do it, but like, what if just some regime just shuts everything down and oops, now you've lost half your email? Like, that's the question I'm kind of curious.
I just don't understand how you mean like lost all your emails. The messages live for about 7 days on the server, mm-hmm. But when you pull them, they're on your device. So it's actually everything's on your device. You can now, something that you could never do before with regular email, it's your device that can decide to sync to some other service where you want to have a backup service somewhere, let's say, wherever storage you want to use. Your device decides where you want to send them. Okay. If you consider Gmail, they're all there, tied, the relaying and the storage.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, friends. Let's give our friends another hand.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming, everybody. introduce our friend. Shared hacker values, cypherpunk roots, and the future of blockchains. As a reminder, mute your phones, turn your hands down if you've got them, be respectful of consent with photographs and videos, and if you are on Matrix and you have questions, please do your best to @tag manchicken so that I see your questions come in, and we will address those when we get to the question and answer period. Thank you very much, and without any delay, our friends.
All right. Thank you all. Thank you very, very much. I'm hoping that we can switch over to the slides now. I'm not sure if I need to hit the button yet again. Okay. Magic buttons. Blue screens. We're all familiar with blue screens. All right, let's see. Okay, Yeah, I think we're having a little difficulty here with the slides. HDMI is sorted out.
It's because they're not on the blockchain.
Yeah. Exactly. Typical.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
No, not mirror.
Okay. And I'll just take this while you're doing that then. And while we're doing that, we'll make some introductions. How about that? So I'm Alex Urbellis. I'm long-term attendee at HOPE. I was at the first HOPE in 1994. I was 15 years old at that point. I've been to almost every single one thereafter, except when I was living abroad or something like that. But I've been part of 2600 really since I was about 15 years old, and started out as a hacker, and then according to my mother, I went from bad to worse and became a lawyer. And so, yes, I'm glad somebody liked that joke. There we go. Thank you for that. I'll be here all week. Yeah. And so, it's been kind of a weird through line for me in terms of this career that I've had, but mostly everything that I've done in my legal career, from working in defense and intelligence to private practice, to now in my role as the general counsel of the Ethereum name service, and prior to that, it being CISO of the NFL, has really all been driven by the fact that I have these hacker roots and this kind of philosophy about how to approach life and how to learn things that really has just propelled me throughout the rest of my career. So for that, I'm extraordinarily thankful. And I'll hand it over to my colleague, Phil Dyan, to talk about his path.
Hey everyone, my name is Phil, and currently I am a steward at the Flashbots project. It is a kind of crypto project that's a research and development initiative for what we call MEV. And that's basically like, how do we kind of fairly and securely move value in cryptocurrency? Hacktivism-wise, I have a long background of wearing many different kinds of hats in my youth. I went to then school for computer science, was an early kind of employee at a small startup that did software security using formal methods for kind of cars and spacecraft and stuff like that. And then found my way into crypto and decentralization, which is something I've been passionate about for a long time. I'm also passionate about anonymous communication. Maybe that's something we're going to touch on today, kind of my second love other than cryptocurrency. And today I'm doing a lot of work kind of uniting the two and seeing if there's any real intersection there for us to explore.
Yeah, so I'm Harry. I co-founded a project, which if you're around tomorrow at 2 p.m. you can hear about, called NIM, N-Y-M, like anonymous. And it's a mixnet, so it's an anonymous communication protocol, similar to Tor, but more focused on global adversaries that can watch the entire network and preventing kind of statistical attacks. And we incentivize it using cryptocurrency, which is a controversial move, but I believe the right one. I'm happy to debate that afterwards. For my misspent youth, I did somehow miss the whole Fed to hacker or hacker to Fed pipeline that I've seen be very popular here. So I've always just been an anarchist that believes in the destruction of the state and ideally the abolishment of money, but it's going to take a while. And that's what I've been doing my whole life. I worked a bit for W3C on federated social web protocols, which I'm seeing some folks here that I know, which is great. And yeah, the reason I guess I got interested in blockchain technology was because I have always been interested in decentralization, because decentralization has always been a fundamental part of the anarchist ethos, that we need to decentralize power to the smallest possible components. So I'm not surprised.
Did you also not become a Fed because you wouldn't pass the background check?
Well, I didn't become a Fed primarily because I think the Feds were very interested in throwing anarchists in jail for most of the late 90s and early 2000s, not for computer hacking, but for like, good old fashioned police, fighting the police and that sort of thing, and protest. So I missed
Shouldn't have such spicy cookbooks, and maybe things would work out better.
Yeah, the cookbook was always kind of a joke. I actually never read it or even saw a copy. But there is a great do-it-yourself cookbook full of anarchist recipes called Recipes for Disaster by Crime Think, which I believe is at the anarchist table, which I would recommend people take a look at. Possibly more useful than the anarchist cookbook, which I've heard you can only kind of blow yourself up with. But
yeah, it was a great text file way back in the day, and that's weirdly enough, I think, a pretty wonderful transition into going back into the 90s here, and this basically the promise of the 90s in this world of text files and BBSs, and which really is one of the things that had laid the groundwork for the Ethereum culture that we have today and that we want to teach you about and try to demystify in certain ways. I'm going to step back here for a second, too. I don't know if a lot of you have seen some of the presentations that I do in the past, but one of the things that I'd like to say at the outset is that I absolutely hate clip art. I can't stand it. And so for all of the presentations that I do, you're always going to see real art. So this is real art. It's all in the Saatchi Gallery in London. If you're thoroughly bored by anything that we're saying, at least you've got something interesting and aesthetically pleasing to look at while we're droning on here. So back to this issue with the anarchist cookbook and text files and experimentation. These are the things that we were all up to in the 90s. For how many, show of hands here, how many people this is their first Hope conference? Wow, okay, so quite a few of you, that's great. Welcome to Hope, I think this is wonderful. So the first Hope happened back in 1994. This was really kind of the heyday of when people were trying to figure out how to get full internet access, mostly without having to pay long distance fees or anything like that. And so there were only a few real spots where you could get full internet access. Most people were still calling BBSs with their modems at that time and exchanging information, which, if you think about it in a way, I'd like to get your thoughts on this, it's kind of a decentralized way of communicating as well, going from BBS to BBS. There wasn't one consistent way of communicating with everybody, but breaking these boundaries and accessing bigger computers that had more and more power that you wouldn't necessarily be able to afford yourself. Unix systems, hacking a large Unix system, getting an access and getting an account on a large Unix system was, that was on the forefront of everybody's mind. And then gaining root on a Unix system basically made you like a god, right? So we did this. We showed up at the 2600 meetings. We hung out at 53rd and Lex in the city, and we met all these people, and people would call into the payphones in the lobby of the Citigroup building, and we had a great time sharing knowledge, being collaborative, being open, not making money from the information that we were sharing with each other, from the secret knowledge that we had. And it was at that time, too, that PGP started to be developed by Phil Zimmerman, and this whole idea of public key cryptography was coming into the zeitgeist. And it was at that time, too, that the government started to have a very healthy mistrust of strong privacy-enhancing technologies. They did not like to see privacy-enhancing technologies or any kind of privacy technology that allowed people to prevent the government from peering into their communications. And this is where the cypherpunks came into play. And in particular, something called the Clipper chip. How many people here, by show of hands, know what the Clipper chip is or have heard of it? Okay, so a lot of people have heard of it. And a lot of people here are young, too, so you may not actually remember this fight from the Clipper chip. So in essence, it's a chip that was supposed to be installed in all these different types of communication devices that would enable very strong encryption so that your voice could be encrypted. Your communications could be encrypted in any way, and it worked on lots of different types of technologies. And that sounds great, right? That sounds like, wow, this is great. The problem was the key to unlocking all of your communications was held by the government. It was a backdoor key escrow that the government had proposed. And it was at that point that the cypherpunk movement, I think, really rose into action. And I want to hand it over to you, Harry, to talk about this. But there was a really ground roots effort opposing the Clipper chip, and it came out of the cypherpunk subculture, and it came out of the hacker culture. And, so Harry, I want to pass it over to you to talk about this.
I mean, I was obviously a little bit too young to miss all of this. However, if you are at Hope and you are walking around and you see an older man next to some signs with a QR code, that's Lee Fesselstein, who was, I believe, more or less one of the original hackers. And he has an absolutely fascinating story about how, at the time in the 60s, computers were the province only of the military and government. And through their friends, as the university was throwing these old computers out, they found these older computers and they put them in essentially community spaces. They called one, for example, I think the People's Resource Center, and the computer was called Community Memory. And they discovered that ordinary people really wanted to communicate using computers, leaving messages for each other, so forth and so on. And they were used by social movements. So while I am not an OG hacker, the true OG hackers are indeed at this conference. You should speak to them. I mean, in terms of the crypto wars in the 90s, yeah, of course, the cryptography was primarily, particularly symmetric key cryptography, was primarily developed by governments for military sensitive communication, and they were not supposed to be used by ordinary people because that shifts the entire realm of sovereignty away from the centralized state apparatus to ordinary people who could then have secret communication between themselves. And that was obviously viewed as a threat to state sovereignty and power. And still is. And the attempts to make key escrow systems. There's a great paper called Keys Under Doormats by Ron Rivest and friends, which explains why this is a terrible idea. Technically, I think I do not need to convince people here, but I would suggest looking at some of this history and some of these people, not just superficially, but kind of going a little bit deeper. There are lots of parallels, and the governments fundamentally have not changed, and they are still trying to backdoor encryption under the, trying to save children or prevent domestic extremism or whatever the latest ridiculous excuse is.
Yeah. And Phil, you want to talk about the this promise of the 90s, what you were up to at any point there?
Well, I was actually born in '94, which is a year you mentioned, and I had kind of an interesting life story. Like my dad, he was in kind of the IT industry, and he was a part of a bunch of kind of very early broadband internet deployments. So I was very lucky. I was actually born with no dial-up and having like broadband internet and like several phone lines for even higher speeds and like all sorts of ridiculous things like that in my household. I think the promise of the 90s, like you said, was kind of this fight over communication and like basically freedom of communication as these communication systems were leaving state control. There was this question of where would the government actually draw the line. The first thing that I was kind of passionate about from a hacktivism point of view was actually copyright, which is kind of a slightly weaker version of this, but it's kind of more the corporate cartelization of power against the people with regards to information, whereas these kind of backdoors are kind of the government cartel against the people. And I think, at least from my perspective, what the government has done, and this is kind of one of my more controversial theses probably for this conference, is kind of accept that they're not going to control much of the core substrate and the core primitives of the things we use for communication. Things like PGP clearly are legal. That being said, they can still control the edges, and that's basically functionally equivalent. Things like metadata and network surveillance and endpoint control. Yeah, that's something I've been thinking about basically my whole life, is how to play with that balance. Mostly for me, it's in kind of the same way as Harry, working for kind of smaller entities at the empowering smaller entities against larger ones, because my kind of belief is that large entities, including corporations and governments, have too much power today.
Yep, amen to that, absolutely. So part of that too, so going back to you, Harry, this whole ethos of decentralization here, about resisting centralized control, mistrust of authority, empowering individuals, right? This is where we get the things that are outgrowths of that are, I think, precursors to what we see right now on the Ethereum blockchain. We see things like Tor, we see things like Freenet being born, and we see open source and open access to systems really being this philosophy that underpins not only the hacker culture, but is on which the entire Ethereum culture is really built and is continuing to be built. And so I want to hand it over to you first, Harry, to talk about the cypherpunks, and then over to you, Phil, to talk about Ethereum nodes, and why this type of technology is built on the hacker ethos.
Yeah, so I'm not an expert in Ethereum, so I'll leave that for everyone else. But I would say that decentralization as a goal of redistributing power has been an effective kind of counter thesis to the centralization of the nation state since its inception. Particularly, I believe the first kind of self-declared, as they always like to call us, anarchist was Pierre Proudhon, and he argued that we should resist the formation of state centralization via federations and decentralized communication, and this was way before the internet. However, it does splinter, right? So the critique of what was called, essentially the socialist calculation problem, could we somehow create a planned economy? That critique was effectively the critique of Hayek and what was called the Austrian school. And they considered that decentralization, that the market is essentially a decentralized information gathering mechanism. On the other hand, so you have what you would call maybe right anarchists descending from Proudhon. On the other hand, Proudhon himself defended markets, and you had the left anarchist tradition through, Bakunin and Kropotkin, who basically argued for the abolishment of market structures, but the decentralization of power to local communities, although how that would happen was left a bit vague. And then, these kind of concepts are in the air, and they've always kind of come from skilled artisans and people that had technical power, engineers in particular. And this is the case before digital technology, and digital technology continued that trend. So when people discovered, particularly the work of David Chalmer on mixed nets, anonymous credentials, and you had these privacy-enhancing technologies, folks of all stripes, everyone from Jude Mulhoon to Tim May, the early crypto-anarchists and cypherpunks did believe that the technology of cryptography would fundamentally reconfigure power. Now, exactly how that would play out was, again, somewhat vague, but was considered and still is, I think, a enticing vision and a very practical way of changing the world.
Great. Now, over to you, Phil. This whole philosophy and building on it. Let's talk about how the Ethereum nodes work.
Yeah, so I think I can kind of talk about this through a practical example that for me connects many of these threads. So why do I work on cryptocurrency? I kind of decided in 2012 when I first read the Bitcoin white paper to drop all of the side projects and security things I was working on and eventually make my way into doing this professionally. Why is that? For me, it was like kind of the confluence of a few different things. Number one is just the kind of aesthetic properties of cryptocurrency. Like the protocols are very elegant, they're very secure, they're very robust, they're very hard to break. As technologists, it's like a very satisfying technical object. But more than that, there were kind of two things that brought me to Bitcoin and really gave me that like, holy crap, this is gonna be really important. One of them was that I had a background in like kind of more social activism, specifically Occupy Wall Street. And we had been obsessed for a long time of like, is there a way we could kind of not use the banks to do a lot of these things that we rely on them for day to day, and had given that up kind of for many years. So this provided a path to that. But kind of more interestingly I was trying to work on this decentralized WikiLeaks. This is kind of speaking to what Harry was talking about with decentralization. I really believed in the ethos of WikiLeaks, that kind of by encouraging leaking and having transparency be the default, we kind of impose a penalty for secret conspiracies and secret organizations. But I also, was not a huge personal fan of Julian Assange. That is my personal assessment. Make it what you may. And I was like wondering why does this person actually need to be at the center of like all of this drama and all of this stuff and also all these lawsuits, right? Shouldn't this just be a network that people can access and share information on? And running into the architecture of Bitcoin, which basically runs a blockchain where all of these nodes replicate kind of this sequential log of transactions. You can think of them as database state updates, essentially. It solved a lot of the problems I was having with building this decentralized WikiLeaks. Like, originally I was building it on top of Freenet, and there was a problem of like, okay, how do you know if you get two pieces of data, which one was actually authentic, which one was first, right? Because maybe I put a document on the network, and then someone else, an evil adversary of the government, puts like a totally different version of that document. How can we authenticate documents? How can we timestamp them to when they were released? How can we moderate these things without requiring these kind of sets of people? That to me was very much like decentralization of power. And so all an ETH node is really taking that idea and generalizing it to let you write really any piece of software on top of this blockchain. So I would have been basically able to write my WikiLeaks as like a very simple script that would then run replicated across these thousands of different blockchain nodes in a way that was kind of unstoppable, is like the meme for it. So yeah, that's kind of the very high level of an ETH node.
Yeah, I love it. Very good. And I think going through that, right, is this notion of this, everything is open source, right? You mentioned the strength of the protocol. A lot of the strength of the protocol is derived from the fact that it's transparent, that it's auditable, that everybody can see how this type of thing works. I mean, all of these principles should sound extraordinarily familiar because they are basically the bedrock of the hacker ethos here. We talk about GNU Linux as precursors here to what we're building within Ethereum right now. All of these values about building out in the open, building out in public, and building accountable systems really come from the hacker culture. They start back in the 80s and the 90s, and there's this very clear through line into what's being built right now. And unfortunately, though, it does seem like there has been this historical divide. Perhaps this divide originated maybe around 2016, 2017, when there were a whole bunch of initial coin offerings and lots of scam type coins going on and people making massive amounts of money out of thin air, presumably. And all kinds of crazy projects that just collapsed and left people, some of whom were in financial ruin. And so I think that left a really, really bad taste in so many people's mouths about what blockchain culture is, what is Ethereum. And unfortunately, I think that bad taste remains in a lot of people's mouths these days as well. And that's what we're really trying to here to distill, is that there are these fundamental bedrock principles that underlie both of these cultures, and that both of these cultures should be working together. And so, Harry, I'll pass it over to you if you have anything further to add on the open source side.
I would say it is interesting historically, because obviously the Bitcoin was released as open source software, and most of the blockchain software is either free software or some version of open source. There is this parallel kind of branch off, I think, the hacker community. And it solves a real problem. I don't know how many people here have had to deal with Richard Stallman. He's but you know how what Richard does is he like gives a talk about free software, and everyone gives him cash because he doesn't take non-cash really, and then he like carries it back to the Free Software Foundation office in like a bag, and like he then releases the cash in the office. And this is not a particularly efficient way to move money around.
I paid him in Bitcoin once.
Okay. Did he actually take it?
Yeah, he did, but he didn't check that. He was like, "Here's the address," and he didn't know how to check that. So he trusted me. Anyway, side note.
And tried to get you to go to GNU Taller, I'm sure. So I think it is a real the transfer of value is a real problem. And ignoring it has not been, will not work forever. I mean, obviously the financial blockade of WikiLeaks was, to my knowledge, the first large-scale use of Bitcoin. And then I do think there are also non-financial uses. So we've seen a lot of work. I used to work on decentralized social web standards, and there's this real problem if you ever use Mastodon or Blue Sky or God help you, Nostr, is that, it's like Nostr, I am sending out a tweet, but I don't know if anyone has seen it, and I'm not sure how many followers I have, because essentially they cannot distribute and synchronize their events. There's no log of status updates. Likewise, in Mastodon, you're stuck in these little islands of status updates, but you can't get a kind of global index that you can search and that you can discover other people easily. And you can do that via Blue Sky, but they do it via essentially an inherent bias towards centralization, therefore making it just kind of like a slightly leftier version of X. Or God help you, Threads. I'm not even sure what's going on there, but I'm sure it's bad. So therefore there are, and to me I was like, well, that's a really obvious use of blockchain technology, similar to the fact that WikiLeaks never really got the wiki part of the leaks working. Like these technology platforms, particularly if they're under nation-state adversarial attack, need to be decentralized. And I don't see another real game in town. I mean, there are other ways, slightly other ways of doing it, but you do need some sort of authenticated series of data structure, which can be via some sort of consensus algorithm, allow a shared global state. And I think that's actually quite useful primitive for many, many different problems. Not all problems, but a large class of problems.
Yeah, I have a kind of spicy take here. I like to be controversial on panels, so maybe I don't even believe this, but I will say it. So I agree with you, Harry, that yes, these non-financial use cases do exist and they're super meaningful and important for the future. I also think that at least in the hacker and open source and free software community, oftentimes the financial use cases are kind of just as important or should be just as important to those people. I think it's often a dirty word because we're all hippies. We all really wish that money didn't exist and that we could just contribute based on ideas and have access to all the software. But at the same time, if you care about something like privacy, you could make everything in the world private, all your communications. If your financial transactions aren't private, you're still leaking everything about who you are as a person and all of your kind of metadata and where you go and who you talk to and all these other things. So I don't think it's so cleanly separable because we live in a financial world. And I think actually we should kind of play with it more in a more playful way, rather than just saying ooh, that's commercial, it's bad, that's financial, it's bad. It's okay, how can we kind of use this to align and leverage our existing goals? So if we care about something like communication privacy and code privacy, maybe we package that as financial privacy in certain contexts, because that's something that even regulators and institutions and larger entities can get behind and not try to kill the way they did PGP. And maybe that kind of teaches people the importance and the technology for other kinds of privacy as well. So this is all to say, I agree there's super cool and important non-financial use cases in blockchain, including consistency, which is one of the 3 problems it solved for my WikiLeaks thing in 2012, so long ago. But there's also, I think, really important financial use cases for just the whole world to kind of bring privacy into the conversation in a lot of places where right now we have a lot of surveillance, actually.
Yeah, I think that's a great segue then over into talking about the privacy-preserving technologies that we have been building with respect to the Ethereum blockchain and other blockchains as well. And also a great segue into the fights that are going on about this right now, fights specifically about financial privacy that Phil just mentioned. I mean, it was 2 weeks ago that we had a verdict in the Tornado Cash case where a developer, a US-based developer who took venture capital money through a US company and developed a financial privacy protocol for the blockchain that basically allowed you to send currency in a way that you couldn't tell exactly what you were doing with it. It would go into a pool and you didn't know where it came out on the other side, right? It was called Tornado Cash. How many people here have heard of Tornado Cash? Wow, okay, a lot of you have here. Okay, so I'm preaching to the choir here to a certain extent.
Free Roman storm.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, how many people have used Tornado Cash here? Far fewer. How many people don't want to admit it but have used it? Okay, oh, yeah, I almost got you there in the back. All right, there we are. So Tornado Cash obviously has its really very, very strong use cases here, right? It's privacy-preserving technology. If all of your transactions, as Phil noted, are just out there on a public ledger for all to view, you're going to always have some kind of limited utility with respect to the blockchain. So solving that was a big problem. And in fact, in the opening statements that the defense made at the trial, they mentioned specifically that Vitalik, one of the founders of Ethereum, had told Roman Storm, the developer here, that he should, for his next project, work on solving financial privacy. And that's how he came up with the whole idea of Tornado Cash. I didn't know that story, and it was quite interesting. So there were 3 charges in that particular case. One was conspiracy to avoid sanctions, namely allowing threat actors like North Korea to use Tornado Cash. The other charge was money laundering, and a conspiracy to launder money. And then the third charge was operation of an unlicensed money transmission business. And the jury came back hung on the first of those 2 charges, the sanctions violation, which I thought actually was probably the strongest charge, and the money laundering charge. Both hung juries. They could not come to a decision no matter what. They deliberated for about a week. I mean, this jury didn't work all day. Some of them had toothaches and had to go home early. It was a big mess throughout the entire week that they were deliberating. But at the end of it, they decided he operated an unlicensed money transmission business, which is a very weird charge for a jury to find a guilty verdict about, especially since in the defense's closing argument there, too, they made the very clear distinction about Tornado Cash being non-custodial. And I think also this is part of the problem with Ethereum culture and with blockchain culture in general, where we use a lot of weird words that people are not necessarily familiar with, right? Like permissionless and non-custodial. They're not exactly self-evident in terms of what they mean. So non-custodial means like you didn't have custody of it. I guess that's somewhat self-evident, right? But Tornado Cash never touched the actual funds. So how can you be guilty of transmitting money when you're not in possession of any money? So it was a weird verdict for the jury to reach, and I think it is attackable legally on appeal. And there's other motions that are going to be made to try to overturn the verdict at the district court level, but I think it will ultimately go to the Second Circuit, and I think there's a real vector of attack on this particular verdict, and maybe that's why the jury found it. Maybe they said, we got to get him on something. Let's get him on this weak charge. Maybe it'll even be overturned. So that's a real battle here, and it's a very, very dangerous precedent. And in fact, there is a through line from that case that goes back to 2000 in a case called Universal Studios v. Ramirez. And that's a case about a young guy. I think he was 12 or 13 or something. Might have been even younger or maybe a year older, I'm not sure. But I believe he was from Norway. And he created a bit of software called DCSS. And CSS stood for the Content Scrambling System. The Content Scrambling System was the encryption system that was used to make DVDs uncopyable. And apparently, this content scrambling system was like a monument to stupidity in many ways and was so incredibly easy to crack. And some crazy hacker magazine called 2600. Has anybody ever heard of that? Show of hands. Okay, yeah. Well, they published the source code for DCSS, and then they were sued by the Motion Picture Association of America. And that case was about whether the publication of source code could equate to a speech act. Could it be freedom of speech to publish source code? That went up to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. We actually had Kathleen Sullivan, who became the dean of Stanford Law School, come over and argue the case pro bono before the Second Circuit. And 2600 lost that case because they found that the primary purpose was to avoid copyright restrictions on DVDs. And that exact case came up again in the Tornado Cash trial when they tried to dismiss the indictment against Roman Storm initially. And again, the judge cited back to that case and said, no, I find that the primary purpose of Tornado Cash is potentially for unlawful purposes, so we're not going to afford it this type of protection. So I'll tell you an interesting story about what the government said on their opening statement. And their opening statements, and they were very effective. Remember, the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York just across the river here in downtown a little bit. They are extraordinarily talented, very bright attorneys, and very aggressive. And they made the analogy to the jury. And they said, imagine you're watching an action movie, and the cops are chasing a bad guy through an alley, and he's making a right turn here and a left turn there, and the camera is shaking, and you can't really quite see him, but you catch a glimpse of him, and he's going around that next corner, and you run around that next corner, and then and the bad guy's wearing this black hat and a green hoodie, and you go around that next corner, and then boom, you find that there's just a sea of people wearing black hats and green hoodies. So that's what Tornado Cache does. It prevents you from finding the bad guys by mixing it all in over here. And we thought about this, over lunch with a couple of people that were watching the trial, like I was, and talked about it and said, the best way to combat that would probably be, and this is how I would have come back and fought back at it, would be to say, hey, you know what the government just told you about that analogy where you're chasing the bad guy back and through the alley? That's exactly right. That is exactly how Tornado Cache works. And I want you to remember that throughout the course of this trial, because I couldn't have come up with a better analogy myself. But what the government didn't tell you was that all those people that are wearing the black hats and the green hoodies that he ran into, that sea of people, well, those are the legitimate users of Tornado Cache that are looking for financial privacy. Those are because Tornado Cache does not work if you have bad guys using it all the time. You need real people. And there were real people using this. There are real people using it. It's no longer subject to sanctions. TornadoCache.eth is, I believe, still alive. It was, once again, a live site. And so you have these very real and important use cases. After my diatribe here about Tornado Cache, I want to hand it over to you, Harry and Phil, and talk about these decentralized and private communications channels, zero-knowledge roll-ups, these types of other privacy-enhancing technologies that we see, with respect to the Ethereum blockchain and others.
Yeah, I'll just be brief, but obviously there has been a lot of repression against computer hackers, and some of them are indeed working on blockchain technologies. And blockchain technologies are not directly used by all the tech mentioned on the slide, but nonetheless, what's happened is that the explosion of interest, particularly, I would say, among younger programmers and hackers, who now actually are funded and don't have to work for like Google and do open source and free software on the side, has been tremendously effective. Also, it's allowed academics to actually get funding for work that would be outside of government purview. And so you've seen developments of technologies that the cypherpunks really wanted but didn't really quite have working. I'll describe a lot of these tomorrow too, but this includes mixnets, which is a kind of anonymous communication channel that does sort of like spam, it does what it says on the tin, mixes messages up to make statistical correlation very hard. Anonymous credentials, which are a way to do identity without giving a permanent and trackable identifier to people, making that identification more anonymous, and zero-knowledge proof. You can prove really arbitrary statements without revealing anything other than the fact that you know this statement. And these things, these technologies were all considered kind of more academic, and they were inspirational to a lot of the cypherpunks, but now we're seeing real code that can be deployed with libraries across most programming languages, and I think that's, we haven't seen the end of that yet.
Yeah, I think there's a few aspects to this. One is what you said, Harry. It's like people in the cryptocurrency community genuinely want privacy and cryptography innovations. Like, I've talked to so many cryptographers that are like, oh my God, people are actually using our stuff, they're paying attention. We don't have to lobby for 20 years to get them to adopt a simple encryption scheme because no one actually wants to buy security. In the cryptocurrency community, people not only want to buy security, they want to buy privacy, they want to buy kind of decentralization and horizontality and a lot of the things that these schemes can kind of achieve. So I think mixnet's definitely one exciting technology. There's many others. One we're particularly excited about at Flashbots is kind of combining in trusted hardware and trusted execution environments, which as a hacker you immediately cringe and you're like, wow, that's broken. but not in ways that the entire system is relying on it, but rather in ways that kind of let you do creative things with defense in depth that you then get your security properties from like other places. So new kind of hybrid systems like that that are actually much more private and secure are something we're thinking a lot about. But I think everyone in crypto kind of, this is what you do. You kind of have to take these Legos of primitives and build kind of an interesting machine. And the machine is there's a very immediate feedback loop on value. And I think that's great for open source people, free software people, academics, and hackers as well.
Yeah, I love the Lego analogy there, Phil, for sure. Yeah. You know, one of the things that Harry mentioned was, you know, these non-financial use cases with respect to the blockchain and Ethereum. As I mentioned at the outset, I'm the general counsel of ENS, or the Ethereum name service here. Just to very briefly talk about that, we are a non-financial use case on Ethereum. We are often touted as the most successful non-financial use case on the Ethereum blockchain. We are considered to be a public good and really kind of infrastructure that exists on Ethereum. And what we created with the .eth TLD, which is not a TLD that ICANN has sanctioned, but it is in compliance with ICANN's rules. It's a domain system. It's kind of like the DNS, except it's an evolution of the DNS. The D is the fourth letter of the alphabet, E is the fifth. I guess that's somewhat coincidental. So we're kind of this evolution, and we've created a decentralized domain name system for user-controlled digital identities. You know, these are entirely self-sovereign, and as part of our constitution for the Ethereum name service, we have put users' rights as paramount to anything else. Nothing we can do in any kind of governance capacity can ever infringe upon the rights of the users to hold these particular names. We cannot take them from you, we cannot rug them in any way, and nobody else can either. So these are evolutions and enhancements to the DNS that are very, very much founded on the hacker ethos of owning your identity, owning your data, securing your data, and being very censorship resistant. In terms of hosting, we have things like IPFS, or the Interplanetary File System, that .eth domains allow and make much more accessible. So it's very hard to remove content that you put onto a .eth domain and connect it through IPFS. And we're fully open and totally transparent in our governance. We have a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organizations, which has its own benefits and drawbacks, just like any sort of governance system. But it would really, I think, be, we'd be missing out if we didn't talk about some of these non-financial use cases, and I think ENS is a really critical example of it. Also want to, in the last couple of minutes that we have here, just talk about the confluence and the convergence in the cultures here. I mean, I went to my first DevCon, which is the biggest Ethereum conference that happens every other year, and it was in Bangkok this past year. That's actually where I met Phil and Harry, actually. And no, actually, you know, we met on the stock exchange. I met Harry in Bangkok, and we hung out in Bangkok for a little bit. But yeah, but
I thought that was after. Wow.
Yeah, it might. Yeah, no, it was before. Yeah, but the yeah, time, right? But when I was at DevCon, there was a Hackers Cove over there. There was a Hacktivism Center. You know, there is this drawing on the hacker ethos and the hacker culture, and they really, you know, try to channel it over there. And for some reason, we keep pushing this culture away. When I was at DevCon, I was so excited to be there because to me, it felt like there was this world of promise that was being built all around me. And the people that were at DevCon, that was our army. That was the army that was building this new future of the internet. And I believed in it then. And it felt to me like Hope felt in 1994, that first one, where there was just so much promise and there were so many people doing really interesting things. And there's just that really stark contrast with this crypto bro image. When you think about hacker culture, there's all different types of people here. You've got APT groups, kind of bad guys. We don't necessarily like the Lazarus group or North Korea or, you know, Fancy Bear. You know, they're not the guys that show up at Hope. Right? You have the NSA on the other hand with the tailored access group, and maybe they're here at Hope, but is anybody here from the NSA? Oh, that guy, the same guy raised his hand. Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah. You know, so every culture is going to have, you know, its fledgling subcultures that don't necessarily mesh with the entire ethos of it. But what I think is totally wrong is that some hacker conferences are actively discouraging submissions that have anything to do with blockchain. They don't want to hear about it, they don't want to see it, they don't want to hear it, they just want to plug their ears, close their eyes, and not let anybody speak their mind about this technology that is underpinned by the same ethos, by the same people, and the same tech that we fought for, and a lot of people went to prison for back in the 90s and throughout that. So I'll get off my soapbox on that and kind of move into this bit of user sovereignty and shared goals here. And here's where I think we really want to wrap it up here, because what we are building together, the hacker ethos believes in censorship resistance. It believes in user sovereignty. Privacy is paramount to almost everything else. We all believe in the rejection of surveillance capitalism. We think that's a horrible business model that has eroded privacy and privacy protections for the last couple of decades now. And the way that we're fighting this, through so many different talks that I've heard here, is about decentralizing technologies. Now, what we're doing in the Ethereum world and in other blockchains as well is building on this very same type of ethos. We shouldn't be shut out from these conferences. I think that's wrong and wrong-headed from the outset. We need you guys to come together with us. We need to be here. Maybe we shouldn't schedule HOPE at the same time as ETH Global, happening in the same city in New York, maybe next year. But I think what we need to do is converge our efforts. We shouldn't be building in separate lanes. We should be coming together and converging these efforts to do the things in a values-aligned way that we all believe in, because we have these shared beliefs and these shared values. Let's come together and let's build together. I want to pass it over to you guys for some final words on that front too.
I mean, I would say, I mean, to all the, I mean, it is really transparent that about 99%, let's say, of blockchain technologies are, I would say, scams of various kinds, and the largest use case, which I am somewhat surprised of blockchain technologies, is like transparently bribing the president of the United States. That I was like, I didn't really see that one coming. I doubt Nakamoto did or Vitalik did, but indeed that is what happened. Nonetheless, may not be. That's what we have. Nonetheless, I would say, 1% or so of those technologies are going to be exceedingly important in the future, particularly with the collapse of the American empire, which we're watching in real time on our phones. And in any evolutionary process, there is always a lot of garbage has to be thrown out, and hopefully we can only hope and work such that the things which are positive and beneficial for the human species do survive. So I do think that we are in a critical period, and we just have to take our historic role very seriously.
Any final thoughts, Phil?
Yeah, so my final thoughts will be kind of the same final thoughts as I had for Gary Gensler on Twitter before Elon bought it. So if you're still a skeptic, if you're still not convinced, well, so is Gary Gensler. He actually gave a speech saying basically everything crypto is promising we already have in traditional finance, and it works much better, and it's regulated, and it's way more safe, and there's less scams, and it's cleaner. So what is the point of all this? And I kind of retweeted that, and I said, well, I think the point is that if you're a 12-year-old kid with the laptop, you can't make change to like the code base of the New York Stock Exchange, but you can make a change in a pull request to the code base of Ethereum or Solana or Bitcoin or any of these other systems. And I think as hackers, we know kind of what a big difference that level of open information, open access, and horizontality can make to the seats people get at different tables of power. So I would say come code with us and throw in some pull requests, or come to a conference, or just say hi to people whenever you see them, and be open-minded to their values. And I think we in the blockchain world can kind of do the same for everyone outside.
And that's it for us, folks. Thank you guys for listening and hearing us out. We very much appreciate it. I don't know if we might have time for a very brief question or so.
We have 2 minutes for questions. If we could do this lightning round style, that would be lovely. If I could get 2 lines here, that would be great.
Hi. What do you think about the openness of the transactions on any blockchain ledger as a feature rather than a drawback, in terms of abandoning the idea of $1 equals $1 and 1 Bitcoin equals 1 Bitcoin, and introducing like a semantic feature to the currency, so that if I pull out $1 out of my pocket, you actually know where this dollar came from and you can track its entire progress?
Yeah, so by default, like in Bitcoin, that is kind of how it works. You have this full traceability. There are other projects like Zcash where it essentially works in like a zero knowledge proof receipt model. So you prove that you're able to spend some funds, but you don't prove anything about kind of what funds you're spending or who gets what balance increase. So I think there's like a lot to be said there. I also have many thoughts on this for smart contracts, because smart contracts, you sort of want them to be public and verifiable. That's the point. But then maybe having everything be public and verifiable means that like people get adversely selected or they get spied on or all these other kind of bad outcomes. So how do you balance those needs, I think, is the hard part. I'll be around tomorrow, happy to jam on it.
So Ethereum and other projects, they necessarily rely on incentive design or incentive alignment mechanism design, and that kind of assumes the goodness of free markets, individual liberty. And that's fine if you buy into like Austrian economics or sort of like a very particular ideology. On the other hand, the hacker community is way more diverse. Some people value freedom a lot, but others value justice or equality. And you know, like ENS is not, the values of ENS are not necessarily the same or identical as the values of DNS, or Flashbots assumes the sort of existence and goodness of markets. So is there space in the Ethereum ecosystem for not just people that believe in liberty, but also those that believe in equality or justice or any similar values?
Oh, I think so, absolutely. And I would say, why don't you come to DevCon or DevConnect, and you'll find very like-minded people. You'll find projects that are about this, and that's why I think this crossover and this cross-pollination of the cultures is so important, because I think that's a misconception that those aspects are missing from the Ethereum culture or the subcultures of any types of blockchain. But I think they're there, and I think they're going to be burgeoning, and we'd love to have people like you join.
Yeah, I would say, like, purely technically speaking, I mean, he is right, obviously, or you are right. You know, there is a level of financial incentives in most of these protocols, and if you assume kind of people act rationally, and obviously adversaries could attack those incentive structures as well. We worry quite a lot about that at NIM. That being said, I would say the problem is kind of what's the other game in town, right? So DNS, I mean, I say this as former W3C employee and ICANN liaison of various stripes. I mean, the domain name system is like a centralized 70s database that's ran fundamentally in a hierarchical manner where nonprofits are given like a few chairs and ignored. And random people are like self-declared leaders of, you know, whatever. I mean, it's ridiculous the way that, and it's a really huge centralizing flaw, the current domain name system in the internet itself. So the problem is often like, what's the alternative? And the alternatives are often reliant on the US government or the goodwill of Google or Cloudflare, and these may not always be good actors. Obviously, US government's become a somewhat hostile actor to most of the rest of the planet.
Yeah, I think there's lots of room for it. Happy to chat more about it, since I think those are both amazing answers. But yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, lots to explore.
All right, catch you guys around. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we squeeze one more in?
Yeah, this is going to be our last question.
All right.
Thanks. Hi. I got into like hacking subculture stuff in middle and high school because I was like a vegetarian, and like yeah, and I feel like a lot of like permacomputing and like solar punk LARPing stuff, and all of the vegetarians told me about cryptocurrency, that it was a scam and that also would like kill the environment. And I don't necessarily take it at face value that either of those things are true, especially like the first, considering what was shared. But I feel like that's like a large critique that I hear in like the public sphere of like, what about the environmental impacts? Mm-hmm. And I know for things like ChatGPT, even though there are problems with artificial intelligence that have to do with energy usage, that like what the public thinks is like an appropriate amount of water to spend on a prompt versus like water you spend on sending an email. It's like there's not enough literacy around that. And so yeah, I'm curious what you guys as people who like are involved in these communities actually have like an estimate of like their place in like our general energy infrastructure, what that feels like.
I'll respond to that really briefly and then just pass it over. I mean, I think that the environmental impact of any type of technology is definitely a very valid concern. And it's been a valid concern specifically with respect to Ethereum, and that's why there was a shift from proof of work over to proof of stake, which was much more environmentally friendly. But I think we also have to think about, the environmental impact of things like golf courses, too, are pretty goddamn terrible, in terms of the water that we expend on all these various things. And so I think this is just the latest target as a new technology. The environmental impact of massive data centers that require ginormous amounts of cooling for all these AI systems and large language models that are being powered right now are also pretty goddamn terrible. But this is something that I think that within, in particular, the Ethereum culture, we take extraordinarily seriously and are taking steps to mitigate. And so, we're paying attention to that very, very much. I'll pass it over.
Yeah, I mean, I think I broadly agree pretty much. Every technology has this conversation. I think the interesting example with AI to me was like Elon spinning up a bunch of LNG turbines to power his latest data center because they couldn't actually build the capacity in the grid fast enough. I think generally what destroys the environment is these kind of degenerate, hyper-financialized arms races. And I think sometimes crypto does create those. It's a question of like how to redirect them into kind of a way that doesn't destroy the environment. I think ETH is pretty conscious of that and has iterated the protocol. Okay, we're going to point these games in ways that people can play them without using all the water and stuff. But it is a valid critique, and I think one that the crypto community actually does need to engage with more.
I mean, I'll just say something. I mean, I used to live in a tree. I'm pretty ecologically aware of the issues, and I think one of the problems when the technology came out, what is correct is that Bitcoin does rely on this thing called proof of work, where you basically mint Bitcoin. This is the Bitcoin mining. Via the discovery of a certain kind of leading number of zeros from a result of a hash function. So you have to run a pointless hash function like over and over and over again. And that was not, I mean, it comes from mixed-nets, that technology, and it was meant as a spam prevention technology. It was never meant to like scale a currency system. And obviously that does have ecological impacts. And I think it is interesting to see that projects like Ethereum did move consciously because of the ecological cost of that away from proof of work. So I think most of the ecological cost of cryptocurrency comes from this particular choice that Bitcoin made, which other cryptocurrencies are going away from because of those ecological reasons. That being said, obviously, the wider question is what is the long-term sustainability of computing technology itself, particularly in an era of like resource wars, lack of resources, and ecological collapse, which, I mean, we're obviously seeing. Look at the weather in New York right now. It's really hot, and the floods and the fires in California. And so this is a really important question. I have not seen like too much serious work from anyone on this. And it's absolutely vital we take it. I'm actually quite surprised, and have been for a long time, there is not more general. When in the 90s, when I was kind of coming of age, you had the Unabomber, you had a rash of ecological actions, basically around climate change and the destruction of technical infrastructure. And that obviously, I don't support. Killing random people, that's obviously not going to be effective. I still don't think we have an effective way both of conceiving a universe which gives us the benefits of technology, particularly computational digital technology, in an ecologically sustainable manner. So that's like a research topic. And there's the political problem of how we force our society to move in that direction. And we are running out of time, so to speak, slowly but surely. Maybe quickly at this point.
Speaking of.
Speaking of, yeah, I think so. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks again, everybody. We're going to get set up for the next talk. Thank you for coming.
or if we miss like 40% of them, I don't think it's actually that much in practice, but we just need to find enough fragments from this text data set that we have an arsenal of candidates. And it is also fun as you go through songs, accumulating this list of overrides or this list of like words that weren't in the base Carnegie-Mellon pronouncing dictionary that we are filling in as we go. You might be able to recognize some familiar songs among these blocks. We've got Oasis, Wonderwall here. We've got We Didn't Start the Fire in this block. We've got a large section devoted to Family Affair by Mary J. Blige. There's some Bohemian Rhapsody over here. And, you know, it's kind of a scrapbook of different unusual pronunciations that I've encountered over the course of this project. Let's do another demo. And for this one, I would like to intentionally choose a song that has a second part. Total Eclipse of the Heart is a karaoke classic that starts with Turn Around, which is sung by a chorus of, I think in the video it's like a chorus of ghost children, but you will be the chorus of ghost children here. And let's go to our visualizer here and choose Total Eclipse. And for the replacements, I guess I'd like to invite you to take your pick of 3 that I thought might be appropriate for Hope. We have the Panama Papers, a list of company names in the Panama Papers release. Today I went and got, from the Internet Archive, I got Free Software, Free Society, the free software kind of text, or one of the collections of free software. And then there's a third one, Hackers. Yeah, I heard that there was a screening of Hackers. So we have Hackers Dialogue and Hackers Stage Directions as 2 sources. Does anyone have one of those that especially speaks to them that they want to shout out? All right, we're doing Hackers Stage Directions to the tune of Total Eclipse of the Heart. And again, yeah, you will be the first singer here. You will sing The Small Crowd to the tune of Turn Around, and I will sing the rest of it. Okay, here we go. Date stands alone in the hall, watching the time closely. He'd rather not do this now. Date studies and reverse engineers the garbage while a woman is seated at the desk. Serial emerges from the desk between her legs, the video changer diagram lights. He sees his computer, Lucy being carried away. The Gibson dies in a flash of light. Serial takes off to fix the phone. Serial takes off to fix the phone. Data studies and reverse engineers the garbage while the Da Vinci virus dies. Blake finally notices and takes off the helmet. Only Joey thinks to put his hands up. Dave stands alone in the hall, watching the time closely. The Secret Service's personal file. They lead him into his room and throw him down on the bed. He heads off in search of the office. Serial takes off to fix the phone. Eventually he finds the desk, a police truck vehicle. The plane glides in a
for the first line back. Thanks so much. Okay, so that is the premise. Before we get to any more demos, and keep in mind you can request any combination of sources and source texts and songs in the catalog via that QR code when it comes up. But I want to talk a little bit about where does this data come from, and I think this is actually, to me, the heart of the project, is finding out what is accessible, like what can you find in the world or on the web or from each other that's interesting to revisit through this kind of karaoke kaleidoscope lens. So I just want to spotlight a few of the data sets, all of which I think are available to request if you want to. One place is just getting data in the wild on the internet using scrapers or just copying and pasting text yourself. There's a number of Yelp review data sets in the source text catalog that you can choose, and some of those are from, I think maybe 10 years ago, it seemed easier to scrape data from Yelp than it does now. So typically when I think of something I want to get from Yelp now, I'll just go and copy paste a few pages of it. That is actually simpler than trying to figure out how to get around the modern scraping protocols. But yeah, the internet is a good place to find data. Sometimes there are sites on the internet like Kaggle that really specialize in well-structured data that you don't have to do any of the structuring yourself. So with the Yelp, you might need to sort it by star rating and split it into sentences, or just getting the data in the first place is hard. On Kaggle, which is a site for data scientists and often hosts competitions where a company will open source a subset of their data and invite people to do various challenges, like often it's predicting what movie or song or whatever someone will like based on a history of liked movies and songs. They'll do that because they're interested in like leveraging the open source community's smarts to solve one of their company problems. But incidentally, they will publish a bunch of karaoke compatible fragments of text data that we can repurpose. So Quora questions are one of my favorite in the catalog, if you were wondering what to request. And one more note about requests. You can request something for the crowd to sing. You don't have to do it yourself. So if you want to say, like, this is a group sing, or request it as question mark, that's cool too. You can source data from the US government. One of my favorite data sets in the catalog, actually I'll show you this after this review, is Form 1040. And this one we use as a visual text replacement. I'll show you how that works. But yeah, the government is a good source of data.
Wikis are great, obviously. People are contributing text to a shared knowledge base. It's very in the spirit of the show. So going to Wikipedia or the Balatro Wiki, to name the two most prominent wikis in my life, they're good places to grab some examples to replace things with. One of my favorite data sets in the catalog is this one, Banner Depot 2000, which Yufeng Zhao and Richard Huang curate. They are two data artists based in Seattle and New York. And this is a set of internet banner ads from the early 2000s and late 90s. It's got about 20,000 of these. And the great thing is we have both the text and the images, so we can play back a karaoke song and sing directly from the banner ad. We don't need to use the text in isolation. We can sing the text in context. So if you want to see what that looks like, request Banner Depot or banner ads from the early internet. Something we've done before, but I don't think we have time to do tonight, is to do a crowdsource data set where we publish a form and everyone in the crowd submits, in this case, their biggest fears. Like this was for a Halloween show. We crowdsourced a bunch of fears, and that is a data set you can select, the crowdsourced fears from last year. Yeah, that's another option. We can get it from each other. And then this is maybe a subset of the last two. LARPA, which is this artist makerspace that I am a member of in Brooklyn. We run public events. One of the most relevant to this project from the last year was Small Batch, which was a data set farmers market where we invited people to bring small data sets, which could be anything, any structured collection of images or text from your life or from a corner of the world or internet that you have trolled. And I think that in itself is interesting. That's kind of the message of this event and maybe also of this show, is you add a lot just by noticing things and collecting them, and that is all it really takes to make a data set. It's not something that's fully abstracted from us that only lives in back-end servers. But this crowd knows that. Some frontiers that I'm excited about that have not